save and pick up where we left off. So for those who didn't see the end of stream yesterday, after the long dark, I did play more Project Zomboid. We did get to physically enter the resort building. I did get to hook up the generator outside the resort, and I turned it on just long enough to see how many things were hooked up to it to see if I wanted to leave it on. Unfortunately, there was something like 5 industrial fridges, so I literally, if I left it that way, would need to have refilled the generator twice a day. And so I turned it back off. So we got to go in there and break down some fridges or whatever. But we did get into the building. We are coming up very close to due for our helicopter. And as long as we don't misplay the helicopter, drag all the zombies back into the building area or whatever, it is looking really, really good that we will most likely get into the resort and actually be able to like properly start claiming it, sleeping there and all that this stream. That would be my expectation. Oh, and we did have a nightmare last night. That's the reason our characters panic. We are not zombie injured or infected or anything like that. Alright, we're getting to the point where I'm going to need to start eating butter again. Let's see here. Was there any knives to be made? Or I think I finished stream making the blades and all that. So I have not really enough weapons at the moment to deal with this. That's okay. Let's drag you over. And we can get rid of that. And adjust it again. Alright. And we have officially entered winter. So let's just double check. So we're at the 6th. And our last helicopter was on the 29th. So there'd be 2 days, 6th, 8th. I have 1 or 2 more days to the helicopter. I don't know the exact amount, but it's like 1 or 2 days, and then we'll be able to have a helicopter. I'm going to do a quick lap real fast. Oh, just straight up find a formal shirt in the ground? Okay. And what? Oh, right, I have all the ratchets we grabbed out of the trunk of the car. That's fine. Because I still would like to grab, like, a stack of berries or whatever. Because my hope is to keep the fight going down by the other location until the point that, the helicopter goes to, show up. At which point, then we just do what we've been doing. We drag it to that field, we kill all the zombies, yada yada. And once we do that, I'm going to take a quick detour to go to some place we know there's a bunch of flint, pull up a bunch of flint to get more weapons. So when the helicopter arrives, we're going to take like a day or 2 off of fighting the resort just to restock our weapons. And then we'll keep pushing that again after that. We are seeing absolutely nothing in the way of things I can eat and or hit zombies with. That's fine. I probably have enough to get through... Hey, there's food. Give me that lemon. That'll be good enough. So the important point is no helicopter. We should be outside the range that it can happen. But let's approach everything with a little bit of level of paranoia. That's a different thing there. What do you got there? What are you? Long handle with nails. Alright, I'll bite. Large handle with nails. I'll take a freebie weapon. Ooh, that's actually 3 lemon pieces. Yep, you lost 50k, it's worth it. Yeah, that was, we had a prediction at the end of stream that was basically, because when we were like, okay, we're on the home stretch, and we had a prediction how long it'd take me to be able to enter the building. And the options were we had 1 to 2 days was the first option, 3 to 4 days was the second option, and the third option was more than 5 days. Because I figured 5 days was going to kind of be the point where I was going to have to call it a night, versus the 3 to 4 would be just pushing a little long. And we got in on day 3. It got pretty close on day 2. I was like, maybe one more push, but then when we actually started working, I was like, nah, this is really about, like, 2.5 pushes or whatever. We're going to slow down a lot, because we're going to be going over a lot of bodies. Now, I'm not going to pull this up quite as close to the building as I did the last time. That way I know I can drive this home each day. Basically, I just drove it up until we had a zombie in the way. Alright. Large handle with nails in it. Seems relatively okay. Seems to not be the most horrible thing on endurance efficiency or on muscle strain. As you see, you played The Long Dark. I had a good time with it. We basically did all of episode 1. Like I didn't go through and like find every one of the keys or every one of those hidden stashes or anything like that. That stuff I'll probably do on my own time. Because one of those things that you could like literally wander around for, you know, hours and hours just trying to figure out that one key you missed where it's located unless you look up a guide or whatever. So I don't mind doing that in my own time, but for content, unless you have people just hand you the answer, usually is not the best. But yeah, we did episode 1, which like I said before, I did episode 1, 2, and 3 before, a long time ago. But yeah, I've not done episode 4, and episode 5 isn't out yet. I had revisited it thinking episode 5 was out, and it is not. Still a little bit salty about it. Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit extremely salty about it. Yeah, we'll let ourselves get hungry to about 20, slam a stick of butter. Then we might eat a lemon or two. Then we'll slam in our stick of butter, that kind of thing. Which mode are you playing on? Oh, I'm just playing on the default. If it's a game I don't play regularly, I will always start a game on its default settings. You know, the quote-unquote, the way the developers meant you to play. And then as I've played a game and I'm like, yeah, this needed to be harder or whatever, I'll turn up the difficulty. I haven't had a need to turn down the difficulty, but I wouldn't even be against that in a game. Like, if I was playing the game, I'm like, alright, the developer's default settings are kind of crap. I am not against turning down the difficulty of a game. Just, like, if it's the difficulty... It's the thing is when games make themselves harder, some of them do it in ways like there's more interesting enemies, there's more factors you have to consider, stuff that's interesting and engaging, and then there's the idea that, okay, we just made the numbers bigger. And like, I'm really not on board with the numbers bigger strategy for making a game difficult where the boss takes, you know, 200 hits instead of 20 hits. You're like, okay, yes, is that harder? But is it a fun harder? Like, for case in point, I love Borderlands. It's a very fun game, but they are one of the ones notorious for pretty garbage difficulty settings, and all the difficulty settings typically mean is the enemies hit you harder, and then they have a ridiculous amount of life. So you walk up to guy in t-shirt and unload multiple entire magazines of machine gun fire into said person's face. And they still keep running around like no problem. The Division also has that a little bit too. We're just kind of like, alright, come on, man. Versus, you know, games that, like, they literally have different move sets on the enemies based on your difficult setting or whatever. Making good difficulty settings is actually challenging. I acknowledge this. Like, Project Zomboid, like, right now, the Unstable branch, I'd actually argue the difficulty settings are not good. Like, they need more adjustments, but that's the Unstable branch. They're gonna figure it out. But, like, if you go to Build 41 Stable branch, and you look at like Builder versus Survivor versus Apocalypse, I feel they do a relatively good job of making the difficulty actually mean something. Yeah, so my consensus with the long handle with nails, relatively good. I wouldn't say it's amazing. I wouldn't say it's good, but like I wouldn't complain about it. Its durability seemed okay-ish. The damage seemed good to okay-ish. The endurance efficiency actually felt relatively good. And I didn't hit muscle strain at all, so that seemed really good. It's mostly it felt like its durability wasn't too good. I think the big thing I took away from it. But considering crafting-wise, you're just taking a sapling, making a long handle out of it, and then shoving some nails into it. That's a very low-cost, low-effort weapon. It makes sense that it's not exactly the strongest thing. It's a cheap and easy weapon, which is pretty good. What's the resort for? We're going to be making this into our home base. Our long-term home base. A group down there and a group coming out here. Let's try and pull this group and clean them up. Generally speaking, if you're ever talking over like 3-4 times pop, you probably want to just turn off respawn. Like, the 3-4 you could maybe argue, unless you're running mods or weirdly funky settings or multiplayer that lets you kill really fast. Once you start getting to like higher pops, you do want to turn off respawn. You don't need to worry about finishing off all the zombies in your world. It's one of those things that is theoretically possible, while not really being possible on a practical sense. You wouldn't just need to beat the world record for the highest kill count run, you would have to beat it multiple times over before you'd be like, oh, but no, really, there's no zombies left. And if you did get to that point, you're like, oh man, I wish there was more zombies, you can actually get a settings editor, and you can go in and just turn them back on or something like that. Which would be terrifying, having a mostly empty world, and then turning the respawn back on, even at like 1% per 10 days, would have wild implications at a very high population, with thousands of zombies reappearing in your world every day. So right now, the long-term goal we've got is to not only claim that resort, but to restore it, which is going to require a number of different things. Like, we're going to have to replace all of the windows. That's going to likely be a mix of me finding locations with the right windows to tear out of the wall with the crowbar. Maybe get glassworking going. I am going to be pushing a bunch of different locations. Yeah, let's see. At 2.5 million zombies are in the map, no one can clear them at all, you think? Well, even then, like, even if someone had the gumption, as it were, one of the problems you're going to run into is all the random zombies just living off in their own in the trees. You're never going to know for sure you got them all without just going into debug. Alright, so we're going to take a minute to kill a zombie, and then we need to know if we won the scratch off. Yeah, it's one of those things that could be done. Dang it. We lost yet again. Like, that's what I'm saying. It theoretically could be done. Just the same as in theory, you could go to the beach, and picking up 1 grain of sand at a time, you could remove an entire beach. But in practicality, it's basically impossible from a practical standpoint. Yeah. And to be clear, they're just repeating what the scratch-off ticket said. I know. Loser hits right in the feels. That's a use a vacuum cleaner. Man, I think that destroy the vacuum cleaner almost immediately. Nah, you're good, Oak. You're good. I'm not sure Luxray caught the context. You think Alice in Adventures did it clear on a multiplayer server? You know, I know people have gone for it. Usually those ones where people clear on the multiplayer server, they're playing in like normal populations. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. You're good. Luxray just didn't approve the word is all. Twitch has a thing that a lot of times when you're like, you know, someone will say something fine, and a non-mod, you're like, I, you know, approve this comment. It's like, oh, okay, that word saves. Like, no. The word is still problematic. It was just used in the okay version, and I want to let that slide. And so there's a thing where you approve it, and then after stream you have to go back and like disapprove it again or whatever. I still wish it was better around the I want to let this comment through without changing any settings to my automod. Like give a temporary pass on a word. I see car keys. I see some car keys. I would like the car keys. I probably don't care about that taxi, but it could be mine, and I am greedy. Yeah, no, so there's ways you can do it, but within like, oh, Rabbit, you scared the crap out of me. It's like, how is a zombie moving that fast? There's more control you have when you're like actually down in the automod settings, but what we see as like creator and mods is you just get a window that says like such and such said this comment, highlighting the word, you know, this word is a sex-based term, and you can say approve or deny. And that's pretty much the, I think it's approve or deny. Maybe I think ignore might also be another option. But you get the idea. We don't get any granularity at all. Alright, so we got another gas can there. And you will notice I'm mostly focusing on the parking lot right now. I'm basically opening up this space as much as possible so that as we pull stuff from inside the building, if I actually pull way more than I want, I don't gotta keep running up the highway again and again, or I keep calling every road a highway when it comes to kiting zombies for reasons I cannot explain. But you get the idea. Basically give myself a lot of room to work, so I can just take the bodies out here, slowly pick through them one by one. It also gives me a way I don't have to worry about what's going on over here. They're on the other side of the fence. So you only have to watch one side of me. And then we are slowly aggroing the zombies in the area I'm going to be needing to deal with anyways. And for right now, I'm not going to bother smashing windows in all the cars and all that. The loot in the cars isn't that important, and with how just it seems the keys will randomly appear later on as we come and go from areas and forge and all that, it almost feels more worth it to just kind of wait until the car gets lucky and spawns the key in, even if it takes an extremely long time. Alright. Let's take a quick peek before we go too far. A box of garbage bags, a sack full of rats. Cool. A bunch of stuff I don't care about. Not gonna worry about the radio. We got stuff in the back. And a whole lot of rotten rats. Okay. I didn't want to stay in that side any longer than I had to. Alright, it is a taxi with full gas and everything. Pretty much empty for any type of meaningful loot. But genuinely, got nearly a full tank of gas and all that. Really good shape. So that's a backup vehicle for us now. Where if something happens and I lose my bull driver, I can just grab that car and roll with it. Got another set of car keys over here. Oh, that's not a set of car keys. What is that? Just a scratch in the ground. Never mind. Got another ratchet. Another screwdriver. Another wrench we could use as weapons. Those are all spares. Nothing we care about in there. And it looks like the entire interior of the parking lot is now completely clear. Our screwdriver to use as a weapon. Got our radio I could take apart in a pinch. We could worry about like all that cleanup later. I'm mostly just kind of inventorying which cars are good and all that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because it'll also be one of those things that eventually I'll be going through here, taking some of the cars that are junkers, pulling them off to one side. Alright, so you're locked. I'm not going to smash a window. Not yet, at least. Okay. Nothing in there I care about. Or I care about that. I already have lug wrench. And they don't have condition to them. Alright. You'll need keys. Okay. Wasn't sure if that's a set of keys that's over there. Alright, so let's go ahead and kill these zombies. I saw the one over here. I want to kill that one first. Just because otherwise it'll be behind me. Hey, buddy. Buddy. Pal broski friendo. Don't ignore me. Yo. Dude. Seriously, I'm kind of scared to get closer to you. You might turn and burn on me. There, finally. Jeez, man. Okay. So, one of the things we'll want to do is we will want to enclose the perimeter. The good news is that parking lot already has a really large fenced-in area. So that basically means I don't need to build all of that wall. It just pre-exists. It also means the zombies can't destroy any of that. I will want to go to the far ends, though, and probably add a wall and gate. I'll also probably want to put a little bit of a buffer around it, so they have room to maybe grow some stuff, or whatever else we decide to do. You know, any crafting things that are probably stuff I need to have outside. Like, I'll figure out the actual perimeter I'm going to make once I'm not dealing with zombies as a constant issue. But it'd be good to take advantage of the existing fence as much as we can, just to save ourselves a lot of building time. You thought zombies could damage fences in Build 42? I think they're going to eventually be able to break down the taller fences and all that, but no, I don't believe the tall ones they can't. The short ones, I believe they can. But ones like this, I don't believe they can. I do think they're intended to be able to do that at some point, though. That's cool. So they're going to run all the way up here. They're going to see me, and they're going to turn around and run all the way back. Okay. A couple rabbits and rats and all that running around all over the place. That is a really bright fanny pack you got there. Okay, it's gonna take me a minute. The good news is that resort butts right up against the lake there. So I don't have to worry about actually pulling zombies through the building. There's no other side of the building to pull them from. But the downside is I've got a lot of room for zombies to be hiding inside that place. So I am down to sit here, keep making all the noise we need to make. Continue drawing them out of the building until we stop seeing any coming out of the building of any meaningful quantity. At which point, then we get to do the real risky thing, which is going inside there and clearing out whatever the heck is in the building. Wait, where did my numbers go? Wait a second. Where did my numbers go? I was just gonna check and be like, how many zombies have I killed today? And then realized it was gone, because we moved it at the beginning. I must have asked... No, because I hit hide that. Huh. Yeah, no, like I said, I think they talked about adding the functionality where fences would have limited health. Just that it wasn't in yet. No, but seriously, did I, like, tuck it behind one of these on accident? Oh, you know what? I bet you it's a short... Ah, that's what it is. So the F1 key that brings this up, it hides that. Okay, good to know. Yeah, because we got a solid kill count today. Probably could do one more pull, and there'll be time for us to back out. I'm feeling pretty good about tomorrow just driving right up to the front of the building. Because We're solidly in the we are pushing the building itself camp right now. Hey, She-Wolf, how's it going? Looks like a pretty big pull on this one. That's fine, so wrap it up, and I'll be just about having us in place to hop in the car and head out. Cool, let's back off. Car should be right over here. Let's see, the large backpacks are now military backpacks. You know, I'm wearing a military backpack. Oh, did they change the name so large backpack also is a military backpack? That would be weird. Not saying that isn't what happened, but it's always a possibility. Alright. And they keep the large backpacks, are they still, or sorry, the military backpacks, are they still called military backpacks? You've been looting all the zombies, right? Oh, absolutely not. Like, if you see something worthwhile on the zombie, yeah, grab it. But taking the time to loot every single zombie... You know, it says military backpack. It didn't strike me that that was the large backpack. Like, that was the thing. I picked it up as like... You know, I was like, oh, a large backpack. It's like, oh, wait, a military backpack. But it's been long enough, I figured I just forgot what the icon looked like. That's probably fine anyways. The large backpack and the military backpack stat-wise were only like 1 carry weight difference and then like 2% weight reduction more or something like that. They were like right about the same thing. Soon, friend. Soon your life will improve. Alright. Let's see, beyond the odd weapon, what exactly would he be needing to loot off the zombies? I mean, if you have loot pinata, there's definitely a lot of good stuff. But yeah, outside of the loot pinata zombies, it's mostly just grabbing weapons. I'll have people be like, oh man, you need to check that backpack. Oh man, you need to check that fanny pack. Oh man, you need to check it. Don't get me wrong, like once in a while you'll find like peanuts or something like that. But I'm not really desperate on food, so... There's just not much need. 166 zombies killed that day. The average kills per day climbs a little bit more. Right. And also, you gotta go ahead and do fashion once in a while. Like, that's obviously. Your Luke Gremlin in you has you checking all backpacks. Don't worry. The Luke Gremlin in you will die a slow death. It's just the way it is. Alright. Eventually the loot gremlin in you gets disappointed enough times that they stop badgering you about looking. Alright, so let's take a quick peek at the map. So again, so it was on the 29th, so we have the 30th, the 31st, so that's 2 days. So it's 2 plus whatever. So this should be day 9. So I should not have to worry about the helicopter today. However, tomorrow, I should have to worry about it. So you get a nice, really early start today, because I don't want to wait. There's zombies that need slaying. Never, you'll always loot every zombie, then never play on high pops. Trust me, you'll be miserable. Like, don't get me wrong, there was a time I would go and check each and every zombie. But it is one of those things that as you play the game, you start to realize less and less loot actually matters. And very quickly you loot less and less and less. Because you come to accept that all you're doing is building your dragon's trove. And none of it you'll ever use. Yeah, and I'll check for watches if I'm trying to grind a couple points of electrical or something. Alright, so we need to clean up behind us. It seems like redistribution triggered. Oh, not that way. Yeah, so it looks like redistribution triggered, which all that does is it means the zombies in the cell try to, like, distribute themselves a bit more evenly. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to take you around this way. We're just going to do a lap around the parking lot, picking up as many friends as we can. That's a little bit of a bold hit. And we'll just keep stabbing until they all are gone. Let's go wide around the dumpsters, because they do block line of sight, so for all I know I'm backing up into a group of zombies there. I want to keep an eye on where I drop this guy. The one in the light-colored shirt. Alright, so the one in the light-colored shirt with the ice axe is by the dumpsters. Yep, and there was a zombie behind the dumpsters. Which would have been fine, but, you know, you never know when you're going to back up into, like, a rally group that just happened to be lined up where you couldn't see them. That was weird. Hang on for a moment, I want to grab a thing. Thank you. Try not to follow the exact same course, because there's a good chance we will have left some zombies behind us that got far enough away they couldn't keep attention on us. Alright. We are pushing our character pretty hard here. So I might need to back off soon. Yeah, we're gonna have to back off this. I mean, still, we just rolled into this place and started slaying. After redistribution, so it's not too surprising. We could just throw down at the group and not have to worry about it. So I'm gonna just back off as far as we gotta go to get to a spot where we can rest. Have you played the Elder Kings mod? No, I haven't played Crusaders King 3 at all. As well as games I haven't gotten to. If I remember correctly, Crusaders King is a 4X style strategy game, correct? Because I've found historically on this channel that style of game has done very poorly for me. Not that it's a bad game or anything, it's just very misaligned with my content. It'd be the same kind of thing as if I broke out Call of Duty or something like that. It's nothing necessarily wrong with the game or anything like that, but it's just very different from what I normally do. Yeah, so skipping all those zombies. Kinda getting punished for it right now. It's fine. We'll fight our way back in. Like, we're only hitting 750 now. Now a truck is hard to get to? Right, but there's also been less zombies in the area. We did that first pull that was huge, and we actually got through pretty much all of it. It was just the stuff we picked up while we were circling the lot that kept us going. I actually figured it'd be 1 or 2 more pulls, we'll be right back in there. Yeah, it's just to keep item instances down, and it gets... I actually get genuinely kind of annoyed when there's junk everywhere in my world. So I do actually try to clean up and tidy up and all that. Glasses usually disappear, I believe. There's a possibility the new prescription glasses might not, or they might take longer. I haven't looked into it. If they don't disappear, one, that's gonna be pretty annoying. That would be the potential thing. I might go in at the, like, after the fact and mod the run just to, sorry, when I say mod the run, go into the game settings and change the run just to add the glasses to the, these are items to delete from your world kind of thing. Oh, yeah. No, usually when I put the glasses on the bodies, it's because it's in an area that I'm foraging, and the glasses do pick up on the foraging, and I do get a little annoyed with seeing the glass, like all the arrows pointing at the glasses constantly when I'm trying to forage along here. So I've been doing it on this road when I forage up and through there. Hey, Rabbit on a 5-stream streak. Really do appreciate that. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. Okay. Let's back off and rest again. We are using the ice axe, which does obliterate our muscle strain. But its damage is pretty good. Let's see. You've got a field used for logging and only take the logs. It's unusable foraging to the supernova amount of twigs and sticks. Did something change about the car? I feel like they're way less of a threat now. Yeah, they corrected the targeting on them. So they consider much more of it a targetable thing. Because it used to be a thing, like, if I stood here, like right around there to try and line up the hit on the head, it would still miss. It was kind of the conventional wisdom, just basically run practically on top of the crawler, just to guarantee you hit it. But that always got tricky to do. But now even like the very tip of their face will count, so they're way easier to target. I believe that's actually what's caused the side effect, that the zombies are really hard, like really easy to hit from a distance now. I believe that is a result of the fix to the crawlers. I don't know that for sure, but that would be my guess. That's a problem your own creating. You should have taken them as you went. Yeah, no, it's worth collecting the twigs and branches, because you can use those for a lot of other crafting recipes. The branches, I mean. The twigs, anytime you need fuel, you just chuck them in. You could use them for starting stuff too. But yeah, no, I'm in the camp of clean it up. Like, I've got 1 or 2 spots that I haven't cleaned up yet, but you'll see me eventually clean it up. Any place I frequent, I am going to take the time to tidy things up. Like, you'll even notice when I'm running around and eat a can of good, I will take the can and I will find a trash can to delete it from the world and that kind of stuff. Like, it low-key doesn't stress me out. It low-key makes me cringe when I'm watching people play with spears. And they do the thing where as they break the spear, they just chuck it on the ground. And so everywhere you go in the world later, there's just broken spears laying all over the place. Not so much a thing in Build 42 with the state of spears what it is right now. But that used to bother me so much when I'd watch people playing spears and they would just have... Everywhere you go, you just see like 2, 3 spears here, 4 or 5 spears there, another spear over here. That kind of thing is like, please, pick up your litter. Now let's back up, and whatever follows us will kill it. Because we're getting exerted and muscle strained because we're using the ice axe, so you don't want to keep pushing and just getting more and more exerted and wasting more and more of our ice axe, not getting good kills or whatever. Yep, trash can delete things. Yep, if you put anything in a trash can, there's a button that says like delete. And it will just delete it from your world. But you do actually click delete. It's not something you toss in there and it deletes it on its own. You have to actually like say, I am opting to get rid of it. So spears do not degrade? No, so anything you throw on the ground, this isn't like RimWorld where anything outside slowly rots. Actually very little in this world does decay or rot or otherwise go from environment. The closest you have is anything that has a fresh tag on it will gradually rot. But yeah, so if you leave like sensitive electronics just laying out in the rain, that's fine. In game, it's fine. Real life, yeah, you're gonna ruin that thing. Trying to wait in the muscle strain. Did you finish the resort? We've been peeking our nose inside. It's been getting pretty clear. We just had a redistribution, which isn't a big deal. It just moves the zombies around inside a cell. At least I believe it's a redistribution. And so we're just tidying up where the zombies moved back into the parking lot. But that's still good, because it's still zombies that were in the area that were going to just be a menace again and again. And they've kind of, you know, brought themselves out in the open where we can deal with them real fast. Get rid of that piece of flint. That's actually one of the reasons I don't like the stone axes. I don't mind if the not destroyed heads and all that go in the ground, but the ones that have no durability left, I wish they wouldn't fall off. I wish they'd just delete. Or at least give me the option to be like, hey, if I throw something on the ground and it has no durability, it's, you know, its effect. Or rather, make it so it just deletes the things and they have no durability. If they don't have another use, then they have no purpose existing in my world still. Or again, give me a toggle or something. Trying to be careful because there's a lot of visual noise, so it's easy to miss zombies in it. Alright, just gotta kill a couple more, and then we can back off and rest. It should be getting pretty close to where we're in the clear. Does it also work in dumpsters? Yes. That's, I don't know about Build 42, but that used to be like one of the big things for people who did want to process the bodies. That's how most people would process their bodies. Is they would go and take the dumpster, or I think there was a Spiffo trash can, that both were big enough you could toss a corpse in it, and then delete the corpse out of the world. It's also a setting on multiplayer servers of whether or not it works that way, because as you can imagine, a troll in multiplayer grabbing literally all of the stuff in your home and chucking the trash can, deleting it, kind of a problem. Go ahead and slam in our stick of butter, keep that calories up. But as you can see, really not a whole lot is getting in my way. Just twosies, threesies of zombies. And that's with the redistribution of zombies. You have one behind me I want to deal with first. There's a good chance a lot of these zombies also came from inside the resort building. Have to back off again soon. Let's just back off. He's just taking us way more hits now. Yeah, where this is solid bodies, you notice it's starting to thin out and just being more sparsely scattered bodies. Sit for just a minute, see if we can't put our exertion up one more tick. Alright. Okay. That's our stamina recovery. Just need to get another minute for our muscle strain, and then we go back to it. And we're only midday, and we're already at 117 kills today, so that's a really solid day so far. Considering we were able to just throw down and kill like 30, 40 zombies just in the parking lot right at the beginning of the day before we getting bullied out by being reckless. It's not terrible. What is terrible is how long this muscle strain is getting to drop. Alright. We didn't give it much time to recover after that, so it'll come back real quick. But at least we shouldn't push heavy muscle strain very fast. They probably got 2, maybe 3 more pulls for the day, depending on how they go. Alright, drop you off. I don't need you anymore. Okay. Probably getting pretty close to being able to rest in the parking lot. Let's get 4 more here. Alright, that's probably more we want to do in this one pull. Okay, that's fine. Get our next weapon primed, back off, recoup, push again. Alright, Bass, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. I'm kind of curious, though, if we can clear it out enough that I could, you know, plunk a tent down and just sleep in the parking lot or something. Probably not with all the bodies there. I think you saw me, so I think I'll have to deal with you before I rest. Yeah, you definitely saw me. And I'll go rest up here again. Alright, and rest. And I should be able to get one more pull out. And then tomorrow's the first day that the helicopter could show up. We'll see the situation there. So I am going to do the thing where I won't rush down here right away. We'll wait to see what the results of the helicopter are. And if it shows up, we'll go back over to the field, do what we've been doing, continue to draw the zombies to that location, take them all out. If we don't have a helicopter, we run down here and keep this going. It wouldn't hurt us to have the helicopter happen right away, because then I can top off my butter. I can spend some time upping our weapons, that kind of thing. Because we are kind of getting bottom of the barrel with our weapons again. I thought I heard a zombie behind me. Sorry to hear that, Lardine. I do hope you get some better sleep tonight. Oh, it sucks you just have like a bad night's sleep and you're just trying to be a functional person on no sleep. Well, I'd like to get the car and be able to drive that out, but we'll see. If it looks like it's still crowded, we walk back. If I can't just like stroll up to it and just like one or two zombies, then that's fine. There we go. Okay. Let's see, you're thinking about starting your first long-term world, but was wondering, should you play Build 42 unstable to current build until Build 42 is stable? Build 42 I do not suspect to be stable for a very long time, as in probably over a year. Would be my honest guess, because what I'm imagining will happen is they'll continue working on it, they'll start adding multiplayer, which will keep it unstable, and while multiplayer is probably not, I hope is not more than a year out or whatever, I do believe not being its own, unstable branch probably is over a year out. So you can begin your first long-term run in the unstable branch, just understanding that there is the possibility that there could be game-breaking changes. If that is going to bother you, then stick to Build 41. Now, most likely, I don't imagine we'll have much in the way of this is a save-breaking change. I don't imagine we'll see much of that. It is always possible kind of thing. But it is kind of a risk you'll be accepting. More realistically, they'll make changes to the map kind of thing, and your world will not get those changes. And sometimes those can be, like, weird in breaking in that, like, for example, if they were to add, like, a large building to the map, but you had already loaded in the cell on one side of that building, or actually, if you load in the cells at all, it wouldn't update. But where it can become breaking is if, you know, the building crossed 2 cells, and you loaded one but not the other. You can run into this weird thing that, like, the building just gets bisected, this part doesn't exist, that part does, so it just ends abruptly. That kind of stuff can happen. But yeah, I would say that generally speaking, while it is certainly nowhere near bug-free yet, it is definitely in a playable state now. I would say the weakest points going on right now for Build 42 is, I would argue, the default random settings on Apocalypse. I don't think are good, and unless they change the way it works under the hood mechanically, those will persist when you change your world and all that stuff. Have you checked the cows lately? My plan is to go check on the cows once the helicopter's done. I'm planning to drop back, do the thing where we go and grab, like, all the, like, we'll go grab a bunch of flint so we can make a whole bunch of weapons again. I'll go check on the cows, milk the cows, but I'm waiting for the helicopter to be my reason to go back, since, you know, do it all in one trip. And it also works out because it means I end up checking on the cows roughly every week and a half. In preparation of that, we are at the range where we might end up be dealing with the helicopter, so let's grab all of this stuff and arm ourselves. We'll grab the pickaxe to throw in the vehicle. Oh, I already have a bunch of these. Oh, right! This whole time we've been short on branches, right? I totally forgot that we made a bunch of blades. Still, let's go ahead and chuck the guns and all that in the truck for whenever things go down at the helicopter. Because I have been using the guns during the helicopter since the zombies are coming anyways. So it's not really like there's a big reason to not do it. Put the pickaxe in there for the same reason. Alright, so let's go here. So we're gonna pick up stuff we can eat and all that in the interim. Well, the reason I'm not keeping even the pistols on me is just the guns are pretty heavy. So unless you're gonna use them, it's not really worth keeping on your person. Alright, I'll take some sage. We are at the point we are fighting basically the zombies inside the building now. Like, we got a redistribution that shuffled the zombies around a little bit in that cell. But, I mean, it basically was like one day of just clearing in. Most of them probably came from inside the building anyways, so... We've stepped foot in there. We haven't really gone to, like, stay in there or anything yet. It's gonna take a little while. What did you see? Was it nettles? Yeah, yeah. Something else we can eat.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Now, one thing is we haven't seen any trailers at any point this run. We do have a bunch of stuff we hoarded along the way. Skill check? Sure, so we are right about to hit Axes 6, we're pretty close to that. We're really close to hitting Short and Long Blunt 4. We are at Long Blade 4. Let me go ahead and eat some lemongrass real fast, because that berry was poisonous. We're at Long Blade 4, we are at Short Blade 5, we're right about to hit Spear 1, we are at Maintenance 8, because we did get the books for it, so it leveled really, really fast. Books, actually, we had multiple. Did I turn you on right? Yeah. We're about to hit Carving 2, we're at Cooking 2, Electrical 3, pretty close to Napping 4. Animal Care, we're right about to hit 5. Fitness, we're right about to hit 5. Strength, we're at about 5.5. No one cares about light-footed or stealth. Running, we're at 1. Nimble, we're getting relatively close to 4. We're probably at 3 2/3. And then foraging, we're at 6. But we haven't been putting much focus on foraging. It's more or less just something I do on occasion. And then when I do hit a situation like now where I'm killing a little bit of time while I wait for the news in the helicopter, I'll just take a quick stop to do that. What does Animal Care do? I believe it's like you'll get higher yield of certain stuff. Okay, no air activity detected. So we can go ahead and go here. Turn that off. Unequip. It'll do stuff like, I believe you'll get higher yields from the animals when you're doing stuff like that. Yeah, so it's the berries, which were poisonous. We can drop off the stuff for making fire. I've got spares. That was something other than what I need for making fire I just dumped on here in accident. The nettles, give those back. Drop the matchbook. Drop the sharp flint. I'll make some more blades. Alright, how are we on weapons? I've got 4 ratchets, a mason's tool, a screwdriver. Basically, we're not good is what it is. Let me go poke over here farther to trees. Just see if I can't snag a branch or two. Because we at least get a branch or two that'll let me make like 8 or 9 more knives. And honestly, that would do us some good. Yeah, it's a log. That doesn't do me any good. Still make a handle of that, so that's 1 handle. Got some tomatoes. Because the helicopter doesn't update till 8 a.m. Was the resort worth it? We're still working on it. Like, we've actually been getting into the building and starting to clear the building itself. But yeah. And that's the reason I set my alarm to 7:50, so I could wake up and, as you thought, all radio and TV broadcasts stop after the first couple of weeks. No, so all of like your news and that kind of stuff stops, but the emergency broadcast channel, which gives you the weather, whether there's air activity detected and storms incoming and that does go literally forever. So even 100 years later, if you could somehow keep your character alive that long, you would still get like, here's today's weather, here's tomorrow's weather, bad storm coming in 5 days, air activity detected, that kind of thing. It'd also tell you the power grid's out, but you know, after literal months of hearing that the power grid's out, you know, one would assume it didn't just miraculously pop back up again. But yeah, all other radio broadcasts and everything go away, yes. Just, I think it's like day 8 or 9 or something, like it's the very last one. I'd definitely be plenty wrong in that one. Like, once long ago, I went out of my way to, like, follow the notes people had done of every known broadcast and everything. You hope that meteorologists are getting paid for their efforts? Probably not, considering who could pay them. But we've talked about it that, you know, like in the real world, you don't have like a fully automated system that runs without people to do that. There is still a human being that fills in all those reports and makes it all happen. Okay, so I'll give us 9, because we got a sapling, and saplings are pretty good for handles. Now, if I remember correctly, I believe if I carve that into a large stick first, I can get an extra round of carving and still get the same results. Yep. So you get a little extra carving XP for the same task. But yeah, like even today, the like weather report stuff isn't fully automated. You still have meteorologists who look at their charts and all the data and all that, and they're like, all right, here's what we think is going to happen. You know, the models are predicting all these things. Okay, well, this thing in the model doesn't necessarily look like it's right. You know, you have all that kind of stuff. Your character's happiness doesn't really matter? Nope, not really. You're hoping they add a power plant with some environmental storytelling that you can see like the last stand of the guys trying to keep the lights on? I can't remember. I want to say there is a power plant in the game. I know there's a whole bunch of the different transformers and all. I'm pretty sure there was a power company on the game. But it was one of those things that, like, getting back to the thing that we've joked about, that maybe the meteorologist who's like running the automated broadcast thing is just like on this little island, has literal years of food, knows how to fish, is fully stocked, and is like a very competent technician with spare parts to last them for decades, which is an entirely unrealistic thing, by the way. But hand-waving all that aside, you know, they've been kind of witnessing the downfall of society and yada yada yada. And, you know, they're stuck on this island. There's no one to get them home or whatever, and there's no home to go to. And so they're just trying to, like, do what they can to hopefully save those who have survived by just sending out this broadcast every single day, being like, here's the weather. You know, give themselves some normalcy, so it's probably good for their psychological well-being. But, you know, have some normalcy that they're just coping. They're just working through their work. You can make a legit salad here. Yeah, so they're doing everything they can to, you know, maybe help out those who survived, you know, have a better chance of success by knowing what's like, hey man, bad storm coming. You really ought to shelter. Today's not the day to go rolling out there. I can certainly see people wanting to do that kind of thing, though. Like, to feel like while you're separated, you're doing something to help. Alright, another day, another war. So, alright, so I got pretty spread out again. But that's fine. We can draw it so they're at one side of me. And then we fight. I also need to remember I don't actually have as good weapons this time. As we just pull the whole lot again. There's another ice pick. Okay, so the ice pick is down between the black car to the east and the dumpsters. Yeah, I did the big pull thinking I still had something as good as the screwdrivers. I did not have something as good as the screwdrivers. So that was nowhere near as effective as what we did yesterday. Here, have a trowel. So let's go ahead and drag everything back out of here. This is basically the same thing we did yesterday, as we did one giant pull right at the beginning of the day, just get the zombies out of the building. And then spent the rest of the day cleaning up our mess. Alright. So we get back off again, fight our way back in. I probably should have just switched to knives, it's fine. We're just gonna go through the weapons we've got and just break one weapon after the other till we get through. Not to catch up with Chad in a minute, this is kind of dangerous what I'm doing just to look away. Like, it's fine as long as I keep walking, paying attention, but the moment I look away, I can miss a zombie like this one if it was standing more up there where it's a little harder to see. It'd be really easy to overlook a zombie. And that's the reason I'm dropping the full way back is all these. If I knew it was going to be this bad, I probably should have just parked back here and fought my way in per normal. I was actually expecting it to be mostly clear again today, but zombies do move around. Oh yeah, no, 16 times pop, it feels like, you'll genuinely feel at times you're making literally no progress. But then, you know, you'll have the counts up there to say that you've killed thousands. And it will slowly become apparent that's like, oh yeah, and I have killed a bunch. Alright, the ratchet is not impressive. I mean, I gotta be fair, we're exerted. We'll need to wait till we're actually fresh to get a good feel on how the ratchet is. Alright, let's back up the road just a little more in case something heard me. Oh yeah, no, it's 60 times pop. Major cities, it takes you forever to get literally anything done. So you're getting fully rested. Let's see, if rainwater isn't safe because it's tainted by the zombie virus, you can't imagine the quarantine is effective. It's not. If you actually listen to the in-game lore stuff, the virus very quickly breaks out of Knox County and takes over the world. Literally, it's like a week in, you start getting reports that, you know, quarantine has failed and major cities are seeing the zombies show up, and that's around the time that the broadcasts stop. So you can do the math that the world does fall. Because I think the last thing related to stuff going on in Knox County you see is somewhere around, I think it's like Devon day 6 or 7. There is a news reporter trying to contact someone inside the quarantine zone. The exclusion zone, rather, not the quarantine zone. The exclusion zone. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like, that's the reason, one of the main reasons we have the belief that the helicopter is a news helicopter. Is because that broadcast happens right before the time frame that the helicopter can start showing up. That the news reporter's trying to get answers from inside the exclusion zone. And the implication is her contact inside the exclusion zone has stopped responding. Make you read the newspapers when you find them? I've tried to read a couple of them, and it's like, this has nothing you can read on them. Like, it's just like the regular thing, you right-click, read it. And then, you know, the bar shows. But yeah, no, I've heard they've changed a lot with it. But yeah, I'm assuming we're getting more and more of a lore dump out of them. You can't read ones marked as old. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, so Ratchet feel pretty good. They're definitely not the most amazing weapon, but they do feel like they're a solid choice. They feel pretty comparable to like a claw hammer. Maybe slightly less damage. Can't speak for the durability considering it hasn't broken yet. Which is a pretty good thing. Yeah, the old-timey can opener is relatively alright. The big problem with it is you can't attach it to your sides. Which is actually a pretty big negative. It means you have to put it in your hands. Which potentially means more in-combat inventory shuffle. Alright, so we broke our first one. I'd say it did pretty well. I'd say, like I said, it's probably comparable to a claw hammer. Give or take a little bit. The classic thing with most short blunt weapons, with very few exceptions, they're pretty consistently good. Like, none are straight up amazing, but they're all pretty good. So it's like the most reliable weapon category. You pick up a short blunt, outside like one or two particular exceptions, they're all gonna serve you at least relatively well. That muscle strain is starting to real catch up though. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Okay, so weighing on our endurance and our muscle strain. Let's see, it's very satisfying hit noise. Yep, whenever you get one of those, you put in your offhand until you break what you're using. Yeah. I never really got, like, the only time I've done, like, the offhand thing is usually when I'm trying to carry something heavy and I want to reduce its weight and I don't have a bag. So, like, very early run, I might take something like my water container and put it in my offhand, since water can be pretty heavy. It's a good way of, like, cutting down on the weight versus just shoving it in your pocket. How is it? Oh, right, we didn't get today started in a timely manner. I was like, how was it already 7? I was like, oh, right. We waited to get the helicopter broadcast, and then I made like 9 knives. Yeah, so we're probably walking back home today. We'll see, I really don't want to walk home, that is. Because we did put all of our guns and our pickaxe in the car. If the helicopter does show up, I would really like to have those for the helicopter. It's not worth dying for. Couple more. I'd like to get a peek at the situation with the car, because I bet you I can probably grab whatever's on it, walk in a circle, get in the car, and drive off. A big circle, by the way, not just lap around the car. I don't want them smashing up my windows and everything. I was gonna kill more, but I'm thinking we go now, before it gets too much darker and I lose sight of the zombies. Okay, so the car's clear. Just draw the zombies up this way. Keep them coming up this way. What we'll do is we'll go out and around to the car. No, I won't. There's a rally group right there. Oh, you stinker. Fall down now. Fall down now. Fall down now. You took too long to fall down. Alright, we do another lap. Still see the one chilling right there through the roof window. We do one more pass for it, and if it's not safe, we call it and just back off and walk and take the L. Yeah, we should be good. There we go. That probably shouldn't have been something I did. There was always a risk that it got, you know, because especially the engines, or not the engine, the battery's not good. I could have stalled 2 or 3 times. I probably would have gone out there, but it would have been one of those things, the truck would have gotten pretty badly roughed up. That wasn't the right call on my part. That was me being stubborn. The right call would have been the moment I realized I was getting late to just never mind and back off, but it's fine. It worked out. But that was a risk I didn't need to take. The city needs to do something about these speed bumps. Yup. They're getting a little out of hand. Go ahead and slam one of the poisonous berries real fast. Wait, did that cancel? Okay, it did not. Eat the lemongrass. And I'll follow it up with a rose hip. Okay. Risking death to not have to walk, you can relate. It happens. Interesting that that light doesn't come on. Alright. Yeah, I tried clicking on it. And there's no, like, turn on or anything like that. On the top or the bottom. Yeah, we already topped off that gas can on previous day. Oh no, no, the way light switches work in this game is it is the contained area. So it's like where you have a giant room, the light switch will control all the lights in that room. Like regardless of anything else going on, that's just how it works. That's the reason if you're ever trying to turn on a very, very large room's lights in Project Zomboid, you just need to power the light switch it's attached to. None of the rest matters. How much fuel does the gas station have? I don't believe you can see. Till it runs out, that is. And you got 4 inches of snow last night, and you finished shoveling your driveway. 3-4 hours of work on it. Exhausting. Yep. Yep. Okay. I'll do this real fast. You would let the zombies take you right now. It's the endurance strategy when it comes to hunting. Just wear out the thing till it's like, I give, and sits down and just accepts fate. Yeah, so on that particular day, that was a lower kill count day. We did spend a good chunk of the day dealing with food and weapons. So that did bite in. That's what caught me by surprise in that day. It's like, oh man, we did not clear nearly as much to get our car back. What the heck? And then I was like, oh right, we burned a bunch of time at the beginning dealing with that. Alright, poisonous berry. Lemongrass. The next thing we'll eat is another stick of butter. Why are you eating a poisonous berry? Because I'm hungry. Why else would you eat a poisonous berry? It's because poison's not that big a deal. Memeing aside, poison's not that big a deal. Did we get everything worthwhile out of here? Alright, well, let's leave that alone. So we've got the guns in the car, we got the pickaxe, we got the hoses, we can't do anything with the books. Like a lot of this stuff I'm gonna be chucking into different places. I'm keeping it in for when we get the resort. We'll do a quick check on the car to see how it is. I'm basically waiting to know what's going on with the helicopter before we proceed. So the battery is still doing okay. Yeah, so it's still sitting at the 39%, which is why we keep having problems starting, is that battery's in really bad shape. But, it is recharging, which is good. Yeah, and to be clear, This is how much is remaining. The top number. This is the quality over there. It's a little confusing with those ones. How are our tires? Okay, all of our tires are basically full. Some of these are getting pretty bad. Those brakes will have to be replaced, otherwise they'll fail me and the wheels will pop off. So we got some work to do on the truck at some point. Not urgent. Oh, no. You don't get any beneficial status or stats from eating something poisonous. There's no good that comes from eating poison. Yeah, I'm just accepting the 2% penalty. Yeah, so we're just killing time till it's time to check on the helicopter. See if I can't get some more branches or whatever. All right. And I think also this time, when we're on our way back out here, I will clear those zombies I've been building up on the road to the south. There's a road south of where we've been staying that the zombies have been slowly piling up, and I've been maneuvering around them because I've been trying to get back and forth and work on our objectives, but that is one, if I don't deal with it, I'll end up taking a bunch of random hits on the car and slowly wear it out, and I should just kill them and be done with it, which is normally what I do. Just getting a little too focused on trying to keep things moving. Oh good, more gamble berries. Yes, I do have it on. The setting for helicopters is sometimes, and what sometimes means behind the scenes is we can have helicopters as soon as every 10 days. On average, it ends up being like 12 to 14 days between them, give or take. I think the longest we've ever seen is around 20 days, but that was an extreme outlier. Like an extreme outlier to the point I may have forgotten a helicopter kind of outlier. But usually it's around 12 to 14 days most of the time, with the occasional one that, is an upset that it just immediately drops on day 10. There is a setting often, and it kind of averages like 8 to 10 days or so between helicopters. But same idea. 7 days is its fastest turnaround. So you'd ever clear an area, or do hordes just keep wandering in? You get to the point where you don't see a meaningful number of zombies in an area after a while, yeah. But it isn't a feeling like a complete lack of progress forever. You do eventually get to the point where you start seeing fewer and fewer zombies rolling into an area until eventually you can go with the helicopter and only have like 1 or 2 stragglers wander in from wherever the heck it was they were hiding in the woods or whatever. It's pretty rare you go into an area on any settings and truly never see another zombie. It does happen, though. Because a helicopter does have a limited distance you hear stuff from. So what did we unlock with that level of carving? So we just hit carving 3 or 2? 2. Yeah, so you can make the wooden rods. We can carve planks out of large branches now. We can carve medium handles. Ah, good. So I can carve handles out of planks. Alright, so now big branches are worth taking, because I could take the branch, turn into a plank, turn the plank into a ridiculous number of handles, and that'll do us some good. Now we could turn on our radio real quick. Okay, so then I made those handles, but I don't have any more. Where did the handles go? Oh, I had already made them into knives. Okay. I had forgotten I had already gotten to that step, so I was confused there for a minute. Last life we were too close to town, we couldn't knock there fast enough. Yeah, no, last life we were getting the zombies in the range of the helicopter. It's just the range was, you know, included the second largest town on the map. And so we did just slowly get overwhelmed. It also happened that with the new migration that they will have them wandering in gradually. But it does take time. It's just one of those things. Oh, I want to drop this here. It is one of those things that if you're like right on top of town, you know, you don't get a chance to get away. Alright, looks like we're good for another day of fighting. Love to see it. And this time I'm going to assume that, because the last 2 days I've had to like do a massive fight to get into the area and all that. So we're going to park the car farther back and walk in. Just to be safer. Okay. And then pretty soon I'm going to have to step away. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Pretty soon I'm going to have to step away for just a couple minutes. It's right around 9 p.m. my time that I have to step away, welcome my wife home, throw some dinner in the oven real fast kind of thing. So it is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's only about 5 minutes or so. I try to aim for it to be 5 minutes. Just, you know, sometimes some stuff just takes longer. But that is a thing that happens. The only break I take that's long during the stream. All the other breaks are usually just when an ad break hits. I might run off and use the restroom real fast or grab myself a new drink or whatever. Yeah, so let's probably just get right around this corner to where we got this opening here, and that's where we'll hop out. So we won't go all the way into the parking lot like we've been doing because we keep getting overwhelmed there. Alright. Grab the next ratchet. Put that away. Get over here and rest. Need a 5-minute break? Yeah, no, it's a thing. Like, I get I shouldn't have to, like, I mean, it's not I'd have to apologize. It's just one of those things. Regardless, I do know anytime you take a break whatsoever on streaming, there'll be a certain number of people who bail and go look for someone who's actively playing, and I get that. That's fine. That's people doing what they gotta do. But yeah. It's just a thing that you always get self-conscious about that, because you realize the things that you do that viewer numbers do drop during, but also are really kinda unavoidable. And you get it, people are here to be entertained. If you're not providing that, then, you know, they'll go find it. Hey, the unknown, how's it going? The alarm must mean it's zombie killing a clock, basically. Yeah, I'm trying to have this fall off real fast. I probably have enough time for like one more pull before that, you know, 5-minute break I mentioned comes up. Because they would try to time it that way when, you know, my wife gets home. Because then it works out well because I can toss the food in the oven, welcome her home, all that. And then she'll usually pull the food back out of the oven. So that doesn't end up having to be a longer break. And most times it's stuff I could chuck in the oven in the occasion that, you know, traffic's bad and she's late getting home or whatever. It's not that big a deal. Because then I could toss it in, come back up here real fast. 10, 15, 20 minutes later. I could then, you know, run back down there and just take it back out. Which, you know, it's a couple more interruptions, but you do what you gotta do. You prefer you having a break than a catheter? I wouldn't consider a catheter, no. Like, obviously, people gotta deal with that stuff, gotta deal with that stuff. Health be what health be. But it's also those things, if you don't need it, you probably don't want it. And I saw 2 zombies following us when we came in. I'm just gonna peek to make sure not, like, right here. If they're right here, I'll kill them. If they're way down the road, I'm gonna ignore them. Yeah, I don't see them. That's fine. I just want to make sure if I have to do a big pull like that, I'm not backing right into them or something. It's time for our stick of butter. Okay, it's weird that we had the zombies right there and, like, nothing out this way. It's making me paranoid. Is there a zombie? No, it's okay. It's just a zombie facing down that way. Let's get out of the densest part of the body so we can actually see. Ah. Should have forced ground attack. I can't tell if that's a meat cleaver or a hatchet or what you got in you. Okay, so right by this little tree right here. And that's definitely a hatchet right there. Hey, short blunt weapons 4. Alright, so let's go here real fast before we aggro anymore. Well, the first one has the hatchet. And then there was a second weapon in there, which is another hatchet. And let's back off, because we have hit the ad break where we gotta step away for about 5 minutes. So let me go ahead and walk back over these trees. I will pause the game, I'll put up my clip reel, and we'll get all that going, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for enjoying the stream. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies.
Gliding down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Okay, so it looks like a, oh no, wait. I managed to not hit it. I managed to not hit it. 98%. No, those are all good. All right, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. Done. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. As well as 556, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 100 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness. 9 strength. It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. I was gonna say, it sounded like there was one right next to me and I couldn't see it. What hit? Bitten? Yeah. Okay, well. That's it. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so... Back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Oh. We're probably dead here. That's it. Alright, sorry about that. But yeah. So we are back, and we just needed to rest for a minute. Before we're going back in, we've been making really good progress on getting into the resort. I do apologize about that going a little bit longer than I wanted. Toom was already home, but she was like cleaning up. Sometimes, because of the nature of work, you know, it gets messy. And it's just one of those things that I just started cooking dinner. And, you know, she's taking a nice, long, relaxing shower or whatever. I was like, hey, I gotta go back upstairs, and I can't leave this, you know, food unattended. Yeah, that was all good. Alright, so we should be good. Man, that happens. Alright. I also took a second to adjust the AC, because... Getting a wee bit stuffy in this room. Alright, got you. But I am expecting any day now to actually get in the building. It might take me a day or two to clear the building, because it does look like the kind of building is going to have a lot of little rooms. And especially now with the lighting changes, that could be extra dangerous. Did you have something on your back? Oh, it's a purse. You can keep it. But yeah, the lighting changes. I'm expecting this place to be a pretty scary place to go into. Multiple floors, small rooms, lots of corners I'm not going to be able to see around until we're on top of them kind of thing. So I don't think it'll be like prison bad or anything like that. But I'm expecting it to be a little bit of a sweaty, uncomfortable situation in there. Alright. Just doing a quick weapon juggle while we... Oh, hey. I haven't had a zombie come from that way in a while. Back off, recoup. But yeah. I'm expecting to be a whole thing. Bit more in 2 days? Oh yeah, we'll figure out. Oh no, if you're saying like 2 days to clear the building. Yeah, the thing last night was me getting into the building without skipping any like big groups of zombies or whatever. But yeah, the big thing that's gonna happen is we're probably going to be interrupted in securing the place by the helicopter. Realistically, we're in the window by a day or two now already. Sorry, 2 days, it's an exact amount. We're already 2 days into the window. Okay, so you're saying this newspaper will give me information. Alright. July 16th, 1993. Nox virus spreads through the air. A special message from the Herald. Thank you to all the readers. This is likely the Kentucky Herald's final edition. The virus is in Louisville. Several of us here are running fevers, and there are hundreds of infected in the streets. We wish to thank you all, readers, for being with us throughout these unprecedented times. If you are one of the few immune, you are the steward of a new world, and it's now your duty to carry on the light of humanity and civilization. Even a single candle will cut through the deepest darkness. May God have mercy on the rest of us and our loved ones. A group of infected is photographed by one of our team on the way to our offices Thursday near downtown Louisville. They were able to pass by safely. Congress evacuates the Mount Weather. Virus is already global. Yep. So here you go, like right at the bottom there. That Congress is already evacuating, and they're already reporting that most likely the virus has gone there. Despair grips the nation. World. Handful immune to aerial strain. The CDC has confirmed that the Nox virus spreads rapidly through the air, although a small percentage of people are immune to the aerial variant of the virus. For everyone else, the likelihood of cure or treatment is now close to zero. Help your elderly and vulnerable neighbors. Share food if you have more than you need. Avoid crowds at all costs. As we saw at the boundary, gunfire attracts them. Have a baseball bat or an easy-to-use weapon ready. Don't be afraid to attack them. Once they die and come back, they only want to spread the virus. Oh, and you can have it in a easy-to-read version. Let's see if there's anything else here. So here's the CDC part, here's that part. Yeah, okay, so there's nothing new on that part. Alright. Well, now I'm in a situation where I now want to hoard each and every one of the newspapers so we can get the full set. So we will be keeping that newspaper. The good news is since it could show up, that's not the trunk of my car. Alright, what body did I actually toss that on? There you go. There instead, please. There we go. But yeah, that already answers stuff. What day does Zomboid start? Was it July 1993? Ooh, that is a good question. I feel like it's a couple days earlier than that, later than that? I can't remember. Does anyone know when you start a brand new save if you change nothing? So just hit like Apocalypse and go what day of the year it starts? 0709. Gotcha, so that would have been the newspaper 7 days after the start of the game. Now granted, obviously if you go into Louisville, you would see it's totally overrun by viruses, there's no people there. But you get the idea. They do a little bit of hand waving on that kind of stuff because normally you can't start there. And your likelihood of being able to fight your way into anywhere Louisville in the first week is pretty close to zilch. So they can get away with some of that hand wavy stuff, even though you could argue it's like I could disprove it. Look, I'm at the place. It's not here. Hello, is that a machete you got in your shoulder, friend? What do you got? What do you got there for me? Oh, it's a broken scrap sword. Never mind. That's the reason it wasn't on the top. It was considered the junk category as opposed to the weapon category since it's already broken. Alright. Sounds like one behind me. Alright, looks like we might be able to go into the parking lot now and maybe pop over here to the right and get a rest up there. Or that is a whole rally group up there. Alright, did we aggro the whole thing or just a little bit? I think we got just a little bit. Let's instead go down here. And luckily they're taking their sweet time. I got the weapons from the car. Well, actually, no. So the ratchets I'm using, where I had like 4 or 5 of them, those I've collected from cars over time. We did get a couple of screwdrivers of that from the trunks of cars in that, though. Let's see, does an injury to your weapon hand decrease damage to the zombies? Yes, and a lot. Like if you have an injured right hand or arm, it massively undermines your damage. It's a reason it really sucks to get a right hand injury. Kentucky Herald, July 15th. We'll read that one once we're not in the middle of fighting. I get the last one right here, and then we got a corner to rest in. Okay. Let's make sure we're immediately clear. Cool, we can sit down. Have ourselves a quick little read here. Check upon the news. Alright, so this is the day before that previous one. State debate knocks solutions. Authorities considering radical solutions. The Tennessee legislature voted to provide free firearms for all steady-minded residents. The California Supreme Court is moving to Santa Catalina Island. Both houses of Congress have limited their attendance to 25%. These are just some of the strange scenes as authorities debate what to do about the Knox virus. The debates are centered on the two topics: how to deal with the infected, and where safe zones could be set up to protect uninfected citizens. Suggestions range from quarantine to summary execution of the infected. Let me hit this one so we can actually read that. So image, hundreds of people with the Knox virus mindlessly attacked personnel at the barricades with their hands, overwhelming the military and civilians. Dozens dead, army retreats. The Knox event zone. Dozens of people have been killed as the military boundary south of Louisville has been breached by a crowd of hundreds of people infected with the Knox virus. Despite the shoot-to-kill policy put in place by the authorities, the military was swiftly overwhelmed, and the infected have attacked survivors living in the tents in the boundary camp. The Knox boundary line moving north towards Louisville military pulls back. Communications are sparse as networks struggle with being overwhelmed by demands of civilians trying to, and then it's cut off. The way the radical solutions here. Oh, thank you.
Joy.
I love you.
I love you more.
It looks good.
It does look good.
Let's see, debates, let's see, quarantine to summary execution of the infected. Reports following the Knox boundary breach suggest that the event cancellations up to organizers. Governor accepts federal aid need. And then we just have the picture of, infected breaching the thing. And I know a whole bunch of people are like, it's unrealistic that the military would get overwhelmed. I'm willing to bet one of the previous articles we will find will have the reason why. Like, maybe it was just because of the number of infected, like, among the military as well, that they just didn't have much to throw at the defense kind of thing. Yeah, so, exactly. So the day before they realized the virus was airborne, or at least they reported that's airborne, is when, like, the military found themselves under siege in their, like, the checkpoint at Louisville. And like I said, my assumption what's going to happen here is that they'll probably have some article that'll be along the lines of, the base itself had the Knox virus in it as well. And so, some 70-80% fatality rate among the soldiers just from initial infection. Not even zombies fighting back or whatever. Just literally, they just succumb to the initial disease kind of thing. Would be my guess of how this plays out. I feel like they need to change the texture on that hatchet. It's really hard to see that is in that inventory slot. Like, they either need to put some kind of lighter border around it, make that not transparent, or something to make it so it's not kind of dark on dark. I got you, Secret Squirrel. But imagine all the people who actually know how to use that 50 caliber machine gun and its maintenance and all that ended up being the ones infected. So you got people who are trying to, learn on the go, trying to get that sorted out. Or trying to do that. The hesitancy of shooting at some people who are just desperate people who are infected but not turned yet. And then, the people who actually have turned and all that. I do get people like, oh yeah, well if you had your big old minigun, you could just... Yeah, no, I understand. But also the question goes, in under a week, does the military have a 50 caliber machine gun on hand in place with trained people to use it in the middle of rural Kentucky? And the answer is probably maybe. There's an actual strong maybe that they might actually have that on hand there. But you know. Yeah, no, I grabbed the ice axe. But yeah. I also feel like people overestimate military capabilities. We do have a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff that borders between propaganda to hero worship that makes the military seem like this completely insurmountable force that can handle literally anything thrown at its way, and that no matter what happens, the chain of command will survive, and yada yada yada. And it's like, don't get me wrong, they've got a lot of measures to try and keep that together. But assuming again that you have 60, 70, 80% fatalities right from the get-go, right from the start, you're already looking at a very disorganized situation. You're probably also gonna have a lot of people who, they're not diehard military, it's the way they're paying for college, who are like, F this, I'm out. Is visit a local cat dealership? Front unloader with the cab, zombies no problem. Yeah. They actually do that kind of stuff though in a lot of zombie media, and usually the way it works is just the vehicle gets bogged down by them and the zombies climb up and overwhelm the person, that kind of thing. That's been visited in a lot of zombie media. And then again, applying realism is always a measure. Let's see, considering Fort Knox is not from this area, the military response to something happening in this area would likely be quick and large. Right, but you have to keep in mind, this is under a week. And there would be that fuzziness of, oh, there's a disease, maybe it's bad, all this stuff, and then the virus breaks out of here in under a week. A week is really not long, let alone authorizing the, you know, just basically the direct execution of anyone who even looks remotely sick and all that. Like, the military doesn't just get the green light going, hey, just shoot everybody. Like, there's gonna be back and forth as people are trying to figure out what the expletive is going on. So, it's one of those things I actually feel isn't unreasonable for a lot of zombie lore to actually have the military fail to keep it contained. I mean, look at any quarantine. How many quarantines have actually been successful in history? And the answer is just a hair above none, and it's usually a case where you're in a very isolated area with a very low population of people that are able to keep, like, the 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever, separated out from, like, the other 2,000, 3,000 or whatever. And I'm willing to bet you're also going to have, probably one of the newspapers will go into, you know, people who are getting panicked and all that, being trapped in the exclusion zone, getting into gunfire with the military, because, you know, they're being boxed in and all that. I could see plenty going there. Let's see, the big question is, how long would it take for the government to understand what they're up against? Yeah, like, in our world where we already have the concept of the zombie apocalypse and yada yada yada, even then, I feel like we wouldn't authorize a rash, like, what would be rash considering, hey, open fire on anything that tries to get out within under a week. Like, I don't think that would be a reasonable response, because one, in all realism, the zombie apocalypse is just not a realistic apocalyptic scenario. And then two, even then, like, oh, like, these people are being violent. If there was, like, a rabies outbreak, you're not gonna have the military roll in with the big guns and just start blasting US citizens or wherever this happens, like, overnight. Let's see. After serving, one thing you gotta trust is the U.S. military to really destroy things. If they wanted to kind of take solace in something, the military spending. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. They got the tech. Like you can there's a whole thing in like the one mod where they nuke the place in under a week. Yeah, and this is also 1993. This is you know, not pre-internet. The internet exists in 1993. But 1993 is just when the internet starts to become like a consumer good versus something that's more, you know, government / education / whatever. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. The military actually has the power and all that, but they still depend on authorization and everything. And that's just the gist of it, is the whole thing goes from nothing to the moon in like a week. And then from there it's out of Knox County. There's no point in fighting inside here anymore. Like once the virus has gone out, like trying to hold this area is just folly. Because keep in mind, at that article where it said, hey, the military basically said nope and then backed out of the line, that's the day before. That's like one day before we get the report that basically the virus is a global thing. At which point, the military pulling back isn't like a cowardice, like we can't handle it. It's like, there's no point. Like you've drawn a line in the middle of the sand when the problem is on both sides of the line. Do you remember the move of the Crazies? Nope, I do not. I've never seen it. Let's see, and if 90% of the soldiers become infected, transform, your supply chains collapse, and all weapons and vehicles run out of fuel and ammo in short order. I don't even think they got... Yeah, I don't even think they got to the point that even running out the logistics was a problem. I think the logistics never got set up because things just, you know, escalated so fast. Let's see, during the Nox event, you were playing Age of Empires and living in Oklahoma. You draw a line in the sand, but the problem is the sand. Yeah, you drew a line in the sand and went, oh, wait a second, there's no point. Because that's the thing we got to keep in mind with this entire scenario, is that in theory, we have no idea like what the rate of infection is, but it's something like a 99.9% eradication of humanity or whatever. That if you went to the soldiers and you've got like your local base and it's got, you know, 1,200 people on staff, and you got the entire group suddenly starts developing a fever, and within a matter of 7 days, you're sitting on the skeleton crew of military people who are trying to run communications and hold the line and keep panicked people from doing crazy stuff and doing all that. It's absolutely no surprise that things fell apart rapidly. And we don't know what the rate is. It could be like 80%, you know, 80% rate of infection. It could be 99.999. Not realistically, because then you'd have a base with one person standing there going, oh crap. We also don't know how fast things turned, where, you know, people just started getting sick. They're like, oh man, we've got this really bad situation, and then suddenly what you thought were just sick people suddenly start smashing down the doors and attacking everybody, and just the chaos that ensues. Again, in our world where we have zombie lore, there would be stuff to go in there, but in a real world situation, sorry, in a world where they didn't have the concept of you know, zombie apocalypse, they would spend, like, there'd just be too much lag in figuring out what is going on to contain any of it. You'd survive. Everyone feels like they'd survive. And most of them would probably be wrong. Because statistically speaking, you were just minding your own business and then you got a fever, and then you died. And there was no surviving or fighting or being prepared that could help you. You just got sick, and that was that. Thank you, Eldor, for the 10 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Let's see, only because karma, it's my bad karma that you'd live to deal with all this. I was gonna say it's like, oh, you know, you'd make it because karma, because you've been good. I'm like, I was like, one, I hate to break it to you. Well, you know, karma can give you the good feels. I don't personally buy into the idea that, like, you are predestined to get, like, good things if you're good or bad things if you're bad, because there's plenty of evidence to the contrary. I still think people should be good and all that by default, and I generally feel like, by and large, people try to be. But yeah. Honestly, just falling sick and then dying? Oh no, I agree. We've talked about, it's like, this character right now has killed almost 11,000 people that look like their family and friends and all that. You are not doing okay after that. I don't care how much training you have. You are going home and becoming a non-functional person for at least a while you try to come to grips with what your existence is. Alright, so we got our planks. Mainly a bunch of handles. Your people would pay a premium for that kind of therapy? Getting to murder people? You're probably not wrong. And those are the people who should absolutely not be given any of that. Let's see, going by pre-V42 event timeline, they had on Twitter, the airborne infection was upwards of 95%. Oh, is that like, do they have like a story for the Nox virus so far as like in-game? In hindsight, should have made those medium handles. Because we actually got a bunch of head of axes and all that, we can put on some medium handles for hatchets. There's some of the story? Gotcha. Hey, Suey! Good to see you. I got to check out most of your VOD the other day for the whole big event with Burke Black. It was... I very much appreciated the entire storyline and how you got to be captain. I love so much, it's like, no, she needs to be captain because she is too innocent to do anything awful to the rest of us. She is just the kindest little being here. And just people rallied behind making you captain so fast. I did see that there was like one other group who was really trying to get the captain thing happening and got like not even off the floor. Alright, let's never use the name Alex Jones ever in chat. I will be adding that to the list of names I don't want. Because, seriously, conspiracy people, come on, man. Like, I missed the context of that one, you might be making fun of him or whatever. But yeah. You're so excited for the next event. Already got a RP character in mind. Yeah, and I hope I can get to the next one. Like this one, I just had so much going on, I didn't end up applying. Like it looked like a lot of fun. Oh, I'll drop that chunk of flint there. Yeah, no, but it's I actually have a lot of like politicians' names and all that, and the on the mod list. It's nowhere near exhaustive, but that just automatically just says nope to it. Make sure forward link you. I appreciate that. Man, I do deliberately try and because you want to hear about zombies AMR kick butt, yeah. You been inspired to a 16-time pop run? Let me know what you think. 16 times pop runs are definitely one of those things that I know a number of people who start them and go, why would you do this to yourself? This is terrible. I hate it. I'm like, yep. I know I've had a couple of regulars who have given it a try and did it for a little while and be like, man, I am never doing that again. It's like, yep. It's an experience. As a heads up, if your character runs into yours, I mean nothing. I say it's RP. Oh yeah, no, that's I am well aware of how all that works. I did GTRP before I started streaming. And there was definitely times that I screwed with people who were among my friends on the server, like actual friends. But in character situation wise, you know, just one of those things. I think people need to start doing incremental increases. You mean the populations? Ooh, hey, that one popped out of trees. I don't really think that's necessary. I went from... Ooh, let me see if I can remember back. I think I literally went from Apocalypse settings to I think I did some CDDA, which is around high pop, to straight on 16. I think that's how I went about it. Because I kind of learned with the CDDA thing, I actually really liked how the pacing was so different with the higher population. And I'm like, alright, well, let's take this to the natural extreme. Because I'd already reached the point where I kind of realized that Project Zomboid was a game that the beginning was the best part. And what are the numbers for high pop? And insane, I think... Is it 3 and 4 times starting? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't messed with them for absolutely ever, so I have no idea off the top of my head where high and insane are. I know people tell me every so often, and then I promptly forget it because I don't mess with it, so it doesn't stick in my head. I know one of them is 4 times pop. Okay, so we got more cover from here. Let's see, in that case, maybe when the next patch hits, you'll retire your Apocalypse character and start CDDA run. Yeah, CDDA is fun. The thing to keep in mind is CDDA does have respawns turned on, and I want to say they are higher than normal rate of respawns. And really, the big thing about CDDA is just surviving, like, the first in-game week or so. Like, once you get over that first hill, it's kind of starts getting easy breezy kind of thing. It is, like, as far as challenge goes, I'd actually give it a fairly intermediate rating. It's just, it opens the door at maximum threat intermediate, so it's front-loaded difficulty. But it's once you get past the cold. Once you get past the cold, the CDDA gets way easier. That's kind of the first major milestone, is just ditching the cold. Let's see. You should totally skim through the rest of the VOD though. There's a pretty hilarious one. Oh no, I watched. Like, you had your buddy you called. He told you to yell Marco or whatever. I saw you become captain. I saw like the huge effort to try and save everyone with the with fishing, and that you could tell it was like Burke was trying to, or whoever the mods or admins were trying to make it not quite as safe to get food, that they kept spawning zombies on you by the edge of the ship. Not like you were doing anything wrong, but they're trying to do something to just not let you solve the problem without at least some resistance. There's a moment where someone tried to kill you. Yeah, that was, didn't they run you over with a car? No, the gun? Oh yeah, and was it Smashley was doing the surgery and removing the bullet, and you were just, like, you spent like the next 5 minutes as everything's going around, like, whimpering like an actual person would. You know, you've just had someone like rip a bullet out of you without any type of painkillers. And so you're just sitting there going, It's like, yep, that's reasonable. Yeah, there's a lot of good clips from a lot of good people on that one, too. Apparently they turned fishing way down for, like, the next event or for that event. Maybe. I didn't check what the month in game was, if it was winter or summer. It was probably summer. Yeah. Yeah, no, that would make sense. So they probably turned it down to, like, the winter rate. Yeah, because to me it looked like about the rate I'd expect out of running in the winter. Which, you know, with the fishing pull was very doable. As you saw, you pulled up a couple of pike and everything. The spear fishing trying to find success, that is rough. Yeah, so the scream is what's known as a meta event. It's the exact same as the gunshot in the distance. Where what it does is it effectively plays a sound in a direction, drawing the zombies in that direction. Now, just to be clear, it is not the direction the sound sounds like it comes from. Don't trust the direction that the sound sounds like it comes from when trying to decide, oh, I need to worry about zombies over there because of the meta event. Don't trust it. It's just a sound that plays off to the side. They can go literally any direction. Don't do this to me. I'm trying to get back it off again. We'll drop that pistol in the car after we rest for a minute. Because that'll be another gun. Oh, actually, you know what I ought to do? I ought to just eject the magazine and skip the gun. Because they're the same gun we keep finding. Surprised they didn't actually follow me this far, but it is super duper foggy. Does this one inspire you to craft stone weapons? Is there no stone hatchet? Oh no, so there's no stone hatchet, but there is a stone axe. The stone axe seems to loosely imply it's somewhere in between. Yeah, so those are all, the 9mm pistol. Which it makes sense, since I've been pulling almost all of those off of the police air. You know, that's probably just what would be considered, like, the standard issue for Knox County. I don't have a clue if at all that's accurate, like, real world. It doesn't matter. But within the world of Project Zomboid, it makes sense that the police would mostly carry the same type of firearm. You know, whatever they were issued kind of thing. You gain like half shoes? Yeah, that's pretty normal on lower abundancy. So you get like a really good amount of levels in. Honestly, you just pulling up pike was impressive. And considering how... So very clearly they cranked up the rate your character got hungry and thirsty. Because I noticed everyone's characters were perpetually hungry and thirsty. And they had a ton of mods because I saw people doing tons of cannibalism. Even people who are supposedly on the up and up were also, you know, doing that. They also had a mod that, my understanding, to make depression also fatal, that your character would just die from depression. I still think my favorite one clip I saw was Undead Baron. So Undead Baron's group were like openly cannibalistic on that server. Like, very much so. And I don't know who the second person was, but someone else was doing audio to Undead Baron. It may have been one of the mods, it may have been Burke himself or whatever, was basically doing the Dark Urges kind of voice. So Undead Baron's like, I don't know, who should I help? Voice, what should I do? He's like, you need to survive. But it was someone else was doing the voice that was like, again, Burke or a mod or whatever. You know, just kind of rolling with what Undead Baron was to be the voice in Undead Baron's head. And it was fantastic. I think he did it once or twice. But it was way fantastic. Let's see, you also don't have a way of testing people if they... Let's see. You also don't have a way of peaceful testing even if it's a rainwire? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, like, people like, things caving in the zombie apocalypse, Product Zomboid style. There's the airborne variant. They wouldn't come to realize that the water was unsafe too for a little while, because, like, why would the water be unsafe? You wouldn't realize that scratches and all that was also, you know, extremely dangerous. Considering the Nox virus, from release to basically society starting to crumble, is like just over a week. There would be no time to mount any type of, like, meaningful anything against it. But that's the way most zombie apocalypse lore goes, is the virus just spreads so fast, so aggressively. You know, the only real defenses people end up having is you have, like, little military factions that break out that just immediately, like, nope, we're shooting anything that comes near us, don't care. And that's about the only ones you find surviving. There's, like, completely ruthless, ignore chain of command, just go straight up homicidal on anyone nearby. And usually that's more depicted as whoever runs those factions or, like, whatever leader basically using it as a chance to power grab. More so than they're actually trying to do anything decent or right most of the time. Different zombie apocalypse lores have different things. Alright. Let's get back out here. Because we're getting way exerted. And way strained, because unfortunately, axes do... Even the hatchet, which is a relatively efficient for an axe, is still pretty brutal on the endurance. Yeah, well, that's the thing. In the real world, if we don't have this airborne variant that just immediately overtakes the planet, which is also unrealistic in its own right, like, even if it's like a cold kind of thing that then you rise from the dead, even though that's completely basically impossible, but ignoring the impossibility that, you know, kind of going, never mind, it's okay, because reasons. Outside the airborne variant, the virus's ability to spread through scratches and bites is actually a very, very slow transmission vector. Like, if you look at rabies by comparison, rabies doesn't typically just, like, whip through a population at a very high speed. It's actually a virus that takes a while. One of the few reasons why rabies does actually manage to survive and stick around is an animal can be infected with it a pretty long time before, you know, before it actually does succumb to the virus. But yeah. Versus, like, you know, zombie lore usually has the person getting infected and they die very quickly. Like, within hours to days kind of thing. Even that varies, because you got, like, The Walking Dead where literally everyone has the virus to start. And then it's just, you know, bites happen to be fatal. So, like, it doesn't matter how a person dies, they get back up. So even if you put yourself in a bubble in a small room where both you and the other person were never exposed and yada yada yada. But that's kind of the thing. For an airborne variant to whip around and do that kind of damage, you have to be way, way, way more ridiculous. Honestly, while it's a game and doesn't truly accurately reflect things, if you ever play the game Plague Inc., it kind of gives you a good feel for, even if you're trying to go out of your way to make, like, the most infectious virus possible, that it still just takes time to spread. Now granted, Plague Inc. has the whole weird thing that people never develop immunity or anything like that because video games, which is a factor to go into it. But that gives you an idea that even a truly nasty thing that gets out there usually can't spread that fast. Like, don't get me wrong, it can get global, you know, in what wouldn't feel like a super long time. But the way most zombie apocalypse stuff goes, usually it's the virus shows up, and in under a month, suddenly the entire world is infected, except for, like, again, those little pockets of, like, the military on the island that just straight up goes, nope, closed. Realistically, militaries would fall and crumble so fast? Yeah, but I mean, that boils down to, realistically, it wouldn't just have the fatality ratings as depicted in zombie media. You wouldn't be likely to have suddenly, you know, 80% of your military dies all at the same time because they got infected. Not from, like, the viruses biting and scratching, but, like, airborne variants or whatever. Like, the bites and scratches, you know, would just take time. But, I mean, zombie apocalypse, even ignoring all that, you've already got to put a pretty significant level of suspension of disbelief. Freaking Greenland, man. Almost country hard to get infected. Yeah, it was Greenland and Madagascar in Plague Inc. That they had only a port to access them. That was the only way to reach them. No plane. And so it was real hard to infect them a lot of times. You have a theory that the Walking Dead virus is a combo where everyone is a mild version and a more virulent strain? Yeah, that could be. Like, the zombie injuries give you the real... well, I mean, no, because, like, literally everyone comes back as a zombie, so that wouldn't really work. But yeah, it's whatever. It's fiction. Like, don't get me wrong, there are absolutely viruses that get into your body, and they live there, and your body does nothing about it, and it just kind of ignores it, and that the virus effectively doesn't do anything. Like, to such a point that you are born and your body actually does produce certain, like, when I say virus, I'm talking about any type of infection, but, like, will produce bacteria that doesn't do anything to or against you. It's just kind of there, but it's just written into our DNA at this point that it gets produced. We also do produce like bacteria that's good for us, because ultimately, when you look at like what animals are and all that, it is just kind of a whole bunch of different collection of organs that are, to their own extent, their own organisms that all just operate as like one collective system. That it's been beneficial for them over history to, you know, basically all be together, and then they've gotten to specializing in a purpose for the collective system. Let's see, I think it's comical that the zombie virus, everyone already has it. Being bitten kills you because the zombies have got gross, nasty teeth. Well, the assumption would be that you have, like, being bitten, that there's all sorts of, all sorts of stuff in there. Like, Komodo dragons, for example, if I remember correctly, they're not technically venomous. They don't have poison. They just got some real gnarly bacteria that is just bad news bear in a big way. But it's not like a necrotic venom or anything else like spiders have, or it's not, you know, the, I forget the word for it, where ones attack your nervous system like wasps and bees have. Let's see. Also, why as the hero does not get infected, he is fully covered with infected zombies' blood. Yeah. So, like, The Walking Dead does that kind of thing where you see the person and like hit someone with an axe and they'll get like a little bit of splashback of blood in their mouth or whatever, and then they become infected. And stuff like that occurs. But yeah, Product Zomboid, you are not killing tens of thousands of zombies and not getting something exposed. Because we've already demonstrated that fluid transmission is a thing. They could argue viral load, but considering it's 100% fatal if you get the virus. Makes the viral load consideration way less plausible. I need to not be fighting. We're getting right about the point of high exertion. I'm just hoping I can rest in this corner real fast. There we go. I need to be backing out of here, but I'd like to rest before we do, in case I do get into a fight. Which is likely. We got at least 2 or 3 zombies running it back and forth up here. I think I'm far enough up here, they're they're struggling to figure out their pathing. Alright, so gotta keep in mind we still have really, really high muscle strain. Never mind, we're at medium muscle strain. Minor, whatever. So that's low enough, I should be able to just knock out a couple zombies here and there to getting out of here. So I don't push my luck. We just walk to our vehicle and get back out. So kill counts are starting to get a little bit lower, partially because I'm not getting as many zombies consistently, like I'm getting little patchworks here and there, which makes the rest fighting back and forth a little less consistent. Good and bad there. Okay. Neurotoxin. Thank you. That's the one. Bees and wasps have a neurotoxin for a venom. But yeah, like Komodo dragons, it's just straight up bacteria. They just got some real nasty bacteria in their saliva. So they basically bite you and give you an extreme infection. Is corpse sickness off? No, corpse sickness is on. Most of the time, it's just not that big a deal. I haven't seen, in build 42, I found that the corpse sickness is very inconsistent, where like sometimes I'll have it seem it builds up relatively quickly, and other times it just, I spend all day fighting on it and just no real impact. They don't really know what's going on with that. It's really scary, prions? Yeah. So Komodo dragons are weaponizing bad hygiene? I mean, you can argue that, but it's totally fine to the Komodo dragons. And it's mostly their saliva. This might surprise you. There's not many animals who brush their teeth. Or otherwise perform any form of, like, dental hygiene. Humans are one of the few animals that genuinely have to worry a lot about dental stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, all animals can get, like, chip a tooth, crack a tooth, deal with that kind of stuff, maybe have other not-so-great things happen. But we survive much longer than we would outside of the situation we're normally in. You know your turtle liked using the toothbrush? Yeah. Well, there is stuff, like, some animals they'll do, like, get the dog treats that effectively clear stuff off their teeth. Of course, that's on their shell. Yeah, but that wouldn't be dental hygiene. Yeah, it's exactly as Inkindul saying. It's just they have a bacteria that means nothing to them. It happens to work really well. So, like I said, that organisms in a lot of ways are effectively a symbiotic relationship between a whole bunch of individual, like, tiny organisms that then collectively make one larger system. But yeah, so it's the same thing that, like, however they developed a bacteria that they naturally get that is real bad for a whole lot of other animals, but they're pretty, pretty chill with it kind of thing. Yeah, they prefer eating decayed meat, so it's just the bacteria infection and very quickly starts breaking things down. But it's basically like a very, very aggressive bacterial infection you get. Like, very aggressive. And in the real world, bacterial infections can be heckin' scary. So why don't you use a round of exercise for passing the time yet? 1, to avoid the pain, and 2, because I'm really lazy and I don't want to take the time to, like, put down the backpack, put the tent back on, and all that kind of stuff. And so it's a thing. And plus the XP you get for it is not that significant, so I'm not super worried about it. Like, if we look at the rate I'm gaining my fitness and strength, we are about to hit 5 fitness and everything already. And we're 4 months in. So I could certainly be more along. It's something that I'll probably do more of once we're in an area where I can keep the lights on and all that. Alright, so I've already got a really big pile of knives and all that, so I'm not going to fuss with anything there. Pretty soon I'm going to be switching off of eating butter again, whether I like it or not, because we have that. Oh, right, that's an extra thing of caffeine pills, isn't it? So let's chuck the extra thing of caffeine pills into that thing. Let's see, Komodo dragons share their food, so after mom eats, the babies eating off the same meat, getting on their teeth. Yeah. Yeah, no, flesh-eating bacteria. That's the reason you got to be careful in Florida part of the year. There's times of the year that we'll actually have bacteria that gets into our water, like the freshwater areas. That some of the bacteria you get in there is pretty nasty stuff. It's one of the reasons why if you're swimming in a lot of that water, they highly, highly, highly recommend that you oh, let's just forward for a minute. They highly recommend there's disinfectant you can get. Did I actually start the car or not? Give me that. They highly recommend. They'll usually have, it's like a pink goop, but it's like this antibacterial stuff that they suggest after you get out of the water and you're done, you put it in your ears. It's really unpleasant to do. It's not a big deal. It's just kind of like, it's just kind of just thinking like, yep, that's gross. But it is because you get some bacteria in the water here that can be real dangerous stuff. The odds you've ended up with that bacteria are pretty low, but it's one of those things that, you know, you get it, it's literally flesh-eating bacteria. And on the scale of things that are dangerous versus sound dangerous, it's solidly in the is dangerous and sounds dangerous category. Versus a lot of stuff you hear about and doing that. Secret Squirrel, you don't need to be like, I'd catch that, I'd do this to every single thing, man. Alright, let's take a quick peek here. Did I have any axe heads in the car? I don't think we did. Okay. Because I believe I've got a handful of axe heads and hammer heads in here, which is why I made the medium handles. so that I can potentially, you know, shove the axe head back on a medium handle and get myself new axes. But waiting till we know the news on the helicopter. Let's shove those in there, just so I'm not carrying them if they don't get used. We can make 2 hatchets. I'll probably need to sharpen those. Okay, so I was able to make 2 hatchets. I didn't have anything else to put there. That's fine. So leave that alone. And in the meantime, we can go ahead and sharpen all of our stuff. Wait for the opportunity to listen for the helicopter. Okay, so that's the only one we had to sharpen. Cool, so I got 2 hatchets that are about half durability. Have we munched any basement rats? Nah, haven't had a need to. So they're safe for now. But someday... I'm gonna go walk here for just a minute while we wait for the helicopter. Will the helicopter alert? And the only reason we're waiting versus going right down is just, if we go to the helicopter, I go one way. If we don't have the helicopter, I go a completely different way. That's kind of the opposite direction. So it is one of those things that I don't want to go, like if I go all the way down here and work my way over only to hear it's a helicopter, and I gotta backtrack out here, and I risk drawing the zombies right here if the helicopter happens immediately. And I'd much rather not run into that situation if I can help it. And I think for the purposes... Oh, hey, zombie, chilling right here by my house. Or by the gas station. Good job, friend. You probably waited a long time and traveled a long way just to try and make your move. Oh, we got a lemon. Cool. What build you currently use for this character? A build of self-sabotage. A build of highly unrecommended. A build of suffering and pain. A build of sadness and tears and slow progress. A build I recommend to no one who has a pulse and/or has breathed and/or drinks water. And I am counting anything that contains water as qualifying as drinking water. So yes, your sodas and your juice and everything else count. If you didn't catch the drift, it's a bad build. See Moodle. Yes, see Moodle for reference. But yeah, no, it's basically 0 strength, 0 fitness. We start a character where all of these skills are completely empty. Not a single one here, not 1 point in strength or anything. No weapon skills, no nimble, no literally anything. And I do take a whole lot of positive traits outside of that. But you gotta understand that zero strength, 0 fitness, and all that stuff on the start, pretty rough. Pretty rough. It is not something I recommend, even if you're like, min-maxer. It's like, no. This is just not recommended, the build. We'll just leave those there for right now. Alright. You should do the next 5 months doing no fighting, just leveling pottery. If I can't max out pottery in 5 months, that'd be pretty bad. I mean, actually, I could see that if I couldn't find the clay. But assuming I'm doing any meaningful... Alright, looks like we're in the clear, actually. Assuming we're doing any meaningful amount of pottery, and it takes me 5 months, a lot has gone wrong. Yeah, no, very genuinely, we are going to end up, if we're going to restore this resort down here, we are going to be putting a lot of time into the different trade skills. Like, I'm going to need to do some glass working, I'm going to need to do some carpentry. We're going to definitely need to do a lot of different things. I will also work on the time to, you know, set up the blacksmith, do all that kind of stuff. Like, we're not going to do just that. We are going to go back and forth on things and be like, okay, work on this for a while. Realistically, to fix this thing, I'm going to need to go find a crowbar and start locating windows I could potentially put into my building. So let's, you know, push towards town and try to find, like, the whole thing. What is the meta for build 42? Ah, that's easy. Whatever weapon you have available. That is the meta. You will never find a better weapon than the weapon you currently have. Until you find a better weapon, and then it's the better weapon. No idea. You gotta keep in mind with build 42 being the unstable branch, a lot of the stats and a lot of how things interact are going to change a lot. So, trying to figure out what the meta is right now, probably a bit of a waste of time. Is that a sword? No, it was a meat cleaver. Yeah, so it's like, it's one of those things that there isn't really a strong, distinct meta right now. Also, keep in mind, in Project Zomboid, it's never been a game that has what I would refer to as a hard meta. It is a game that has a soft meta, in that, like, last build 41, Spear was arguably the soft meta. But it is one of those things that, like, if you compare the Spear to, like, hunting knives, or you compare it with a lot of them, the difference between one of those, like, the meta and the not meta, is a fairly small gap between the two of them. So it's not a thing to be like, oh, I need to get this. This is the strong one. Alright, let's make sure we didn't have anything tailing us, and then we'll go in and get back to clearing the resort. Not seeing any, so we'll turn back and go back to fighting. The good news is these bodies should start disappearing. I mean, they are disappearing, but I mean, like, actually be clear disappearing. Yeah, this is just the last 9 days. Lots of visual noise, I'm going slowly. It's real easy to miss one living zombie just standing, like, right on top of the corpses. I've lost a lot of characters over the years to that. But the intention is for this to be our base. And you might be going, oh, really? Is this an amazing base? Probably not. But, you know, everyone needs an objective, and I decided our person who we are not sure if they are a police officer, or just someone who happened to be at the police department. Ooh, machete. At the police department at the time things went down, and, you know, went ahead and grabbed police uniform and was like, yo, I'm a police officer. And, you know, may or may not actually be one. That's up for interpretation. We do know we did elect ourselves chief of police of the county. Yes, I am well aware of the fact that there is no such thing as a chief of police of a county. That would be the sheriff. But Gene doesn't care. What are you going to do to stop Gene? Chief of police of the county. No. Yeah, so anytime you're looking at anything above, like, 3 or 4 times pop, the person's gonna have respawns turned off. Unless they haven't learned that they need to have respawns turned off at those populations. You start getting into the realm that you can't even theoretically kill the zombies faster than they respawn when you start getting to higher populations with respawn on. Unless you do some real big adjustments to respawn, like making the respawns only like 1% over a period of time or longer between them or stuff like that. But generally you're going to find very few people playing on any type of high-ish pop and having respawns on. Like, like I said, it'll genuinely usually be people who they hear about 16 times pop and they're like, cool, I want to do that, and they just kind of miss that important detail. Yeah, as people are saying, the estimated number of zombies based on Mr. Lamprey and a few others have all repeated the same kind of test and all came up with pretty consistent results that there's about 2.5 million zombies on the map at 16 times population. The current world record, by a very, very, very large margin, for the highest kill count pop ever streamed and all that, is about 954,000. That one run took over a year and a half. Like, and that's playing full time. Took about a year and a half. And that's real life year, not in-game year. Playing over 40 hours a week pretty much every week, and usually well over. So, the 2.5 million, not happening. Come on, Muscle Strain. Get out of here. I forgot to fill up my water. Is already going for the Build 42 record? Yep. I mean, Mr. Lamprey is very much a product Zomboid streamer. Does play it almost exclusively. And that's not good, bad, or otherwise. You know, some people play one game for their channel, some people play variety. There's pros and cons with each approach, and yada yada. So does play product Zomboid not quite exclusively on the channel. Every once in a while we'll dabble in something else. But very, very heavily plays product Zomboid. And so yeah, it makes sense for him to push for all that stuff. Have you found a good way to work on metalworking yet? No, I haven't done much metalworking at all in Build 42. Because I'm doing ridiculous try-hard, sweaty challenge settings, there is a lot of mechanics in Build 42 I've just not had the opportunity to mess with. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we don't have zombies chill in the parking lot first. That's been kind of the approach here, is keep the parking lot clear, and then go into the building. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, it gives me a place I can fight the zombies and not have to worry about stuff. And then two, as we make noise out here, we pull the zombies out of the building, and that's less of me having to run around inside the building to deal with the zombies, which is always a bit of a mess. And then plus, that's 2 whole rally groups. If I would have been inside the building and they just start pouring in the window, it's a good way for you to suddenly get yourself cornered and dead. Just a pen. All right. Let's see. They're all saying the answer to have you found X thing is almost always no. Yeah. No, sometimes we get lucky. Like, we got the generators. There's actually a generator set up and connected to this building already. I picked it up and drew it here already, and it's a really good one. It is turned off, because when I turned it on, I recognized that there was 5 industrial strength coolers attached to where it was at. And I'm like, oh my god, that means I have to refill this thing more than, like, 2 full refills a day just to run it. Like, not even doing anything additional. Just keeping that thing on is going to be 2 full refills of gas per day. It's like, alright, hold up, I'm not doing that. So, we're going to be going in there, and once it's time to actually go into the building, like, make it home. I'm going to need to figure out where all those freezers are, and I'm going to be taking, like, half of them, more than half, I'm going to be taking all but, like, one of them offline. Because I'd much rather just deal with food over... Hey, buddy, bring that hatchet back here. Hey, Bob? Carl? Tom? There you... was it Carl or Tom? Oh, that's not a hatchet. Oh, it's a metal knife. You know what? I'll take that too. I'll have places to be. Not here. Alright. Yeah, so I am hoping relatively soon to thin out the zombies enough in this area that I will be able to, you know, just chuck a tent down in the parking lot and be relatively safe doing it. Right now, if I do, it's almost a near certainty the zombies will spot me, walk around, and destroy the tent, which I'll probably survive, because it's actually pretty easy to get away from the zombies if they catch you in the sleep if you're out in the open. But then I would lose my tent, and I'd be pretty upset about that. How long does it typically take to get guns? If you know where to find them, and you're not playing on sweaty tryhard settings, you could probably have a gun within your first hour or two of playing the game in a round. Unless you manage to spawn somewhere like particularly out of the way from a gun place. But a lot of towns do have at least one place in the town, if not nearby, that you can manage to grab guns. You could also just get lucky and the first zombie you see happens to be a police officer with a shotgun or a pistol. That said, unless you're playing in really low zombie populations or like really crank up the gun loot, don't expect to be playing around guns like your main weapon. To get there, you're practically mod territory already. Product Zomboid, they absolutely allow you to use guns and are very, very effective. But you're not expected to be able to just run around killing all zombies with guns. At least not long term. Guns are a pretty limited thing in the game. It's just the same thing with stuff like katanas and machetes and all that. They're a pretty limited quantity thing. And yes, that is not realistic for Kentucky. It is a game balance decision, and that is A-okay. If you do want guns, there's a mod called Breedus. It does let you go and get really over the top on your gunplay. I don't believe it has been updated for build 42. I imagine it probably won't for a while, because that's definitely one of those mods because of how much stuff it's got going on. I could see that one taking a pretty long while to get brought up. Did you crank up guns? Yeah, you can play that way if you want, but usually even then, you just kind of get like one quick surge of guns early on. And they don't tend to last. But you need to be on relatively low zombie populations for that, too. Oh, hey. That guy there also has a knife for me. Give me that. It's just basically the point is you go through the ammo really fast. So if you don't have, like, cartoonishly high amounts of ammunition, it just does not last that long. Oh, I thought you were dead. And cartoonishly high for Project Zomboid. You know, in real life, it's not unreasonable for someone who actually is a gun collector to have at least like a couple thousand rounds in their home or whatever, or in their garage or whatever. He was waiting for a John Wick mod that adds gun fu. The only problem with that is gun fu. If you remember from like those movies and all that, the whole idea with gun fu was for fighting another person using a gun to minimize the amount of time you spend in the line of sight of said gun, which would only work in a situation you are fighting zombies who happen to have guns. which, you know, they don't use it, so it serves no purpose. You can just shoot the zombie. Otherwise, you're just pistol whipping a zombie. Yeah, no, it's fun for the movies. And there probably is a mod that, you know, changes it so instead of shoving a zombie when you are up close or out of ammo with the gun, that instead you pistol whip them, but like has a whole animation. I wouldn't be surprised. It'll probably be a super buggy mod too. A lot of the animation mods that have been around for a long time and have been worked on forever tend to be pretty dodgy. Yeah, there's mods that add bayonets to guns. That's already a thing. I don't know about Build 42, but in Build 41. But I believe it was an intentional design decision that you wouldn't just use the gun as a club. They kind of wanted you to... Like, there's a reason why guns in the game are also extremely cumbersome. Like, all of those are game balance and design decisions. I think they want you to be able to use guns to fight the zombies, but not as, like, your main go-to. Like, I think it is intentionally you are expected to melee fight most of the time. Yeah, the bow. Yeah, no, we've been talking about the bow a lot, because that's something they have said they are bringing to the game. You'll be able to make bows and arrows and all that stuff. Thank you for the follow. Or, sorry, not the follow. Welcome, Bentley. That is an entirely different situation going on. Brain and autopilot. Yeah, and that's absolutely a thing that the bows are coming. I suspect that the bows, it's going to likely be that the ammo is the limiter on it. The ammo will be just, hey, fitness 5, let's go. That it will be a so where did the zombie over here? Well, you're not supposed to be back there. That it will likely be either A, the crafting of the ammo is a little bit of a pain, which I don't think would be the best thing in the world if that was the case. And B, I expect the ammo to be particularly cumbersome. I like the idea of you can have on your back the backpack or a quiver. And that the idea would be the quiver could only take arrows, but would have a massive reduction to the encumbrance of the arrows. Thereby, at the beginning of the day, you kind of have to make that choice. Am I going out for a day of using the bow to fight, or am I going out a day of looting? And you really can't kind of choose both. And you can certainly drive your car, keep a quiver or two of arrows in the car, pop out, kill a rally group or two of zombies, put them back, then grab the backpack and do that, if you're prepared that much, which is fine. But I think that would be pretty solid. Is he dealing hundreds of thousands of zombies? Takes days to break them all. Give us ranged. Yeah, I still think the intention is when it comes to fighting zombies that you will still be mostly meleeing the zombies, even when the bow's added. I think the bow will be more around like doing a little bit of hunting, picking off one or two little rally groups, and that kind of stuff. And then, you know, you would need to back off kind of thing, because you just wouldn't have the arrows. I believe they want it so you have to put yourself in a decent amount of danger to fight the zombies, that you can't, you know, safely get rid of them. It's the reason why we don't have traps. Yeah, they already nerfed the rocks, and I would not be surprised if the tree branch gets a nerf as well. When you have a weapon that is literally you picked up a stick and it's better than the thing you make the stick into, that's clearly not an intended design thing. And also, don't trust Reddit. Reddit still is convinced to this day that you can survive a bite. That post comes up pretty routinely people talking about surviving bites, and it's like, it's not a thing. Not unless you're modding or you're changing your settings. We haven't messed with the blacksmithy later. I'll probably start collecting the metal stuff once it starts having a value. Your girlfriend bit you? You survived? In Product Zomboid. Alright. Got a couple more zombies over here. We're making a good bit of ruckus all around the outside of this building. So hopefully when we get inside it won't be that many zombies. We got a couple more over there and over here. All right. A couple more over here. Pretty soon we need to back out. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 40 stream trick. I really do appreciate that. Carhard to bring them out. I probably won't hear, not right away at least, just because of all the woods around the area. The car horn has a really big radius. More than likely, I'll go inside the building and start yelling a lot. And I'll keep doing that until we stop really having anything pop out. I'll do all my self-care in a minute. How are we doing on endurance? Alright, so we're just in exerted. Only mild muscle strain, so this will be fine. We'll kill this group, and then it's probably time to go back to our car. Alright, let's get back to our car. We're pushing a lot of things farther than we probably should be. Do you want a moodle? You got them all. Hey, that's not true. We're not drunk. Yet. I don't have a cold. Yet. But yeah, no, it's, we're definitely stacking some pretty bad moodles. Oh, hey, a natural queasy. So we actually did get some corpse sickness going on. Considering it was standing on corpses and not leaving them for like entire days, I really am surprised that it feels like something's going on with the corpse sickness, because I definitely keep hearing people who's like, oh man, corpse sickness is killing me almost instantly, and I'm like, what are you talking about, man? I am annihilating mountains of bodies, and only once in a while I'm getting just a little bit of corpse sickness. Which I believe the people. It's just, there's some variable we're missing that some people, the corpse sickness seems to be building up real fast, and some people, it's not as much. I do wonder if it's people taking prone to illness. Hey, you can keep that sapling. I'll be back here again for maybe tomorrow. Gene is having a bad day, even relative to his usual. His expectations were low, and they yet went unmet. Because they're probably doing something super like sleeping in area on the corpses. I mean, it's entirely possible that they end up going to sleep near enough to corpses and it doesn't start with the moodle being like, hey, it stinks. Sure. I have had a number of people say it, though, that I wouldn't anticipate are sleeping in range where they get the moodle saying it stinks. So it wouldn't surprise me if there is something like prone to illness, is like really, really rough with it or something, or some trait is having a little weird side effect or whatever. Because you always remember the helicopter popping by, and then you started clearing the guns unlimited. That's gonna be a core memory for you in Project Zomboid. I will never forget. Oh, it was something long. Was it like Prapper Long or something like that? It was one of my really early attempts at like a really high pop run or whatever. And I chose 16 times pop, and this is before Louisville exists. And I went. One second, I gotta deal with the water real fast. And I went, there is a warehouse just south of where Louisville would be added. And is a very, very high pop area, even before Louisville was added. And that was when I did very high pops with respawn turned on before I knew any better. And it was literally wake up. I had to do the desperation play of sledgehammering the stairs. It's one of the only runs I've ever done that. Because I don't like doing those kind of mechanics where it's just you've got a safe spot. But it's one of those things, it was so desperate of a situation that I had to sledgehammer the stairs just to survive each night. And so I'd climb down, and I would fight, and I had like the warehouse parking lot, and I'd fight just enough to get up to the corner, and I could forage. And that was the old foraging where you just right-clicked on the ground, said forage, and your character would just start doing this kind of animation in the dirt. And it'd give you a couple of things, and it'd be like, okay, there's nothing left here. And you go like 5-10 tiles aside, and you do it again. And I get just enough to not die from hunger each day. I can't remember how I was dealing with water looking back at it now. I don't think I was getting to the river to sip from the water there. And I know water got turned off and there was like one sink in the place. Oh, I had got a bunch of cooking pots and I was up on the roof and I was burning stuff to boil my water on the roof. That's right. So I was, waiting for rain and then boiling the water and then doing that. But that run, I couldn't get any headway. Like I was actively losing headway because of the respawns. Because I didn't realize, we did the math at one point, it was something like 600-700 zombies were respawning in the nearby area, roughly, every single day, and I wasn't able to kill that many. And that was back when that warehouse had tools, as opposed to now I believe that warehouse is... No, actually, that warehouse might still be tools. But the point was, I was slowly depleting an entire warehouse worth of weapons, and I was coming to the realization I was just losing weight, and I just wasn't able to break away from what was going on long enough to deal with anything. And it's like, I'm going to, like, even if I manage to keep the fight going, I'm just gonna die here of malnutrition. Like, I have to make a play of some kind. So I ended up we had a car I had keys for that I'd found during all this fighting in the parking lot, and just grabbed the car, drove out of there. And we drove around a good chunk of the map, just kind of wandering around aimlessly, trying to figure out where we wanted to go when it came to the realization that anywhere high pop with the respawns is just not going to happen. And so people wanted to see me, like, kind of do some, like, base building sort of stuff in, like, a cabin in the woods or whatever. And we went out there because of all of the migration stuff. Trying to drive out there is getting overwhelmed by, zombies on these little dirt roads. And I did eventually die on one of the dirt roads because the car blew a tire. That's right, the car blew a tire, and I had been smart, and I grabbed a spare tire ahead of time because I figured it was probably going to blow. But I had to put it in my character's inventory because there was just no room in the car because of how damaged it got along the way. And so I was trying to drop the tire, climb out of the car, and then, drop the tire, switch the seats, climb out of the car so I could circle around to kill the zombie to, hopefully get control of the situation. And I just kind of pushed the keys slightly too fast. And so I canceled out of switching car seats and just basically climbed out of the car directly into the zombie and died. Got a couple of stragglers running around here. And that's probably between all the helicopters and meta events, and then the natural spread of the zombies we'll see stuff going on. Because right now where we're at, so this is the only area I've been to. So we've got Rosewood up here, and then that area right there is also really hot. So we've been alive long enough that we're probably going to start seeing some of that nonsense get down here. Probably just little trickle amounts because of how far away it is. And then we got March Ridge. That's a really dense place of zombies, but it's kind of the same thing, that we're far enough away out here that even with the new migration mechanic where they'll slowly spread out, even if they do get to this area, I don't expect it'll be in large numbers. It'll be like little trickles of, 100 or 200 here and there. You bet you can't use human bones as weapons? I believe, and I could be wrong on this one, I believe the ability to process human bodies is one of the things on the will not implement list for the devs. I could be wrong on that one. I know they said that they'll never make it so you can cannibalize the zombies. I know they've said they'll make it so animals will never be prone to the zombie infection. I think they said they'd make it so like the zombies would never attack the animals either. They would never allow you to have relations with the zombies. They got a list of things they'll never implement. They would never make the map procedurally generated is on that list. But yeah, so I believe the ability to cannibalize and chop up and all those type of things, the zombies, is on the will never implement list. It's just something they don't want in the game. Like, you can add mods. There are plenty of mods that let you do that kind of stuff. They don't like prevent mods from being done to do it, but it's just not something that they want in the game. But yeah, that's, zombie games. They always attract people wanting to be extra edgy. Let's see, there is one particular mod that keeps being taken down, reloaded at the workshop, more times than you can count. We keep people bringing it back. Is it the one that adds, like, proper nudity to the game? See, apparently they made the game, they can make the game the way they like. And I do like the way they made the game. Yep. Oh, the gun suicide mod? Yeah. Yeah, that's one they keep getting rid of. And I agree. It's one of those things that, like, a lot of stuff makes suicide into a joke, and it's like, that's not great. There's also a lot of stuff that, like, different areas, I can also see them having laws against that kind of thing. And as far as saying, like, processing humans versus processing animals, yeah, it's very different. It's very different, and if you can't see the difference, I don't know how to help you. Those are very, very different between processing people and processing animals for materials. Like, that is a real big difference. So yeah, it is definitely edgy. Yeah, having evidence that such a thing has occurred versus letting a player do it is a fine line. Yeah. Because it's also one of those things that you could interpret it differently based on the event. Like, sure, it probably is that. It's intended probably to be that. But it doesn't slap you in the face. And you're also more seeing the aftermath versus seeing it live. Like, there are games that suicide is part of the story, but most of the time, they're not going to show you having the person, like, throw a noose around their neck and kick the chair out from under them and struggle and all that, and, like, make it, like, way over the top graphic or whatever. That would definitely be a game that's like, you gonna play that game? Nope. Nope. No interest in that whatsoever. Okay, so finally helicopter day. Alright, we got people being weird. Yep. I do not care what you believe. You can believe anything you want. But, we don't need, you know, people prolicizing in chat. That wasn't... Yeah, it was YouTube. People prolicizing. It's like, come on, man. I don't care what you believe. But, like, just jumping out and being like, there's this religious thing. It's like, that's fine. I didn't ask. I don't have a problem with religion. Just the same as, like, I wouldn't want people popping in and shouting against religion either. Just very inconsiderate and rude. But so, yeah, the aftermath was a good way of putting it. But those scenes did hit you hard. 2 bodies. Yeah, with 2 rounds missing. Yep. Oh yeah, and even that could be rough for people or whatever. But yeah, like even games that like it's a major story element that like one of the characters kills themselves and then, you know, the story unfolds around that as like an event that kind of gets the ball rolling on a lot of things. Even then, they either do it like off screen where you have clear evidence that it is going to occur and then they, you know, tastefully cut away as it were. And then oh, that is... What happened here? That's messing with my plans. Alright, let's go around this way. We might need to be doing some cleanup back here. Place is hot. Yeah, helicopter day. And so the plan is... We're actually doing pretty good on the flint. But the plan is to get to the spot we've been doing. Man, this area is actually getting really nasty over here. What is going on here, friends? Alright, so we got cleanup we gotta do over here. We got to, like, pause on the push to the resort. And, like, work on that garbage. Because that's gonna get out of hand otherwise. Yeah, it's even over, like, literally right there is our house that we were staying at before. And even that place, I don't know what we're doing with this helicopter over here. This place, zombies got here from somewhere and it's gotten out of control. That also is not happening. Turn on fog mod? Yeah, you can just turn on fog. There's stuff to make fog permanent. It's terrible. It gets so obnoxious so fast. All those ones that add like a permanent weather, they sound fun, and then you play them and you're like, wow, I would love to have any variation in my game. It's kind of like if you do the cryogenic winter mod, it's fun for a while, and then you're like, you know what I would love? Not snow. The snow's gorgeous, but after 10 months of it, I'm pretty over the snow. Okay, so attach it to our back, attach it to our holster, grab the spares. We need to ditch some weight. Get your knives out of the inventory. We'll come back for the machete later. Meat cleaver later. Flint later. Wrench later. For right now, let's move the shotgun to our bag. There we go. Okay. There's a mod that adds a tornado. I wonder what the play counterplay to a tornado would be. Okay. Yeah, that's actually, so let's take the time to process this. So we can eject the magazine. Eject the magazine. That one can stay. Put those magazines in the bag. Rack the gun. Rack the gun. Grab the last gun. Drop these 2 empty pistols. Actually, let's check the conditions. Yeah, it's all fine. Drop the 2 empty pistols on the bodies. Grab the magazines. And insert 2 rounds into the magazine. Drop that magazine. Oh, yeah, put the magazine in our bag. Okay, that's better. Where did my... Oh, did I drop the ice pick in here? We didn't break it, did we? Yes, the ice pick's not there. Ah, we did accidentally just take it off. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I racked him. Got the chambered rounds out. So, I think we're taking the strategy for this helicopter of just walking up the road.
Hey! Hey!
Also, can put you away. So I'm going to slowly work on the zombie pops while I wait for the helicopter. And when the helicopter comes, we're going to just try and group them up. And we're going to use up the shotgun and the pistol and its 3 magazines. Because that was the field we were fighting the zombies in, so I'm not doing that right now. That is a big old nope in my book. And we haven't been out this way in a while, and it's clearly gotten overrun, so it is unfortunately going to be one of those things that this time around I am going to go and deal with the helicopter, go check on the cows, get some milk, do all that kind of stuff. And then once everything's kind of satisfied with all that... Okay. So it is 11:12 is this helicopter. Alright, so new helicopter down here. And you are the 10th helicopter. It's 11-12-93. Hey, get over here. Kinda hoping we can break this weapon before we start getting, like, the proper number of zombies here. Because it is already flagged as worn. Excellent. Perfect. You can drop that on the body. Grab the shotgun, put that in our back.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Come on. Get around, children. I want to show you. Oh, wait. Time. Sorry, ad break. Ad break just started. I don't want people to miss it. So we did pause for the ad break. So there's a whole bunch of people probably like, oh god, we're gonna miss the good part. That's fine. So we'll do that. So I'm gonna pause for just a minute while the ad break goes on. I'm gonna eat a little bit of my food and all that. We'll get back once the ad break is done. So I'll be right back. So thank you again for that, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier, it's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. What would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? Let's do this the uncontrolled way. Alright. I didn't do that right. All right, and we are back. So sorry about all that. For those who got caught in the ads, you didn't miss anything. Literally, I just pulled out the shotgun, turned around. We haven't fired once. Because luckily I did notice we lost maybe 2 seconds. But yeah, so that's fine. So I am trying to group these up a little bit. And then we're going to open fire. But I am trying to get a nice big group so that even if I miss, I should still hopefully hit some. Alright. Clash was so empty today. Was it glorious? I should have one more shot left in the shotgun. Nope, I am wrong. I have no more shots left in the shotgun. So, next up. It's nice, but the reason isn't. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. I couldn't imagine dealing with any of that right now. There's a lot of sickness going on top of that. Yeah, no, that's, they definitely nerfed shotguns. Which, to be fair, shotguns was certainly out of balance compared to the rest of the weapons. And thank you for the raid. Bear with me one moment, and I'll check out to see who it was and all that. Alright, so all bullets used. And thank you, let's see, is Commercial so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. And if I got your name wrong, please correct me so I can get it right. But thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. And bear with me, we are dealing with a helicopter event. It is our 10th helicopter event of the run. In an area that we were taking helicopter events and not seeing any zombies. Those days have passed. Alright. What do you got stuck in you? Is that a scythe? What? The hockey stick, okay. Alright, modded? No, we're playing a non-standard setting. So first, before I forget, I assume you were also playing Project Zomboid. I apologize about missing you getting in. I was in the middle of fighting at that moment. So what were you playing? How is it going? Alright, so I'm assuming by context of the zombified mercs that you were playing some Project Zomboid. How did it go and all that good stuff? But, we are playing in Sweaty Tryhard stuff that we are playing on 16 times population, which is the maximum population that Project Zomboid supports out of the box. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So the maximum population the zombie or the game supports out of the box. We have also turned the helicopter to sometimes, which in practice means the helicopter can show up every 10 days. It's not exactly 10 days. It'll be like 12 days, 14 days, 10 days, all that kind of stuff. You're playing Red Dead Redemption 2. We were suggested to raid here because your friend, Anecdote Media, said that they've raided here and have been raided, here, and chill vibes, which is perfect. Well, thank you. I actually also really do appreciate the pass forward on it is. But yeah, so to tell everyone on who I am, well, first of all, if you're looking for some Red Dead Redemption 2, you can find it over with Carmackle and all that stuff. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there. But for everyone who does pop in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for Project Zomboid, which is this game. I am a variety streamer, though, and I do play a whole range of games, but I used to hold a world record in this game for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in one character on one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles.
Thank you, Randall Thor 1812, for gifting a sub to K Merkel.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting that sub to K Merkel. I do appreciate that. So I hope you enjoy your new advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, and there's the clip of the death of that character. But that is a record I did hold. But with all that said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games, including like RimWorld, Farm Sim, Project Zomboid. We've recently booted back up the Long Dark after a very long time, Hard Space Shipbreaker. A whole range of stuff. A lot of simulation stuff going on. Oh, I'm not clicked on the windows. Like, why is it not unpausing? Yeah, the new record, the one that finally beat mine. The person ended up playing for a whole year and a half on the same run. and got it up to 954,000. So, may have ever so slightly beaten my record. But in our current run, we are trying to work on making this our home. We have actually gotten into that building, as you can see from the path. We're still working on clearing it, but as you can see from all of my little marks of all the helicopters we've been doing here, you know, a lot of that. Yeah, my current personal best is around 180,000 kills, and that character's still alive, but that was build 41. And build 42 came out, and so that character is in retirement. She has enjoyed her fashionista ways and has gone into a much-deserved retirement, living her best life in the military checkpoint at Louisville. The only thing I wish I would have gotten done with her that I didn't is we maxed out every single weapon skill in the game on that character from 0, with the exception of Spear. I was about half or a quarter of a level shy of leveling up Spear. Those are things I threw on the ground a while back, and I'm taking them now. I'm surprised we're not seeing more zombies with how many we saw down the road. Let's go eat a dodgy berry. But yeah, so if you do have any questions about Project Zomboid or any other games I do play on the channel, by all means. Is Project Zomboid your main game right now? I have been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. I do try to stay in variety, but it has been a game that has been dominating the schedule lately. You know, just timing. Build 42 is a big deal. Having a name in this community kinda makes it a big thing to like play at the moment. But like I said, we did episode 1 of The Long Dark yesterday. I plan on doing episode 2 next Sunday. And then on Wednesdays, for the foreseeable future, I plan on revisiting games I played demos or early access of that have gone released, or a game that's released that's had major overhauls since then. And just having kind of a fun revisiting games that we once tried and been like, hey, you know, this game was promising a while back. Whatever happened to it? Did it get good? Did it stay good? Like, where did it go? Because I feel like that'd be a fun way to do some variety for a bit. And to mix up the schedule a little bit to not be quite so Project Zomboid heavy. Well, that was some weird jerkiness there. So it's looking like the helicopter might be done. Yeah, that was the field we were killing all the zombies in before. But it's gotten overgrown with trees over the last 4 or 5 in-game months. 4 months. Not 5. The last 4 in-game months. So it is just looking like one of those things that's going to be a big ol' nope for any future helicopters. So my plan right now is going to kill these couple that we've got straggling right here. And I've got some cows in a barn that we haven't checked on in a little while. Let's go check on them because I have a need for butter. And so we're going to go over there. We are going to be working on killing the zombies in the area. That house over there, like right down that way, is the house we have been sleeping at previously till we started to move on the resort. I've got a lot of goods in there, books, all sorts of nice stuff. We haven't been there in a while, and we were finding along the southern area of this area that it was pretty overrun with zombies, which it wasn't the last time we were here. Sorry. So what I am going to do is, on our way back out to the resort, we are going to take the time to clear out the zombies on that road, because it is becoming a problem that I'll eventually end up damaging my vehicle trying to get around them and all that. So it's better that we just kind of clear the way with all that stuff. Keep the area as clear as we can. Alright, so the good news is it's an early day helicopter, and I think it was only a 2-passer, which is not that bad. So go over here to where our cows are. And then from there, we can go to the house we've been staying at. And figure all that. Have we had any memorable close calls with death recently? On this character? I don't believe so. I know in our last character we had a lot of narrow escapes from death. And then eventually, like very genuinely, the number of close calls I had in that character is more than I've had probably on all previous characters combined. It was like in the given stream, I would end up having like 5 or 6 close calls, because they did change one of the migration mechanics, and I didn't realize how significant a change it was going to be because it was new. And then adding to that, with those significant changes, it even went a step farther than that. I did see there was a zombie lurking over here. With the changes to that, it also ended up being a thing where it's just like getting overrun because it built right next to one of the highest pop areas. I saw the zombie wandering around back here, and I don't like that I don't know where it is. Because I'm about to go, oh, baby cow! The baby cows have happened. Alright, so let's do one last check on this side, just to make sure we don't have the zombie popping around. Alright, let's check inside. This is where we're probably sleeping tonight. Let's check inside. Most likely... I have no idea where that zombie went. And I really don't like it. It is what it is. Alright. Yeah, and there's the other baby cow. Another question you have you played any of the scripted Product Zomboid challenges? As you mentioned that. I've done stuff like I've done stuff like the CDDA challenge. I've done cryogenic winter stuff. Let's close these so zombies don't run in there. Stuff like that. I haven't done stuff like the 1 week mod or whatever. Yeah, no, that was there's one called Cursed CDDA. We've done that before. It's the harder version of the Really CDDA mod. Or sorry, the Really CDDA challenge. Much harder version. Alright, so we're going to be making butter. I don't know why. Automod hates Finger's eye. There's just... Automod is like, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Alright, so that's 4 sticks of butter. New name for the cow? Oh, that's right. Does a automod hate finger food? Probably. I do get why it picks up. Because you will have people who try and, you know, those naughty children trying to sneak stuff back and forth, that anything that has finger and a word. So it's not super surprising that stuff gets caught. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is real fast, I'm going to start a queue. And that's where we got our 2 baby cows. If you would like to name the baby cows, which I will say, obviously I'm going to say no if you do something lewd or rude or whatever. Something TOS is not going to happen. But if you'd like to name one of the cows, we got 2 baby cows that we're going to be naming. And so I will do that once we're done churning the butter. and getting milk and all that. So they'll give you a couple minutes to get those in. This might be one of those situations where I churn part of the butter today and part of the butter tomorrow because I run out of time, because churning butter is kind of slow. Need a cow named Cat. Yeah, so as a reminder with this channel, it's not necessarily safe for work or not necessarily not safe for work or anything like that. The way I usually phrase it is I'm okay if the boss were to overhear the stream and give you a little side eye. I'm not okay if the boss feels the need to get out of their chair and talk to you about it. Questionable for work. Yep. Like the boss giving you an eye roll, we're all together. We're all good. The boss having to reprimand you, we're not good. So are you done, cow, or did you just walk away early? Okay, so you're done. Let's go ahead and get this butter made if we can. Then we'll turn in. So we finished with the white and brown cow. Can I still churn butter in the dark? No. Let's just drop these. All right. Like I said, I saw a zombie around here somewhere. And I don't know if it moved on and got into trees or where it went. Point is, we don't know where it went. That's fine, so we're good. Let's see. Ooh, did I miss something? Let's see. Thank you kindly for welcoming us and answering our questions about your time with the awesome game. Have yourself a wonderful stream and stay alive. Swiveling into lurk for the rest. All right, you get your rest. And thank you again. If you win the in the queue, your suggestion is Curd. That is a perfectly good name. All right. So let's go ahead and fast forward. So we go to sleep and we wake up when it's, you know, not dark anymore. You know what? Love the vibes. Well, thank you. It's good to have you as well. I really appreciate it. Let me go ahead and do this also, because I would like to see what you got going on over there as well. Cool. All right. Rual's very good vibes. You're just saying that because you're a regular. No, I'm teasing. Let's go ahead and eat our stale questionable berry. Then eat our lemon. And then take a nap. Apparently, that side of the bed is the wrong side of the bed for sleeping. Sorry, I didn't realize. Now we can go ahead and eat in our questionable berry. And again, let's be careful. We did see a zombie in the area, and we don't really know where it went. That was the bedroom where you're the bathroom? Yes. Fill our water pout. Put away our flashlight. We're not going to need it. Alright, so let's pick up where we left off. I had 2 more things of butter to churn. And I'll probably do the name drawings while I'm milking the other cow. Because it just takes time. There's no real way to work around that. Alright. Minor damage? Yeah, from carrying too much. When you carry too much, it does lower your health, but it can only ever lower it down to 75% by itself. Let's see, are the hatchet heads infinitely reusable? No. They will break. They have their own durability, it's just their durability is higher than the handles typically. Alright, so this cow gets the pets. And then we will draw the name for that calf first, and this calf second. Alright, so the name drawing. So we are getting what that cow is gonna be curd. We don't need to care about that. And then the second cow is going to be named by Sui. You get to name this one. Suboy? Alright. So curd and Suboy. So many people using rigged that the command is on cooldown. Hey. Curd already pushing us around. Clear streamer bias? Apparently. Seriously, what are you gonna stop? Okay. Alright, so get over here. Animal info, pause, rename. There we go. And then animal info, rename. And there we go. So if you're enjoying the... Oh, yeah. Thank you, Randall Thor. I appreciate that. Yeah, I am doing my plus push. Which, for those who don't know what that is, basically, if every month... for 3 months consecutively, I get 100 plus points, which are basically any tier 1, 2, or 3 subs you buy for yourself. Gifted subs don't count. Prime subs don't count. Bits don't count. Then I get a higher cut of the revenue in the future for those subs. Right now I'm on the 60-40 split, but it does expire relatively soon. So I am just trying to get it renewed. We've already got January locked in. We're working on February and all that. So basically, the only thing I'm asking is I'm not asking the people to throw extra money at the channel or anything like that. But if you were someone who's considering gifting a sub to the channel, my ask is if I can instead convince you to upgrade your sub, that'll do way more than the gifty subs right now. You think it's 70-30? It depends. So there's 50-50 split as the default of what we get. If we get 100 plus points, it's 60-40 in the creator's favor. And if you get 300 plus points, it's 70-30. We're going for the 60-40. I don't think it is particularly realistic for me to push to the 70-30.
Thank you, Enlightened Corgi, for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, Enlightened Corgi,
Yeehaw.
for the tier 2 subs for 3 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, that'll be two extra plus points for the next 3 months. That should have us covered for the entire rest to get those points. So thank you. Literally that alone is a nice big chunk of help. You were the one we were milking. That's right. It's not 3 months. Oh, it's just the 3rd month. My bad. I misread it. That's on me. Still, thank you. It still helps. My bad. But yeah, so 3 has been subbed for the last 3 months. I appreciate that. My bad. That the verbiage they give us for like when someone's got like a run of subs or is subbing in advance, what they say in chat is fairly clear. What they give me on the activity feed, the verbiage could use a little help to make it easier to distinguish between, you know, they've got 6 months in advance. Because there's sometimes I miss it where someone will have like sub for, you know, done a sub for 3 months, and I'll be like, oh, thank you for your 3rd month or whatever. It's like, no, that's not what it said. I'm like, oh. Okay, so that the white and brown cow still has more milk in there. Yeah, so we're losing a good chunk of time doing this, but it's kind of one of those things I only have to do like once a month. So it is just you put in your once a month, you know, errands of taking care of the cattle and all that, and then otherwise get to mostly ignore it. You're surprised I didn't have to fight to reach the cows? Yeah, I was expecting a couple over here. Yeah, so I'm wondering if, because we had the resort in those locations down below, that they spread out over time. I'm wondering if that, plus the helicopters throwing stuff there, are the calves female or male? That is a very excellent question. I'm assuming with the pattern, they're probably female. But we could check. So animal information. That one's female. That is the rabbit, not the cow. Yep, baby female. You said it there. Alright, so you should be probably getting pretty low. And I added this whole outer area here because they kept getting pushed out there by zombies from time to time. Okay, and you're done? Yeah, you're done. Why are you so hurt? Because I'm exceedingly overburdened. Because each of these buckets weighs a crap ton when it's full. I always forget I cannot close that window. It cancels the craft. Oh, the heck command's not working. One moment, I can fix that. Still some outliers from all that. I had to change my my cloud provider recently. It broke a lot of stuff. Heck, go here, edit, play sound effect, and it is the heck sound effect, and there, and open, and save. And there's what it should have done right here.
Heck.
And there we go. And I don't believe we have a beep command. Oh, I wonder, I bet you it probably doesn't mention it has a cooldown because it's a hidden command. Okay, so there's 2 more butter. That should take care of that. Okay, so by doing that errand over here, we got 16 sticks of butter. Yeah, no, we did have something with beep for a while. It is one I got rid of, because the idea was, it's just a thing that when someone says beep, other people say beep back. And it was just kind of one of those things that sometimes the bot would get confused. Yeah, so both of the calves are female. Let's check we'll check one of the adults just to make sure they're healthy and all that. Yeah, they're all doing good. Cool. Alright. So with that, we can pop back into our truck. Work our way back. We'll eat another berry. Got some logging to do here. I don't plan to keep the cows here permanently. The plan is to get the resort sorted, and I'm going to bring the cows over to the resort. That way I don't have to run back here to deal with the cows. Hey, are you the zombie I saw the other day skulking about and then couldn't figure out where the heck you went? Because it was genuinely kind of creepy. We need to get a new battery for this thing. That 39% battery does not start well. Alright, so this time we are going to be fighting gradually towards this other house. If I see any zombies along the sides of the road, we are going to be killing them. Because this area is getting kind of overrun. So while we are trying to push this resort as like the primary objective right now, I still need to keep the area clear for being able to move around and fall back and all that kind of stuff. Couple more over here. Because the more we keep clearing these zombies out, the less zombies we should see in the future. Is zombie respawn on? No. Generally, anytime you see a person playing at high pop or, you know, higher, typically they're going to have zombie respawn turned off. There's a point you hit the area where you can't even theoretically keep up with the zombie spawns when you get to the population. Because it's percentage of the total zombies, a cell is expected to have that respawn every 3 days. It's like 10% per 3 days. So cells, once they start getting into like the tens of thousands and all that expected population, there's just no keeping up with that. Get over ground, let's slow it down a little bit. With your current run, you managed to find 4 cars with keys, and a gas can, and a gas station. And you could get all the above before a single bag. So now you have to drive with full cars, no bag. Drive around on the highways. Just drive around gradually on the highways looking for groups of zombies. You can find what's called a survivor zombie. And the idea with the survivor zombie is it'll be like one zombie who will have a bag on their back and all sorts of fancy goodies. They're basically loot pinata zombies. And they will almost always have a backpack. So I was expecting to have to fight over here because we saw zombies on the other side of our yard. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And yet, it is clear. I'm real confused with what the zombies are doing right now as far as how they're moving around. Because we distinctly saw a bunch of zombies in here, and it is not just quiet, it is completely empty. Which is what I expected to come back to. Alright, so. Go ahead and grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you. We can grab the... Grabbing all we can of this, we're gonna chuck it in the back. Because I figure if I'm doing a trip here anyways, might as well bring what we can back. So empty gas can. Do that. Empty buckets. You're perfect what I need to drag stuff home. Is that going to be our new, the resort place? Yeah, the resort is what I'm planning on being my main base. We were talking about what is going to be our actual objective for this run. So far as like what our like real goal is for the run and all that. And we had come up with the decision that it was going to be... Oh, is that a spare book? Did I have 2 of that one book? It's that one. I do have 2 of that book. Okay. So the idea is going to be taking the resort, making our main base, and then restoring the resort. So where they've blown out all the windows, remove the broken glass, use the crowbar to remove windows from other buildings to replace the broken glass, or craft it or whatever we got to do to make it happen. It might be something that if we get way later and realize there's some stuff I just can't restore, we'll either find something that is a head nod, like, kind of fits the bill, even if it isn't technically properly fixing it. Or, you know, I might even go as far as, like, we could potentially mod so we can, like, make the correct kind of door or whatever. We'll figure it out. So for this, you're just too heavy with the water in you, and I don't need it. So we're just gonna pour all the water out of that. Same deal. You saw the Carpentry 3. Card 3 will train you long blade. 3 trade you long blade 1 to 4 or 5. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, there's no trading between saves or anything, so I can't do it anyways. Basically, I'm trying to get all these containers that we can use. And these are still full from before the water got shut off at the beginning of the game. I'm emptying them because they're really heavy with the water. Can you turn off appliances? Turn off? No. But you can move the appliances to not be in range, or some appliances you can disassemble them, not in like the destructive way, but like they'll become little things on the floor you can set up. If you do any of that, they won't. But there isn't a concept of like unplugging something or turning it off or anything like that. You have to yeah, do a little bit more than that, unfortunately. Alright, so you can toss this in the back of the truck. It's actually looking like by the time I get this thing loaded, we'll end up making our push back to the resort tomorrow. In-game. So drop off our next 5 gas cans. Our empty pots, our saucepans, our watering cans. We grabbed the books. Is there any other really big goodies I want to grab out of here before we get on our way? Probably is a lot, actually. Oh, we got a lot of these. Grab all those. Forgot we had like the small pile of axe heads and all that. Grab the fabric. I don't care about those. Grab these axe heads. I apparently am sitting on a small mountain of blades. Then there'll be stuff we could repair for weapons. Okay, so trunk is full. Alright. So anything we didn't already fit in there goes back into their boxes. I'm not going to be overloading and shoving a bunch of stuff into passenger seat where I can't climb out. Nothing's that urgent for us right now. Gonna drop you back off. Drop you back off. Drop the rags back off. Drop the blades back off. Eat another berry. Alright, we go back out here though. I might be able to take some of those logs and carve something with them now. If I can carve a plank, okay, we can test this one. No, I can't. Okay. I was gonna say, if I could carve a plank with one of those logs, then what I'd be able to do is make that into a bunch of handles, and then make the bunch of handles into a bunch of knives, and that'd give me something to work on while we wait for it to be dark enough to go to sleep. Yeah, you could turn off the oven and all that, and it won't take power, but stuff like your refrigerators. Stuff like your refrigerators, you gotta move them or disassemble them or something like that. Basically, make them not set up in range. But yeah, like the oven only takes power when it's actively running. Same with the TV. Kinda hoping I'd find, like, a stick or a sapling or something without having to chop anything down. I'm not gonna chop anything down right now. Hey, sticks! That's what I was looking for. With that, I can make a couple of handles. Maybe. It might already be too dark. So I make a couple medium handles. I do have a bunch of hatchet heads here. Put those in the bag. Drop those in the bag. Oh, right, I'm moving them. Okay. I was like, why is it not canceling? Right, I'm moving them on things we have. So I got 2 claw hammers. So yeah, so I want to keep 4 of those on me. I can make 4 of those into hammers and axes. But can I attach these in the dark? No. Alright. Oh. No, it did count as a surface. Let's see here. No, that's not counting as a surface. No, it is counting as a surface. Okay. Why can I not assemble medium? I don't have a hammer here. That's okay. We can deal with that someplace else. The irony being one of the things I'm trying to assemble right now is a hammer. Gotcha, Strider. Working on that stuff. Could you make one quickly? Just find a rock? I could, but I have some other ones. I got plenty of weapons. It was just something to kill time, and I don't want to run around with the thing. Add crowbar to the objectives. Well, we definitely will need to get that. Right now, the objective is going to be more the resort. Because the crowbar would be me going a different direction. So we get the resort, we get set up in there. And then after we get to the resort and all that settled, there's all the other houses around the lake we haven't visited. And we got a pretty good chance of maybe getting a crowbar out of those. Yeah, so you only ended up killing 9 zombies. Very low kill count day, but that's not surprising. Our maintenance is 8. Yeah, no, I could eventually just get one off a zombie. Oh, let's top off our water before we start our journey. Because you're also not likely to find things like katanas. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not super worried about that. It's those things that as we play through the run over time, we will find stuff. Okay, so this point we're doing now is we are going to start heading back to the resort, but we are going to stop and kill zombies along the way that we see. Just because we have noticed the road south of here is starting to get overrun, and if I don't deal with that, it's going to keep escalating. Not necessarily, that's not necessarily true. It will likely have the chance to keep escalating until it's a real problem, just from the zombies finding their way there and getting left there. And I'd rather deal with it now while we are in control of the situation. The alternatives it also could be they just gradually make their way to the resort, which means I'll have to deal with them anyway. Alright. Okay. And get sick off the first berry, so we'll have ourselves another. And I also got one over there. And eventually, I'll want to get a, like the ranger or the fire department or the police department, doesn't matter, any of the ones with the sirens. Honestly, with that being dull and worn, I mean, that's still relatively okay, I'll take it. But yeah, we'll want to get one of the bull drivers with sirens, because then what we'll start doing is on the return trips from places, I run the sirens, because it does drag the zombies out of the woods and all that into the road, which makes them way safer and easier to deal with. And I do see a piece of flint on the ground. Yeah, it's a busted one. Chuck that in a body. Alright. Okay. Hey, free bag of seeds. Alright, looks like we're fine. Zombies, nature's trash can, pretty much. Man, notice I'm not running back into woods to find those zombies. That part I don't feel like we need to do. But all the stuff near the road we're gonna clean up. We'll get there. Yeah, that field is really overgrown at this point. Alright, that's starting to get to be too much to skip by. Alright. Yeah, I don't see a bunch behind us, so we will turn and start fighting. Okay. The hockey stick is only like an okay weapon. Like its damage is really not amazing. But it's a weapon I have. Alright, so it's gonna break soon. Don't. Okay. So it's done. We'll go up here and drop this on a body. I know I can carve it into handles, but right now I'm more concerned about being overburdened. And what do you got stuck in you, lady? I'm hoping they are just about done because I've overextended. We need to back off. I overextended by a lot by accidentally going into high exertion, thinking I was pretty close to done. I wasn't super excited about cutting into the trees, but I don't know what's still up above us from dragging the zombies along there. Versus I feel pretty comfortable there's not much back in these trees. And then plus breaking the line of sight with all the trees and the fog and all that. I should ditch them much faster, and I know I've got a house down here we just slept in that was safe. What do you think the hardest part about Project Zomboid is? I'd just say early on is, you know, kind of learning how to do the things in the game. Like, fighting conceptually is very easy, but then when you actually get into fighting and kind of learning the timing and how to, you know, be able to swap weapons quickly and what does and doesn't matter and what weapons are good and what weapons are terrible, it's kind of just like the lack of information that there's only one way to overcome, and that's just to play the game and run into it, as it were. Like it doesn't come naturally or intuitively a lot of times. All right. Okay, so one thing we can do is drop that off right now. I'm not going to need it in the short term. And also go here real fast. And assemble some weapons while we wait for our muscle fatigue. Cool. So we made ourselves a pair of claw hammers and 3 hatchets. We could sharpen this real fast before we go anywhere, because we are using those. Just trying to sharpen all our hatchets real fast that we've been reusing again and again so that they're good for a fight. Cool. Alright. So basically we sharpened everything we can sharpen as much as it'll let us. So this one I can't sharpen it because if you look at the head condition, it's very low. And the sharpness can only be as high as the head condition. Alright, so now's the downside of what I did. I want to make my way back over there. But we probably dumped zombies in these trees. Alright, Cerise. You sleep well. Thank you again for the lurk and all that. Thank you again for hanging out. Hope you have a good night and a good sleep. Yeah, I see some zombies over here. I think that's the road, though. I will drop back and kill it, because I actually have no idea where we left the truck. Okay, well, we're good there. Yeah, so we got claw hammers and hatchets and all sorts of goodies. But yeah, we saw like the, 2 1.5 rally groups, however many zombies. They came from both sides of the road, so it's like, alright, we need to deal with this. So you started playing Product Zomboid, got like 30 hours. What's tips for helping me live longer one playthrough on one life? Any quality of life mods or any tips that would be appreciated. The two big pointers I would give you, the two you're early in the game, you're still trying to go. So the first one you've probably already kind of done, but just in case you haven't, is if you aren't at a point that you can grab a weapon, like any weapon that's not utterly terrible, but grab a weapon and run up to a zombie and fight it without getting injured consistently. Instead of worrying about living for a long time, just exclusively worry about get weapon, hit zombie, until you can do that without getting hurt consistently. Otherwise, you're just living on borrowed time till you get stuck in a fight. Because the only way to learn, like, the muscle memory and all that from fighting is to fight. Once you get past that, where you can, like, fight 2-3 zombies and reliably not get hurt, then start worrying about your longer-term survival. Generally, my advice at that stage of the game is to slow down. And I mean that by, like, every possible meaning of that. Drive slower, don't run places, that kind of thing. Because it is a very, very common thing that the situations that'll get you killed are where you either A, you panic, or B, you feel like something is very urgent. And about the only actual urgent thing in the game, the one and only properly urgent thing in the game, is a zombie about to grab you. Yeah, you can also try the accumulator, which is a mode where it's like a round-based you fight the zombies. That's actually not a bad idea to force you to learn to fight groups of zombies. That's another option. If you're trying to get the hang of the combat side of it. But, like, one of the very common mistakes a lot of new players will make is they'll start the game, they'll loot the house they're in, and they will immediately jog outside that house, they'll go to the house right next door to it, and they'll loot that house. And they'll jog the third house, and they'll go and they'll see a zombie, and they'll go to hit it, and it'll take them, like, 20 hits to kill this, the zombie, because their character's busy, like, hacking up a lung, because they're early game, they don't have much fitness, they don't have anything like that, and they've been running between the houses. Your moodles that show up here, your negative ones, a lot of those are really, really, really severe. Out of breath, the very first moodle that's your character getting a little exhausted, that is a 50% damage penalty, 50% damage penalty, a very, very significant damage penalty. And so it is just one of those things that the moment you see those moodles, you either need to be at that tail end of getting that fight sorted, or you need to be leaving that fight. And one big thing about Product Zomboid is almost always you can walk away from your problems. And it is another thing that'll get a lot of people killed. Even people who've been playing the game for a long time, is you'll have your base, you know, something will happen, like meta event, helicopter, whatever, and you'll stubbornly not want to leave your base behind, and so you fight well past when you should have backed off, trying to hold your base, and then you get, you know, things go bad slowly until you can no longer get away, and then you die. It is one of those things that the moment the fight starts not going your way, it's time to just cut. Don't run away. You don't need to run. See this zombie here? The zombie chasing me? This is how I get away from it. And as you can see, I will just leave that zombie in the dust. Straight up gone. No running required. I am free. Now, obviously, I have to go far enough to actually get rid of it, but you get the idea. But you'll have people who do this number. They'll see the zombie and they go, oh no! And all they're doing is wasting their energy. They're just gonna die tired. How much is the penalty, pain, stress, and panic? Ooh, that is a good question. The actual numbers off the top of my head, I don't remember. I remember panic is pretty bad. I want to guess like 15% or so. Like there's different levels. Pain's penalty is pretty minor if I recall correctly. Like pain as a penalty is a fairly minor penalty. The muscle strain, that one's nasty. I don't remember how much it is because I haven't looked into it, but I'd be surprised if it's not at least 20%. When it hits like higher severities. The thing is, all of those penalties stack. Yeah, panic reduces your crit chance. I think it also reduced your base damage, but I want to say it wasn't that bad. And muscle strain always comes with pain. Yeah. So it is those things that you get the muscle strain, and as it builds up, then pain builds up. And so it just kind of gets worse and worse and worse. And so that's just kind of the thing, is you'll end up getting, like, exerted, and pain, and muscle strain, and fatigued, and then all of those stack, and you go from doing, you know, 2 hits to kill a zombie to suddenly you're getting up to, like, 20. So it is the moment you start seeing, like, negatives piling up over here, it's time to back off. Like, early game, you're gonna have panic, and you're just gonna have to, like, stomach and deal with it. Luckily, by itself, panic isn't that bad. Like, at its most extreme level, it's pretty annoying. But, like, at its lower levels, it's not that bad. But yeah, like, nothing you find in the world can you not live without. People have that the water goes out, and they'll panic, be like, oh man, I need to get my rain barrels online, and they'll start scrambling around, running in and out of places, not really taking care of, you know, being careful or anything like that. Just running into the hardware store, running in the bookstore, gotta find the book, gotta make it happen. And to give you an idea, I am on month 4. I do not have a single level in carpentry. I do not have a rain barrel. I do not have renewable water in the sense of, like, anything of that nature. I have not been running a generator other than occasionally to turn on a gas pump, which has only been a fairly recent development. And we have been living very comfortably in regards to, like, our character hasn't been in danger of death from, like, starvation or dehydration or anything like that. I'll just drop that on the ground for right now, and we'll worry about it later. Grab those hatchets we sharpened. You're gonna need to add numbers to those moodles? I think it's a design decision. It's one I actually disagree with. I think it's fine to have the Moodle system. I do think if they are going to have the first penalty, like the first Moodle be such an extreme penalty, they really do need kind of a Moodle or whatever that comes before it. So like before Out of Breath have like a Moodle, I don't know what it'd be like. You know, feeling winded or something like that. That you don't take the penalty yet. But if you don't deal with it, you'll get the penalty soon. To kind of give you a warning to be like, hey man, it's time to back off. One thing I will say that Build 42 has added that is way better is now that the character actually has a voice and makes sounds, they made it so you can realize how much, like, it kind of sells how big out of breath is. That if you listen to your character as you start getting, like, out of breath in that, they will start breathing heavily. And so it is one of those things that you go, oh, this isn't our character is just, like, a little tired. This is, you know, the character is, like, struggling to, like, not hyperventilate levels of breathing hard. Like, our character's properly feeling spent. Oh, axes and your stamina use. Like, actually decent weapon, but still. Stamina use is a bad time. Considering we actually have pretty high level axes, relatively speaking, we're like 5 or so. Please die. I push into high exertion again like I know I shouldn't. Okay, so there's more going, so let's back off before they go too far. Let's see, one-handed could cost less, but I guess it's high because of damage. Yeah, no, the axes are, always have been a very, very high endurance use weapon. What do you say, the broken heads? I wasn't trying to say the broken head. I didn't want to keep it on my keep it on the ground. So if you notice, I picked it up and I immediately chucked it on the body to despawn. I just don't want the axe head to sit on the ground. Yeah, so you listen to the character's sitting there going, like, just making different, like, noises and grunts of soreness and pain and being tiger. So I feel like that did a little bit better job of selling you, saying, hey, those moodles are a bad time. Your character's not just being like, ow, my finger. They're genuinely having a rough go of it. But they also made sounds for pain. You wish they made sounds for panic. Could be funny. I think your character's shouts will change if you're panicked. So, like, your character, when they're not panicked, will be like, hey, over here, hey. And when they're panicked, they'll be like, hey. Switch platforms and enter the chat. Hey, how's it going? But they'll make these like, hey, over here. I don't really want to be yelling at the scary things, but you know, the omnipotent being hovering over me, controlling it. How do you manage water after it gets shut off? Honestly, it's not that bad. So the things to keep in mind with the water when it's shut off is pretty much stuff like, you know, the sinks, toilets, all that stuff are going to have like 10 liters, 20 liters of water in them. And your character uses somewhere in the ballpark of 2 liters a day. So if you go and you just kind of do the math, you got a house, it's going to have usually a kitchen sink. You'll have a bathroom that has a sink, so that's 20 liters. You'll often have a toilet. I believe that'll put you up to 40 liters. And then if you have a bathtub, that's winning the lottery. That's 140 liters. That gives, like, just doing the 2 liters per day is what you need. That's 70 days worth of water right there. If my math is right. That's 70 full days of that. And that's probably one house with 1 bathroom. And sometimes you won't get lucky and you won't have the bathtub, so you only have the 40. But that's still 20 days for 1 house. So that means if you're in like a neighborhood, you will end up sitting there going through the houses, and you'll end up having a long time from there. So you just honestly using the sinks you can go a very, very, very long time. Oh, get rid of the handle. The handle is actually broken. Oh, I actually have yet another hatchet. But let's say that's not an option. You're out in the middle of nowhere. You tapped out the house nearby, so there's no more easy water. So if you got any body of water nearby you, while the water you drink from the like lakes and rivers is quote unquote unsafe, you actually can just drink it, and your character will get like a little bit queasy, but otherwise be okay. With the exception of if you're dealing with a little bit of corpse sickness and all that, those do stack. Don't, like, basically, if you see queasy over here, don't drink from the rivers and lakes. You're probably okay with queasy, but it is those things you don't want to overdo it and realize you've just killed your character kind of thing. But yeah, so you can just drink from bodies of water and be relatively safe. Yeah, and do not put tainted water into a bottle or a container and drink it. For whatever reason, putting unsafe water into a container makes it like 1,000 times more dangerous. It's the microplastics? Yeah. It's something. Yeah, so feeling pretty okay. We did kill a whole bunch of zombies there. There was one group I skipped, but that's fine. We're gonna be drawing all these back out of the road. But it's getting late and I'd rather go forward than back. Let's see, in a closed environment, you assume
Thank you, Cronus39, for subscribing for 1 month.
thank you, Cronus, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you use it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, as far as, like, bacteria in an enclosed environment, that ends up being a lot of, like, what kind of bacteria is it? What is the environment? What are the factors in a not enclosed environment that the bacteria is competing with that might be harmful to it? Yada, yada, yada. Because there's definitely some bacteria who will absolutely thrive, like, in a more open environment. There's going to definitely be some bacteria that'll absolutely thrive in a very controlled environment. The point being, regardless of the why, we don't need to apply, like, real-world logic to it, because it's a video game about zombies. Real-world logic, you know, checked itself at the door, just in the fact that they're zombies. But yeah. So it is kind of one of those things that, like, just very genuinely, it's just not hard to manage water. Let's say you refuse a drink from sinks, toilets, or bathtubs. Honestly, it becomes a little bit more fun if you have, because you got to look for lakes and water dispensers. Yeah, no, there's even a setting, I believe, to make it so a lot of those won't start with water. If it's not a setting, I know there's a mod that does it. And it can be fun. It can be fun to go through and, like, set the water to start to being basically nothing. Because, yeah, it is one of those things. I make the comment with Project Zomboid that in a lot of ways, I consider a survival light game. And what I mean by that is, really the survival aspects of the game are pretty mild. Yeah, water goes bad as a mod, is the mod. Yeah, no, I think there's a couple of them. There's one that's something like water goes bad, that water and sinks now will become tainted and all that, so it's there, but it's unsafe. There's another one that I think it's something like people didn't use their drain plugs or something like that, where it just they don't have waters in the containers and all that. For me, I don't care enough, because like I said, I could just walk down there and sip from the river, and that's fine. You don't need to boil it or anything, as long as you're sipping from it. It's just very inconvenient because I can't put in a water container or whatever. But yeah, no, you can absolutely do that. I've done the runs where we have, like, no starting water and anything. The abundance is basically non-existence and yada. Oh, that's perfect. I just wanted easy food. Is that snow? Oh, never mind. I scared it. I'm sorry, chat. I think I gave the snow some performance anxiety. Yeah, it's just the bottle, not the actual beer. You're an avid enjoyer of snow? The snow looks great in the game. The big problem you run into is if you do like the cryogenic winter mod, there's definitely a point where you're like, you know what I would like? Not snow. It's like I've been loving the snow, but I'm ready for another season. That sprinkle of snow lasted like a fraction of a second, and then was gone. Okay, it was a zombie in the road. Okay. Let's actually kill these 2-3 zombies that are on the road. Because I feel like we're gonna go back and forth and deal with them again and again. I'd rather just have them done. Hey, the snow's back. We're right on the fence before it'll start raining, unfortunately. It's just barely below freezing. I will take your sapling for making handles later. Okay. You being this full was not part of my plan, actually. Hey. Fine, just gonna chuck it on the... Oh, it's in my bag. We're not overweight. Okay, that's fine. Waiting for Product Zomboid Alaska? That's unfortunately... Like, you could do that as a mod, but that's definitely never coming to the game itself. Product Zomboid is going to just be based around Kentucky. I'm honestly surprised they keep expanding. I keep thinking they've made the map as big as they're going to make it, but they want to keep it around Knox County, Kentucky. That said, there have been some pretty cool mods over the years that have been making, like, you know, parts of South Korea got added, like, as a modded map as its own thing. People have added a bunch of, like, different cities to the game as well. Some real, some fictional. You can see how much changed. We were gone for like 2-3 days, and that whole area is empty of the bodies that used to be there. Alright, let's not go all the way in here again. We made that mistake a couple times. Yeah, so modded stuff, I could certainly see people adding, like, Alaska. I could see them doing, like, someone wanting to do a crossover, so making, like, Bear Island from, The Long Dark. Making a modded map of that. Grab that radio. Alright, there is a zombie on the inside of the fence here, so let's get that before we back into her. Let's get up to this corner. I don't see any more zombies along the fence edge. This area I can't see through with all the trees and all that. So let's not go all the way back in that corner. I can park her butt right there. And as the zombies pace back and forth in here, we can dispatch them. Then push the main building again and again. The big thing is, like I said previously, as much as I want to just really push into that building right away, I really am going to have to sit here and go back and forth on the outside and clean up whatever gets out here. Yeah, so this thing's about to break. Yeah, now it'll... Ooh, actually, you could use a sharpen. The long Zomboid. They need to add the Sims 1 neighborhood. I think that's been added. I believe it's a, it's not even a mod. I believe there's an Easter egg in the game where they've got the, I believe it's the Simpsons neighborhood. No, wait, was it the Simpsons or Family Guy? I think it was Family Guy. Either way. But they've actually got, you know, a couple of knotted houses that they've laid out based on, you know, shows or whatever. There's lots of, like, little hidden references, Easter eggs in the game. Like, one of the events you can find is you can find the, from horror movies, Jason. It's the guy in the ski mask with the machete. He's a zombie, but it is Jason. Let's see, it's never gonna happen. The map ended up expanding south after they add Fort Knox. They could end up including the Mammoth Cave, which, hey, they have basements now, not impossible. Yeah. Like, we have no idea what they're gonna add, but they've been sticking to Kentucky. They've had people very regularly be like, I would like to see this, but, you know, whatever city. And it's just someplace really not in Kentucky. Like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. I would like to see this, but, you know, Alaska or Canada or Australia or whatever. But they're sticking to Kentucky, which I think is a good choice. Let the mod community deal with the various, you know, other maps that people are interested in. Just have one map. Because I think that's one of the big benefits of Project Zomboid, is you do have the one map, the one giant map that's handcrafted. I think that's way better than if they would have just procedurally generated, shopped it out. I think the map would be far less interesting in that situation. And then splitting the map into a bunch of different maps also I think would be not as good. They got the tiny little challenge maps, but like almost nobody plays those on it. Like, people play them once or twice or whatever, but it's pretty rare you see anything. What do you got stuck in you, friend? Broken scrap sword. Well. Man, I agree. Letting the modders do that, because it's also one of those things that Project Zomboid for the base game has to do a lot of stuff to, you know, make sure the game runs smoothly with whatever they make. So they kind of can't do very exotic, over-the-top maps. Whereas we have, man, I'm blanking on the mod map. It's like the most popular mod map for like the really big city. Where it's got like, you have to go to the tunnel to get through, to get into it and out of it. For most of it, I'm blanking on the name of it. Raven Creek, yeah. Raven Creek is one of the most popular mod maps. And that was a map that, for a long while, was just, hey, did you want your frame rate to die? This is where it happens. And so, like, if Project Zomboid like, the devs wanted to make a city like Raven Creek just vanilla, it would be real rough. But because the mod map didn't have to care about it, they could have their initial versions where it was genuinely hard to run it and not have a really rough frame rate. And it was good. I'm also willing to bet that the devs used stuff like that for when they were testing optimization and all that. Find one of those maps that was really kind of punchy on the frame rate, just boot that sucker up, and see what they can get the frame rate down to doing that. I'll grab the fillet knife for carving. Alright. Well, I always say games having a active modding scene is good. Just blanket statement. Like that's always a good thing. But yeah, it's also nice that sometimes you'll have the mods that the developers will be like, you know, maybe we should add this, or maybe we shouldn't add this. We're really not sure. Like, this is one of those things that if we do add it, like, it's gonna be there. There's no going back on it kind of thing. And not sure if it's a good idea. And then you can just have someone drop a mod and let people play and be like, alright, we could just see what people think about it. We could see how it impacts the game. If it seems like it's a generally positive all-around experience for the common play types, then we add it. If it ends up being one of those things that, like, maybe it's not good all around, like it's really good for one thing, but otherwise kind of really detracts from the game, they're like, alright, well that could be like a challenge map, that kind of thing, or, you know, a mod, whatever thing that people can use, and we can just leave the rest of it alone. Ooh, that looks like a not broken scrap sword. Alright, so let's grab the broken head and toss it on a body. Grab the scrap sword. Head you to the left side. Oh, I still have the broken handle. Helps if I hit the right buttons. Game doesn't work well if you don't. Alright. Yeah, it's sad to see the Tower Unite is on its decline lately. Let's see, StarCraft used to have a Minecraft mod that was very much like Stalker Minecraft, while Tower Unite was a Gmod game mode. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of occasions that we have good mods that just kind of fade. That's always the thing I also warn people about when there's like a new major version that's coming out for a game they haven't played in a long time. And they get all excited, like, oh man, I can't wait to boot up name of mod with all these new mechanics. And you're going to be like, maybe you should be real careful about your expectations. It is one of the most common times that you see mods drop out of support is when the new version comes out. That's a pretty common time that a lot of stuff stops being supported. Just drop the sapling on the ground, ditch the weight. We can deal with that later. Because yeah, that's happened a number of times. Like, I know a lot of Factorio mods got abandoned just because the new update came, and it didn't break much, but it did change enough that some mods just weren't there, and then the people who had been modding the game just, you know, they had lost interest. It'd been years. That kind of thing. Same with Project Zomboid. When Build 41 dropped, we had a bunch of Build 40 mods that, you know, never got updated. I suspect it'll also be true with Build 42. You'll have a number of Build 41 mods that just never get updated. So really, it's looking like I got about a rally group, maybe a rally group and a half down that way. And then we'll have cleared out all around the building, and that leaves just the building itself. Like, ooh, was it Hydracraft? I want to say Hydracraft, like, had their Build 40 version. And after a very, very long time, some people kind of, like, you know, duct tape and bubblegum did up to build 41, but it was never quite working right in build 41. It had like lots of stuff that just kind of didn't behave the way you'd expect it. Where did you come from, man? You know, is never quite right. It's the same thing that happened. There was a couple of NPC mods that were available in like build 40 and all that they never got updated to build 41 either. And like the one or two that did, like, were kind of kludgy, weird, not quite working right. But just the people that developed them, you know, stopped playing the game. They just, you know, burned out, moved on, passed away, whatever happened. I was trying to finish sharpening my sword. Zombie. Leave me be. Fine, I accept it. We're not sharpening right now. It's only one tick behind. It's not that big a deal. It's just trying to get the extra damage while we're waiting on muscle strain. RimWorld has a ton of mods that never got updated after Anomaly. Because Anomaly had been long enough to get there that, you know, some people, again, they just moved on, their interests changed, fair enough. And then there's a number of people who the Anomaly mod or the Anomaly DLC just did not land with them. And so they just didn't continue maintaining their stuff with it. Yeah, Terraria's got a, like, very genuinely, Terraria's got a really strong modding scene, Project Zomboid's got a really strong modding scene, RimWorld's got a really strong modding scene, Stardew Valley's modding scene's pretty strong too. So we're just getting too dull because it's getting worn. But yeah, so I'm thinking I might even do is we're gonna make a happy little cow pasture right here in the parking lot. Actually, maybe over there. We'll see. But make, like, the cow pasture just out here somewhere. That needs to genuinely be sharpened now. Now it's... Oh, come on. It's going, like, full blunt. And I'm just not getting enough time to sharpen it. Which is because I am aggroing zombies through the fence behind me. And they're just taking their sweet time to walk around. Have you ever checked out Star Sector? Yeah, no, I've played Star Sector before, and on the channel. I very much enjoyed it. I didn't get into it nearly as much. It's just one of those things, like games that don't do well on the channel, I don't end up getting to play very much. Just, you know, by the time we consider how long I stream each day and everything, and then have to do, like, all my other responsibilities in my life, as well as all the things behind the scenes for streaming, you know, dealing with invoicing, you know, sponsors and all that, reaching out to developers for keys, my own stuff for, like, editing videos, dealing with, like, when stuff gets false flagged for DMCA violation, being like, no, really, this is DMCA safe music, it's okay. Like, all that stuff. It just leaves me a little time for getting into any games of any, like, real depth. That said, there's definitely times, like, recently I've been trying to finish I Am Future's, like, achievements. I also finished Dredge's achievements, but that was because we played on the channel. I got to the main game, and that's like, alright, now it's just chasing achievements, so I can kind of hop in, you know, put a little time here and there, and then hop back out kind of thing. Alright. Gonna need to back off soon. That muscle strain. There it is. And the endurance are both gonna be a problem. I don't know if we could just finish off these last few and sit down for a minute. Really shouldn't push this. We're not in a good place. That said, I've already pushed too far if we're not committing. Die already. Need to sit down. I've overcommitted. You, die. Okay, first, take the broken sword. Where are you at? We need to sit down now before more zombies roll in and cause us grief. Okay. Weapon behind the black car. Weapon behind the black car at the crosswalk. All right, I'll take a peek. See what we got over there. The good news is the zombies, because they're going around the long way, are giving me plenty of time to recoup. Look like some kind of knife? Yeah, I saw a kitchen knife I ignored earlier. But you never know if it's going to be like a large knife or a hunting knife, and those are pretty good, so we'll check it out. Just trying to wait out this muscle strain. That much muscle strain, really not great. Well, to their credit, they got all the way over here at least. Let's not cut through that tree where he can't see. We'll go around this way. There's one zombie up here somewhere. Deal with you real fast. Okay. Behind the black car at the crosswalk. So probably one of these bodies. Oh, okay, so like this body? Ah, just a stake. Okay, still worth checking. And you have a carving knife, not gonna worry about that. Still, it's worth checking. You never know when that's gonna be like the machete you overlooked or, you know, some other really, really solid weapon choice. And little by little, moving on up. Yeah, we're getting to that point. I need to just push, get the car out of here. Getting dark. Let's kill these two. Alright, should be... Alright, we got one more zombie by the car, it looks like. Okay, should be good to go. Has it been internal test branch? Not yet. Not since build 4.2.2 has dropped. Like, I am on what is the internal build branch, but it's the same right now. I suspect they're probably working. They probably hit a lot of the low-hanging fruit kind of stuff, the stuff that was just like switch that number, fix that thing, or the particularly high issue kind of issues. And now I'm willing to bet they're going through the stuff that's not quite as easy to fix, but they're going to take a little bit more work, is what I'm guessing they're working on at the moment. There's probably also a combination of starting to build out some more of the crafting stuff and cleaning up some of the UI stuff that they said that they weren't like the permanent version, yada yada. Would be my guess of what's going on. And that's not based on any specific internal knowledge or anything like that. That's just me thinking as a dev. You've done a major release. You got all the things that you fixed real fast that were impacting people. And you got, like, the one really bad, or, like, the one or two really bad bugs that were hurting people. Yeah, they could also be working on, they had a couple of, there were certain, like, video cards and all that that are having issues with the game on Build 42. And I think Mac was having problems on Build 42. So they could also be trying to pin down some of those issues. It also wouldn't surprise me if they're also dealing with some of the issues that were more major, but weren't stuff that was happening consistently. The stuff where, like, sometimes people would hook up a trailer and their car would launch into the sky or whatever. Those kind of bugs. I could see them working on that kind of stuff as well. Do generators work on basements? I am under the impression they have fixed that. When it first came out, they were not. I do think that got fixed. I want to say there was one location that has a basement deep enough they don't work, because it's a certain number down. It's like 8 floors down or 8 floors up or something like that that the generators could do. But, yeah, it's exactly. So, Kazmora saying the same number independently of me, so that sounds like that's correct. But there was, I think there was a basement that was deep enough that you couldn't power it because there was, you know, like there was a floor past that depth. And so as well as things that you couldn't go all the way to the bottom. But I also think that was a deliberate decision on their part to make it so the that base would always be scary. That you know, you could go the first couple of floors and manage, but when you got to those lower floors, that you had no choice but to do it by flashlight. Alright, we're gonna look for not butter tomorrow to eat before we go out and deal with zombies and all that. So 150 flat on the zombie kill day. Nice. Would oxygen tanks combat the generator inside? I have no idea. That'd be one of those things you'd have to test on a save you don't care about. Let's wait out here for just a minute. It's a little bit brighter. There we go. That way we're not dealing with the severely penalized. Like, we're still taking, like, yeah, 35% darkness penalty. Make quicker than zombies? Yeah, because we keep leveling stuff up. Let's see, hockey mask, which is why you hit up the barracks as early as possible for the Alice webbing and angled flashlights. Yeah. Butterfish, preferably butter foraging, weight, and all that. Water supply. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed your comment on YouTube earlier, Herb. It is those things that's much harder for me to keep an eye on YouTube stuff. between the stream delay over there that happens because of YouTube's kind of garbage live streaming stuff and everything else. See, they're surprised they didn't fix the skills UI shows XP boosts for strength and fitness that misled you for years. Strength and fitness boost. What is misleading on those? Sorry, I'm curious. I'm curious what you're talking about, the strength and fitness boost. It looks like everything's fine. That's what you came over here. Let's see. For surviving, you need butter or fish. And a water source. Don't need ring collectors? Yeah. Yeah, right now on build 42, you'll end up needing either butter or fish, or you're going to need real high level butchering. I'm trying to find something that is... Now we're dealing with... Alright. There we go. Thistle, we can eat that. Yeah, I'm curious what's the thing that is incorrect misleading on there. Because it's entirely possible I just haven't noticed it. Can you make butter? Oh yeah. An antique over to survive winter? You do not need an antique stove. The XP boost does not apply to strength and fitness. Oh, are you thinking about fast learning? Yeah, fast learner. Yeah, because I believe this doesn't show any type of... Where are you? Yeah, this doesn't show any type of XP boost here. And if you go to fast learner, I believe under it, it says skills. And it's just not super communicating that it's there. And anything, literally anything you read on the wiki, always take with, you know, suspicion. The product Zomboid wiki has a reputation for how unreliable it is. It is not a great source of information. It's certainly worth doing that if you're trying to find something and you just want to look it up quick. It can be okay, but it gets a lot of information just completely and utterly wrong. Oh yeah, no, fitness, I agree. Fitness does not benefit from fast learner. You are correct. Fast learner does not apply to fitness or strength. As you stop going to wiki when you notice the ad blocker blocking, hit over 1,000 ads, your PC dies whenever you go there. Yeah, so unfortunately one of the things that happened, I don't know about the product Zomboid wiki, but like such as Wikia or whatever it is, which is one of the more popular, you know, the popular, like, things for setting up your wikis on. Is they're the ones who are doing the thing about having the 1 pixel by 1 pixel stream playing in the background on Twitch to boost people's numbers up. That was why Twitch, you know, put the entire rule about embeds and everything and all that, not counting towards viewership and a whole bunch of other stuff. That was stuff like Wikia and all that. Yeah, and fandom was another one out there who was a big problem. Drop those on the ground because they're super heavy. Yeah, that practice has kind of mostly gone away because Twitch made certain rules about, you know, so they don't ban creators for doing that, because part of it is you could have someone is embedding their stream onto the page without their permission kind of thing, so you wouldn't want to ban, like, if someone kind of maliciously put a embed of my stream on their wiki page or whatever, and, you know, you're not allowed to or whatever, that would be a way to get someone banned for something that they weren't doing, kind of thing. So that's the reason why that's not a bannable offense. But they have made it so that doesn't count for advertisers, it doesn't count for viewership, that kind of thing. Those type of embeds and whatnot. It was to tackle that because it was coming a way to effectively buy views, but like legitimately, and Twitch definitely wanted to put a stop to that. As far as stuff like advertisers are concerned, it devalues it. Because then the advertisers look at it and go, but that's not a real view, which is fair. You know, the person's not really seeing my ad, not really whatever, and I'm paying for it. So yeah, Twitch definitely doesn't want to support that behavior. But yeah, now I see what you're saying. I would argue that's more of a problem, not with the UI for the skills here, not this UI. I would say the not applying to fitness and strength is more of a, they need to have the traits have better descriptions. It is honestly a problem they have with a lot of traits, is there are a lot of traits that they'll tell you, like, makes you more prone to illness. But because they don't give, like, any of the numbers or anything of the information on the back end, you have people going, well, does this apply to corpse sickness? Does this apply to cold? Does this apply to this? And it's like, well, yes, but no, but yes, depending on, like, which ones. And there's a lot of confusion that comes with that. And we could just avoid all of that if it was like, hey, this makes corpse sickness 25% faster. That's what it does. And there's some pretty good mods out there that's like better traits description, better Moodle description, those kind of mods out there that they do literally go, hey, this is exactly what this does. This like makes your strength, you know, for inventory purposes, and make to like you have one more strength or whatever. One tapped with a hammer. Can you ask what's my headset? That is an excellent question that probably has an answer. I remember it's a Corsair. What model it is? That certainly has a question that I don't know off the top of my head, unfortunately. Whatever it is, I've been happy with it. I could probably look it up here in just a second. Can anyone check to see if it's already in my About section? If it is, I'll just, like, if it isn't, I'll just make a note to look it up after stream and add it. If it is, that means I don't have to look it up, and I can be like, hey, look at the About section. So they do try and keep all the relevant specs there. Nope, not in the About section. Alright, I can take 2 seconds and I can look. My headset is a Corsair Void Elite. And I honestly do not remember if it was something I was given as a sponsorship or I bought it. I feel like I bought this one because the one I got as a sponsorship, which is over here somewhere, which is a really nice Turtle Beach, felt great and everything, but just like the way it covered the ears wasn't as good for dealing with stuff. Like, it couldn't tell anything else going on around me, which is good in some ways. But as well as things that's like, okay, it's good, but yeah. Yeah, so I just need to add the headset. I'm pretty sure I bought this set. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I bought this set and my Turtle Beach set got as a sponsor. Which, for the record, I really like that Turtle Beach set. Or, sorry, it's Rocat, or whatever it is. Which is a sub-brand of Turtle Beach. Is the other one. You got a thing in you. But I really like the Turtle Beach one, but it's just one of those things for streaming purposes, like, it had pros and cons. The good news, I do like having it because it's still a spare I can keep playing around. That suddenly makes me realize we might actually have a sponsored stream coming up soon. Which is, for those who weren't here for it, the microphone I'm using right now, that's in front of me, that was also a sponsor. Moano was just like, hey, we heard your mic is getting dodgy. We'd like to send you a mic, you know, if you're cool with it. And I was like, hey, I need a new mic. If you're willing to send me a nice mic for freezies, yeah, let's talk. I am in need of a microphone because I've had a Blue Yeti. That's my backup mic. That it served me very well for a very, very long time. But they have a mechanical problem where their mute button wears out. Like, it's like the wear point on it. It's the thing that breaks first. And mine had reached that point where sometimes I would hit the mute button, it would make the little click. Sometimes it would mute, sometimes it wouldn't. I'd have to look at the LED to see if I was actually muted or not. So it still worked, but it was also one of those things like, alright, this is clearly getting to that point where it probably based. Man, every once in a while I'm getting like a real chunker of a frame dip in the game. So mindful. Stop in right before the crosswalk so zombies get by safely. Well, yeah, I mean, our character literally is cosplaying as a police officer of the law. We couldn't have them, you know, committing a moving violation, impeding an intersection or impeding a pedestrian crosswalk. That'd blow our cover. I mean, we're legitimately a police officer, and we of course wouldn't park on the crosswalk. I'm glad that, you know, she just chilled and kind of waited for me to have my muscle strain and then was like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be attacking you. So no good bad. We haven't had a chance to look at it. The only one that have a compatible battery maybe is this one. And we haven't had a look at that one. That one looks like it's a little beat up. It's just the question of what in it is beat up. If we're lucky, the battery will still be good. Alright. Yeah, so got a spear over here. Not seeing any zombies out there. Now plan on using that spear, but if it's sitting right there, I'm just going to chuck it on the ground so I at least have the option later. Alright, so let's roll over here, kill this group. Because like I said, I'm kind of focused on just doing laps outside, killing anything that pops out. That should gradually pull a bunch of zombies out, so when I'm going in there, we'll hopefully have way less, you know, spooky zombies, or more importantly, like, the cursed bathroom where you open the door and like 30 zombies pop out. I'm exaggerating, it's usually like 8. Which is terrifying enough when you open the bathroom and a whole party rolls out and you're just like, oh god. Let's see, would it make sense to have traits like lawful good or that kind of stuff, Product Zomboid? Not really. Because, like, I'm not sure in an apocalyptic context, like, how that would apply. And then on top of that, even if you could, the question is how would you, you know, detect or decide that certain things have happened? It's like, oh man, what game was it? There was a game who was trying to add, you know, like, you would have your character get fined for speeding kind of things, just arbitrarily or whatever. And, like, it's a hard thing to implement. So you could have like a roleplay thing that's saying, hey, my character is lawful good or whatever. Like, I won't do X, Y, Z. But as far as, like, actually having a... What do you got going on in that corner? What is this party? I'm guessing the fence doesn't open over there, and you're just all stuck in one big bunch. It's not really that many zombies, but it's definitely more than I want to be pulling in one pull. Yeah, let's back off. What in the muscle strain? Yeah, exactly. Walked around the corners like, oh hey, that dock down there. That's a rough time, friends. My guess is they've got a corner like that in the fence. And so all the zombies are getting stuck on it. And as a result of it, you know, they just all stay stuck in that position, and once they got close enough to properly aggro them. Alright, we still got a decent amount. More than I want. Not the whole group, thankfully. Alright, let's get back out. We'll walk up the road, sit down in the road and rest. It's funny that some of them took this way and are now walking out and around for some reason. Oh, I think that zombies inside heard us fighting, I see. Yeah, because this is a big group. Oh yeah, Speed Demon, you now sometimes get a, when you start your character, you get a speeding ticket in your inventory. That's just a, like, it's a fun, tiny little thing that they had no reason to implement, but is just fun. Oh yeah, would you look at that? This whole road was overwhelmed with bodies before. You still got a decent number here, but it's definitely... They had a lot of junk stuff? Yeah. You still on me? All right, we'll see what stragglers have got in here and see if we can't wrap it up. Man, there's still a lot on us. All right, I guess we just keep backing up. Let's see, what's the community's love affair with Speed Demon, or is it just an acceleration button? Because anytime you go fast at 50, you end up hitting a tree. Oh, so the way Speed Demon and Sunday Driver actually work is they affect the torque on the car. So they have the weird paradox thing of they just make you better at towing, too. So, like, if you take Sunday Driver, your character sucks at off-roading and towing. Because of the way it just implementation-wise, the way it affects things, it does hurt your horsepower and everything. So Speed Demon makes it way easier to tow stuff. I normally don't take Speed Demon, but I haven't really kind of established what my new build for Build 42 is. Because they do adjust... They did adjust a bunch of point values, and some traits got rid of and got replaced by others. And so the build I was using, I had a couple points difference, and I've been trying to figure out what I want to actually put in those couple points difference. All right. But so you tried towing a little dart with your van and gave up after half a block. Yeah. Sunday Driver isn't really too bad. I used to take Sunday Driver on almost every build. Unless you're using the... I'm going to call it a bug, where you can tow things much easier in reverse than you can in forward driving. The moment you try and tow anything off-road with Sunday Driver, you're just begging to swamp down the car. So as much as I'd love to say it's not that bad, it's pretty awful. But it's mostly towing that is a place you really feel Sunday Driver. Like the actual driving speed, no one cares about. I mean, that's not true. There are people who care about. I don't care about. People seen, I always drive slow. I've seen way too many people get runs to 3, 4, 5 months and then kill their character just because they're driving too fast. Then they see like a horde of zombies has wandered in the middle of the road. They don't want to wreck their car, and then they try and swerve around and catch a tree or whatever. And then that's just the end of their run.
Thank you, Elizabeth Regina, for subscribing for 5 months.
And thank you, Elizabeth, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 5 months been subbed to channel. So thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. And I do hope you have been enjoying the stream and you continue to enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, no, it's mostly with the Sunday driver. It's almost exclusively the off-roading and the towing that's the problem. Like as far as like speed, it's not a problem. Like if you're in a situation that the acceleration of your car is kind of a make or a break for you, you've done like 20 things wrong leading up to that moment. Like a lot of things have gone the wrong way to get you to that situation. That it's the other 20 things that are the problem. But so you have an old enough processor that Sunday Driver is way to help control the speed and stuttering. Have you used the cruise control? Cruise control is amazing. Shift W turns on cruise control and increments it up by 5 miles an hour. And then Shift S will increment it down by 5 miles per hour. And then hitting S will just turn it off. I highly recommend using cruise control at pretty much any and all situations. It will protect you from yourself. Wifey. Okay.
Eating it yet, but the potato is super numb.
I'll get there.
It's super delicious.
I mean, they look really good.
I love kissing you.
Yeah. And I love you too. And you stay pretty. And you sleep well. Yes, you are. Love. Well, another thing that'll also help stuttering, that would file around the old multiplayer server, was editing the game's JSON file to allow access to more of your RAM. Yeah, keep in mind the editing the game files that give you more RAM doesn't work that well. It is one of the things that the developers have pushed back on a couple of times. In Build 42, we do have access to more of a RAM than we did before. But, it's one of those things that Project Zomboid isn't exactly designed or optimized the consideration of more RAM. It's a game that kind of has a little bit of, not a hard ceiling, but a pretty strong ceiling on how much RAM it can take advantage of. With the exception of, like, multiplayer just because of the scope of it. Because all it does, it'll load more and more stuff into the memory, and that can help with that. It can help a little bit with your game stuttering if your hard drive's slow. But like, if you're dealing with massive populations and all that, that'll all be CPU issues. Fully 100% on the CPU side. Thank you. I am very happy with the way my life has gone. Not that there's never been hard times or anything like that. There's certainly... Oh, hey. There's certainly been hard times and all that. Broke college student kind of life situations. Starting my career in a recession. Java games actually run worse if you get more RAM than they really need. Because the compiler is being weird. Yeah, it can actually hurt your performance to give it more RAM. So it is one of those things that the developers historically, I don't know about nowadays, but they've historically discouraged doing the hacks to expand the amount of RAM the game can use. Again, with the exception of running a server. When running a server, that's a whole different animal. Yep, that's still good, so we'll take that back. It'll be wild when we get back to using our endurance, like really, really endurance-efficient weapons again. Oh, you're just dead. Okay. Just because I've gotten having to deal with muscle strain and all that way more because we're using the inefficient ones. It's gonna be feeling like it could fight forever. Alright, deal with you, and then I'll back up to that corner and rest. You better luck editing the garbage collector. Giving him more RAM did nothing for you. Yep. Yeah, no, definitely for Product Zomboid, if you want it to perform well, it's almost entirely about your CPU being like having a decent CPU in your computer, and then having the game on an SSD. Because the game does do a lot of hard drive interactions. Anything else we want to do? Nope. We are down to the point of using stabby bits. That zombie got close enough. It kicked me out of fast forward. Yeah, no, that's if you're dealing with performance stuff, running it on a traditional spindle hard drive, you can run into performance pains. It just, as you explore the map, every little chunk of the map is its own file. Your character's its own file. There's a whole bunch of other random things that are their own files. And it is just a thing that is just grabbing lots and lots of little files here and there and updating little files all over the place. It is a thing that can be particularly rough when it comes to the performance. But if you're not moving areas really fast, it would probably not be that bad. Because imagine that's probably the worst one, is you gotta load in a new chunk just because of how much information is in a chunk. Let's break the hockey stick. Well, let's see how long it took to claim the resort in-game time. It was just barely shy of 2 months to the moment we started down this road with the intent of fighting the zombies, to the point that we actually got the generator hooked up in the corner. Sir? Sir, excuse me, sir? Sir? Charlie? Bob? Robert? Tom? There! It's Tom, I see. There we go. But yeah, to the moment I got the generator hooked up right there, was like 1 month, 29 days or something like that. We had someone who sat down and did the numbers. Excuse me, could you just come to that window? Thank you. Yeah, it's also, I believe how many lootable things will play into the performance as well. If you have an area that's like a warehouse where there's just tons and tons of things with loot in them, it's more significant performance implications than if you're loading a tile that's just full of trees. So more or less like how busy the cell is for just stuff. Alright, one last pull and then we got back out. There's still gonna be a ton of zombies in that corner that was overrun. We probably would have been able to get through way more of them, but just the fact that they kept, like, following me far and I had to back out farther. That's just time I spent not resting or fighting. Yeah, probably kill this one and then get out of here. Yeah, because you're still holding up relatively okay. Okay, we're exerted. Let's go. So what's the plan with all these windows? I'm gonna have to remove all of the glass that's there. That's one thing. The other thing I'm gonna need to do is, I believe with a crowbar, what I will be able to do is I should be able to take the crowbar and go to existing windows and take the windows off the wall. And then once I've done that, I should be able to bring those windows here and replace these. Those are going to be the last thing I end up fixing on the building, though. Like, I'll remove the glass early on, but actually, like, putting the new windows in, I'm going to wait till I have the area really, really secure. Because those will be the first things that get broken anytime we attack, and they're one of the bigger pains to replace each time. So, definitely want to save those for last. Yeah, we also might do glass making as well. We'll have to figure it all out. So who is going to win? Well, we did the gamble yesterday. The gamble was 3 days, is what we actually had for the turnout. Because it was, again, the rule was that I get into the building without skipping groups. And so yesterday we did manage to fight our way all the way in. Didn't have to skip any groups. And it was, I walked in the building, killed like 3 or 4 zombies, and then, you know, all hell broke loose in the building and we backed back out. But we did go in the building. And, excuse me, it's, transparent aluminum. Actually, it's transparent aluminum, unless you're in the Star Wars universe, and then it's transparent steel. Actually. Nerd! Yes. I've spent a career as a software developer. I feel like that kind of career just automatically assigns you a nerd card. I do love those ones where it's like the insult where they just mash like 3 or 4 different, or not insults, but like the person who it's like deliberately and maliciously referencing like 3 different IPs and mixing up their information together. Like, you know, Dumbledore using a Jedi mind meld to put a stop to you know, the doctor or whatever. And you're just like, no, stop. Good job. None of us gamers watching another gamer play in the game could be nerds. Yeah. Did you say Dumbledore? Yes. The point was because there was the whole joke of that you get a shirt with his, like, you know, Dumbledore used a Jedi mind meld to, like, against I can't remember, it was someone from Doctor Who or whatever, and it was just one of those things you're just like, no, you're mixing up like five different IPs, stop it, you're hurting me. Was it Dumbledore and Mordor? Yeah, but no, it's a whole thing. That's coming out because you haven't heard someone say transparasteel in like 300 years. Yup. That's the whole thing. It was like way back in the is that even canon anymore with Star Wars? I can't remember if that was Legends or not. That the cockpits and all that in everything in Star Wars, their glass is transparasteel. So it's the same exact idea as transparent aluminum in Star Trek. It's just steel instead of aluminum. Nah, so that was one of the ones I remember. It was Jedi Mind Meld, because Mind Meld, Mind Meld was Vulcans, right? I can't remember anymore. But it was like the Jedi Mind Meld, I think, was mashing together a Star Trek and a Star Wars thing. And it was just one of those things that just upset people in their various fandoms. But yeah, no, it is a thing that I'm glad how much the world has changed over the years when it comes to stuff like that. It used to be kind of this whole big thing that, you know, being into, you know, Star Wars or Star Trek or sci-fi in general is like you were a nerd, and like people would bully you at school because you were a nerd. And like the whole jock and nerd thing. And then over time, and I'd actually argue that gaming was probably one of the leading reasons that mentality went away. I mean, it still exists to some rate, but not like it used to. I mean, don't get me wrong, kids are still bullies and cruel and all that. That hasn't changed. But like the whole dump on nerds kind of thing, which unfortunately we're kind of getting back to a reality where people are very anti-intellectual again. But it's more like, you know, being a scientist, being a doctor, being that, people dismissing that more so than being a nerd or whatever used to get all crapped on. Because I remember, at least in like elementary and middle school, that was very much, there was the nerd group and there was the other group, and I was solidly in camp nerd, which was so much more fun, by the way. But later on with like gaming building up a whole lot more, and like new Star Wars stuff coming out, new Star Trek stuff coming out, that you had a lot more shared interests and all that. Like I remember in high school I joined the robotics team. And I think we had 3 people who were on the robotics team who were also on the football team, which kind of killed any pushback between the two different groups entirely. Because I hate how nowadays all the companies all think if you are a software developer, you must immediately be a fan of Star Wars. I haven't run into that one, like in my own software development. I feel like there is an assumption that you'll be into some form of science or like sci-fi or fantasy. Like not necessarily sci-fi or science fantasy. Like that you'll be into something, whether it's like Harry Potter or Doctor Who or Star Wars or Star Trek or some of those. I definitely feel like that's a thing. But I never felt like people just assumed I like Star Wars as a software developer. I did, and I also like Star Trek. Admittedly, not that big on, like, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, or any of that. Like, fantasy can be fun. Like, just straight up proper fantasy can be kind of fun. Was never, like, into the big IPs in that, though. Let's see, your uncle's dragged a bunch of us nieces and nephews to the prequels of Lord of the Rings at the cinemas. They weren't gaming nerds, just Star Wars Lord of the Rings nerds. Well, I think that was the whole thing, you know, a lot of people got into that. Like, it's a passion. Like, don't get me wrong, I would absolutely show my niece and nephew Star Wars when I think they're at an age that they would like be able to actually enjoy it versus being like, I have no idea what's going on, because, you know, while they do have a bunch of like silly jokes and all that, they also do have a bunch of, you know, stuff that's a little bit more involved. Has seen the Clerks 2, the Star Wars nerd versus the Lord of the Ring nerd? Not a Clerks... No, because I hadn't seen Clerks 2. I know in Clerks they had the whole scene where they were having the moral discussion about whether or not the contractors on the Death Star... Like, the rebels were actually awful because there was contractors on the Death Star and all that kind of stuff. Which was a very fun and interesting conversation. Because it is the exact kind of conversation when you're really bored working retail you might have with one of your coworkers. And then, of course, you'll have, like, no customers in the whole store, and that one customer will walk in and just happen to have, like, an appropriate skill to add into the conversation, and will drop whatever the heck they were doing with their day to jump into the conversation. What's up with the mansion? The resort? We are working on it. I'm just getting some food because we're a little bit low. Like, I got tons and tons and tons of butter. But, sometimes you need to take a break from the butter. Like, I definitely remember where I was working retail was pretty close to Kennedy Space Center. So, like, it makes sense that this would happen. But I remember getting into a discussion about, like, just, we were kind of talking about rocketry, and there's an issue when you're dealing with rocketry that once you get to a certain scale, for every additional pound you want to add to a rocket, you have to add, like, several additional pounds to then lift that pound. And so you have this kind of exponential growth problem of every tiny bit you make the rocket bigger, there is a rate that the rocket size grows. And it's kind of going and all that. Butter break. But, so it's a thing that's like, the first pound you add to a rocket, the amount of fuel and then container for the fuel and all that you have to add is not that bad. And then you go to add another pound of the payload, well, now you have to have significantly more, doing all that stuff. Why am I putting the carrot in the bowl before eating it? So, one, it gains me the cooking skill a little bit more, and the cooking skill does a lot of interesting things, like at higher levels you can cook with rotten food. It doesn't give you much actual anything, but it does let you cook with rotten food if you so choose, and be totally safe. The other thing it does is you will get more hunger and nutrition out of cooked food than you will out of the others as it levels up, and it just gets better and better over time. And on top of that, cooked food, and yes, putting a carrot into a bowl qualifies as cooked food, even goes a step farther as to giving you a little bit of happiness, because you'll notice we're not depressed anymore. Did I hit an animal? Alright. I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. Oh, we are warming up, so that probably was poisonous. Let's go ahead and have a lemongrass right now. Yeah. Oh, no, that's just, it stinks. That's fine. As you can have some hilarious return, you're putting a fish fillet into the bowl, raises the calories from 8,000 to 11,000. Yeah, when you start getting high level on cooking, you can get a lot. Generally speaking, if you have the option to, again, quote-unquote cook, you should. Not all cooking requires actually using an oven. Just chucking stuff in a bowl qualifies as cooked food. There's even a lot of stuff that you can just toss in a pan that doesn't require cooking to be safe, and it still will qualify it as cooked food. How many days? 4 months and 11 days is how long this character's been alive. Salads are kind of overpowered. I don't disagree. If they opted to nerf salads, I would not particularly have a problem with that. Not sure why you don't cook with poisoned berries. Historically, when you cooked with the poisoned berries or poisoned anything, it was really dangerous. I've been informed many times that that is not the case, but I also haven't tested it, nor do I plan on testing on a character I care about. It very well could be safe, and I know I've had people who swore up and down that it's safe, but my stance is still going to be, I haven't tested it, nor will I test it a character I care about, nor do I really want to load up a thing on a new character just to try it. Can't be worse. Oh, you haven't seen the rules of Project Zomboid. You take water, it's unsafe water, you can drink it right from the river and be totally fine, just a tiny bit of queasiness. You put that sucker in a bottle, it is death in a bottle. Again, video game. Take your logic, check it at the door. Doesn't belong here. Like, in real life, yes, certain poisons, when you cook them, do go inert. Not all, but some do. And so you can take some stuff that is genuinely straight up dangerous poisonous, and as long as you get it to the correct temperature, you're good to go. But video games, don't count on it. It might be a mechanic, it might not be a mechanic. That's the kind of stuff to test in a brand new character you don't care about. It's also a thing right now that we're getting very inconsistent behavior out of poison stuff in the game right now. That people are finding they can just eat the poison mushrooms and be fine. Other people are finding they can't. And it not just being weak stomach, like just inconsistent, like the corpse sickness mechanic. I have days I'm standing on a giant mountain of bodies that have been ripening in the sun, and no issues whatsoever. And then there's other days I'm standing around just a couple of bodies and we're getting queasy. And I don't really know what the difference is and why sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't. But I would just be careful doing anything that you haven't really heavily tested as safe. Because I am getting a little bit of unexpected results with stuff. So it is best to treat the unstable branch as it's labeled on the box as unstable, and that your results might vary. I'm still eating the poisonous berries because it has not shown at all dangerous for me. I might regret that at some point, but yeah. The things you find on the ground go in the fishing rod. Let's see, you've been foraging, and you just throw away the berries. You don't mess with food after burnt food killed you. Yeah, burnt food in this game is a real dangerous thing as well. In real life, yes, burnt food can be carcinogenic sometimes, and some very specific burnt food can be dangerous. But even then, dangerous is usually more indigestion kind of thing than you're gonna die. Well, the massacre you're parking? Oh yeah, no, that's this is nothing compared to what we had. Genuinely, this was so much worse. Because these bodies were only the last 9 days, and we had 2 days we weren't even here because of the helicopter. And then on top of this, the bodies are really spread out this time, as opposed to just having like a giant area of just solid bodies. Do you think they made the raw eggs with poisonous berries? That'd actually be pretty mild. Let's see, the corpse sickness. They have been clever enough to make it affected by wind. You notice that seems to be the mood that you go for. I have no idea. Let's see, eating one poisonous berry as a test isn't going to be very dangerous, but mushrooms literally a nibble on the wrong one. Is certain game over? Yeah, it has been historically. Right now in build 42, it's a little wonky. That sometimes you can eat like entire quarters of a poisonous mushroom and get away with it. I would not do it. But I don't believe that's intended behavior. Because in build 41, it was like literally, because you could start the eat thing and cancel, and it'd eat just 1 unit of hunger, and that was enough to kill you. So, like, even though there is a bug potentially or some change to poison that some stuff we're able to get away with we couldn't used to, I am still treating that as an absolute no-go. Like that, the mushrooms I will... 1/4 of anything won't kill you? Yeah, well that's build 42. I don't believe that's intended. And that's the kind of thing I could see them correcting and not saying anything other than in the patch notes. So I could see people get in the habit of doing it, and then an update happens, and then suddenly a whole lot of characters end up dead. Alright, Lexra, you take it easy. So I'm just not even going to chance it. Because like I said, historically, nibbling a mushroom with a death sentence. Could be a realism decision. Taking a nibble won't kill you. Oh no, no. There are mushrooms that eating even a little bit is real dangerous. There are mushrooms that are flat out, do not put it in your mouth. Just no. Mushrooms with names like Death Cap. It gets its name for a reason. Death Cap looks a whole lot like a safe mushroom, and is a very not safe mushroom. I mean, poison potency, I get what you're saying there, Goose. Like I said, historically, eating even 1 hunger worth of a poison mushroom was potentially lethal in build 41. Like, it was just not worth it. Like, you would literally sit there and just take the tiniest nibble and hit escape real fast, and that was enough to kill you, even with lemongrass. Like, surviving a poison mushroom in the game was, like, really, really not a thing you want to try and do in build 41. Build 42, like I said, yes, at the moment you can survive some of the mushrooms. I don't believe that's intended. I believe they did their rework on hunger, and that poison is not working as planned because of it, and that they got to do some adjustments. So I fully expect them to make eating any amount of poison mushroom just begging to die again. Might take them a while. I don't think it's an urgent thing for them or anything. But I would not get into that habit. And if you want to, that's totally fine. You might genuinely be able to do that for all of build 42 and be totally fine. My expectation is they will fix that. We'll have like build 42.3 or whenever it happens, you know, 0.4, 0.5, doesn't matter. And they'll be like, hey, poison's scarier now. Like, be ready. And a whole bunch of people won't catch that patch note, and a whole bunch of people gonna be dead. Let's see, here in Germany you have a mushroom that looks like a little green campion? I don't know what that is. And a couple milligrams off of that thing can send a family to the afterlife. And it happens way too much. Yeah, that's I can't remember the good mushroom that it looks like. But there's a mushroom in northern US that there's one that's safe and there's one that's called Death Cap. And I don't think it's that bad where it's just like a couple milligrams is all it takes. But it is very little of that takes for it to be genuinely deadly. How long do you think it'll take to clear this area, assuming this is the resort? I mean, we're getting towards the tail end of clearing it, like... we're only finding individual groups and all that, and most of the zombies we're killing are coming out of the building because of all the noise we're making and just naturally filling in the gaps. So I'm honestly expecting us any day now to kind of dwindle down the last of the zombies out here and be able to go inside. You're talking about the same mushroom? Gotcha. Yeah, it is one of those mushrooms that when I lived up north, I was in the Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts. And I got to have the fun of doing one of their survival courses. And he was like, he goes, some areas you can, you know, identify good and bad mushrooms and fairly safely eat. He goes, here's a hint. Even here, like, experts who specialize in mushroom every once in a while get these wrongs and kill themselves. Do you know what you do if you're in a survival situation in this area? You don't eat the mushrooms. You don't go, I'm pretty sure it's a safe one. You just don't. It's not worth it. You're better off eating something like tree bark that isn't going to help you a whole lot than touching the mushrooms. And thanks so much, Warren, for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Warren, another fantastic content creator on the platform, been playing some Project Zomboid, as well as RimWorld. Does like no pause, 500%, really sweaty, difficult RimWorld stuff. Also been doing some Project Zomboid, having a good time. What were you streaming tonight? How did it go and all that stuff? Let's see, Goose says, that's actually crazy how some people can reliably identify poisonous versus not. Yeah, there's some who can very much tell them, because some places it's very obvious, like you have like this red-topped mushroom, you're like, oh, that's the bad one. You got the brown-topped mushroom, like, okay, that's the fine one. Because there's some areas that the bad and the good mushroom are very easy to distinguish. And then there's the ones where it's like, what's the poison one look like? It's short and brown. What's the safe one look like? It's short and brown. What defining characteristics do they have that's different? The little fins on the bottom are slightly different. If you look at them really closely and you're like, okay, so should you try to identify them? No. No, you should not. You should assume they're all poison. Because you might as well just play it safe. Let's see, still alive, a little over 6 months and 2 weeks. Nice. Trying to catch some fish before your first big blizzard tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, Blizzard, have you been... I think you said you played enough that you've been through a blizzard before. And if you've got to, like, raid and run and all that stuff, I totally understand. Like, don't let me keep you. But, you're obviously welcome to stay. Have you been through a blizzard in Project Zomboid before? Or is this a repeat or a new experience? I think you said you've played enough that... Yeah, I think you said you played enough that you think... You have not. Ah, gotcha. It's fun. It's fun. I won't spoil any of it. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not like this ridiculous, like, earth-shattering thing. Like, don't let me overhype you on it. But it is fun. Have you had the opportunity to be in a tropical storm or a hurricane yet in the game? Because yes, Project Zomboid has those. Those are also fun. And a tropical storm in the game is very much like a real tropical storm. I can say, as someone who has been in many of them, it's just like a real nasty storm. Hurricanes, on the other hand, that gets wild. In real life, I mean. That is... I can't remember if Hurricane was in Project Zomboid. I know Tropical Storm is. You deal with that crap in Florida already too much? Yeah, I'm also in Florida, so... Mm-hmm. Yep, I've seen some eyes. I got to be right on the coast for the eye of Hurricane Charlie. That was an experience. Just look out the horizon. Everything is nice and calm and relaxing where you're standing as you watch trees go practically sideways. Oh, like when I say I was on the coast, I wasn't like standing on the beach or anything, but I lived near the coast. And that was back when I lived with my parents. Adult me would have been absolutely like, you know what I'm doing for this storm? Not being here. Because we were in the mandatory evacuation point, but it's not like they're gonna go door to door kicking you out most of the time. just before war. Hey, you know, you never know. There is another content creator I am aware of on the platform that I know who literally lives, like, not even half an hour from me. I mean, there's probably ones who, like, live up the street from me that I'm just blissfully unaware of. You shelter inside a college for Charlie. You remember the roof, being ripped off the building next to us? Oh, yeah, that was, ever been arrested? I have not. Thankfully. The one we had is, I think it was Charlie. I had been working retail at the time, and so it took one of, like, the really, really, really big ACs they put on the roof. You know, the ones that are, like, 6 by, like, 10 feet or whatever, like the really, really big ones or whatever. And it took one of those, and to give you an idea of the force of, like, a Category 4/5 hurricane, is it broke all the bolts connecting that to the roof and drug it across the entire roof over the side on the other side. So just think about how big that thing is over just mass and being heavy. Not a whole lot of surface area for wind to catch, and just that whole thing drug it across the roof, gashing the entire roof open the whole way across, and then, you know, it fell on the parking lot, at which point it's on the ground blocked by the building, and it just stayed wrecked there on the ground. Destroyed the inside of the store. We had Matthew rip off the high school gym in North Carolina. Yeah. When you get those big ones, like, I've told a lot of the people who are regulars here. Generally speaking, when you live in Florida, here's, like, the graph of how we react to storms. Tropical storm. Genuinely, a tropical storm is just like a regular thunderstorm, but a smidge worse. We don't worry about that. Then you got, like, Category 1 and 2 hurricanes. Like, if you have something that's likely to go airborne, you'll bring it in or put in your garage, wherever. Like, if you got, like, that plastic patio furniture that goes real up easy, or you got, like, you know, sheets of plywood or something, yeah, you'll put that in your garage. You know, you don't want to be the one who gets your neighbor's windows blown out or whatever. But generally speaking, unless you're, like, right on the coast, not a big deal. Then you get to Cat 3, and that's where everyone's ears perk up, and you're like, did they say Cat 3? And it's not the point that people are evacuating or doing anything like that, but that's around the point you start seeing people that they'll put up their hurricane shutters and that kind of thing. That's the point where, like, okay, wait a second, that's a real storm now. That's actually something to worry about. Because for those who don't know, with our building codes here in Florida, any house that's been built since, I think, the 70s, is rated for Category 3 hurricanes. That they are designed with the way the roofs mount to the house, the style of building. They are designed to be able to sustained handle a Category 3 hurricane. And then you get hurricane Category 4 and 5, which our houses are not built for. That's the point where you go, is it going to be here as a Category 4 and 5? Because I'm going to leave. I'm going to go. I'm getting out of here. Yeah, be ready to leave for a Category 3, because you can always have those ones where it slows down just a little bit and it gets a bit stronger. And usually by the time a storm is 3 days out, if you're not skedaddling or already getting your goods for preparing for the hurricane, you don't get to do those things, because things have already gone sideways. Let's see, Hurricane Ian was real awful. I was working the road and saw some craziness. You could not get home for 7 days, too much damage. Yeah, for us it was, I believe, Charlie, just dropped trees all over the road that we were stuck in our area. We didn't have power for a good couple of weeks. It was, I had my buddy not too far away in town, like just across town where I was living, and he got his water back first. And it was very much one of those things like, hey, I'm coming over and I'm taking a shower. This is not a discussion. Like, I am taking a shower. I will break into your home and I will take a shower. I need a shower. I cannot go on like this. This is disgusting. I feel gross. It's been a couple of days. I am feeling funky. I don't have air conditioning. I need a shower. Which he got a chuckle. Like, it was all good and all that, but man, you don't realize how bad it is until you don't have it. Yeah, that was before they rebuilt the entire power infrastructure here in Florida, mostly because it got destroyed. You're still in Florida? Yeah, no, I've been in Florida for a long time. First person with water is obligated to offer showers. Yes, I know we're joking, but also, yes. Because, dear goodness. You remember after Michael, your sister had to drive through Central Florida and drove past miles of trees that were torn in half and all that? Oh yeah, no, it's... When you start getting to Hurricanes 4 and 5, I have no idea off the top of my head what Michael was. When you get to like 4 and 5, they get scary. I fully understand why people existing before we had, you know, Doppler radar and all that kind of stuff, responded to tropical storms with a, like, this is, you know, this is whatever deity you believe in, unleashing their wrath upon the people. Because I couldn't imagine a better way to explain it not having a concept of weather. Because you'd just be like, suddenly out of nowhere, everything has gone to heck. You know, your structures at the time, not exactly the most suited for that absolutely, completely ridiculous amount of forces. And you'd be like, yeah, we've done something to offend someone, and they've taken upon themselves to get us. Because it's the same thing with like solar eclipses. Without having a basic understanding of astronomy, you would look at a solar eclipse and be like, this is the end of days. This is a sign. This is an omen. And I'd be like, yeah, I could see having that view. When suddenly the sun gets blotted out in the middle of the day out of nowhere, and everything gets cold for a good 30 minutes or whatever, and then slowly the sun comes back, and all the shadows have like this weird crescent shape to them. Michael's Cat 5? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, you lost power for 5 days back then. It sucks. Oh yeah. Especially with the design for modern homes not breathing well. Yeah, you just sit there and you're just like, I can go outside, it's sweltering. I can go inside, it's sweltering. I'm walking around in a bathing suit because I legally can't take this any farther. I feel misery. My existence is sweat. Please. Any escape. And it's not like you can go and start splashing water on yourself. You don't have water. So you're like, no. The water here, the water we have saved, don't you dare use that to cool off. That is for not dehydrating. Oh yeah, generators? Oh yeah. I actually sold generators. I sold tools and a whole bunch of stuff, but one of the products we did sell was like the gasoline generators at the time that Florida got slapped by 3 hurricanes back to back. Was it? I always forget. It was like Charlie. Was it Charlie, Ivan, and Francis? I never remember which 3. I know Charlie was one of them. But that year we just kept getting hit again. Would you stop? Look, man. I wanted to rest and I wanted to fast forward, but you're over here being so close to the freaking fence that I'm not gonna even question how I stabbed it through there. That I can't rest because the game's trying to protect me from fast forwarding with a zombie nearby and won't let me fast forward. Oh, and if you didn't catch, you can hit zombies through fences and all that with spears and knives. They do take a significant damage penalty when you do it, though. Let's see. The fun fact is you can see your local environment reflected in the deities. So God around the Niles is benevolent and reliable, whereas the God of ancient Babylon is fickle and arbitrary and cruel. Yeah, no, like, a lot of that was people trying to explain the reality around them without having all the tools to do so. Is it crazy how much they paid attention to the heavens back then? People in the 1600s noticed big red spot on Jupiter when it appeared. The biggest storm of the solar system, as far as you know? Yeah, no, the biggest, yeah, the storm on Jupiter. It's bigger than multiple Earths. But yeah, no, it's an interesting thing. Like, in some ways, they were so observant about some stuff and realized so many things. Like, you look at, for example, ancient Polynesians and all that, and being able to just sail into, like, all sorts of different places using, like, where cloud forms were and just star patterns and all that. And at the same time, you know, some other stuff like being just wildly in a different place. It was always fascinating to me, like different cultures got really advanced in different places. Hey, Opie. It's going well. We're just kind of clearing out the last of the zombies outside the big resort here. We noticed there's like this corner over here that when I first walked up to it, it was one of those things you came around the corner, you're like, oh, I need to back up. This is way too many zombies. But it only took us about a day to clean up that, and now we're just getting the last little bit out of that corner. I don't think we're sleeping in the resort this in-game day, but we are getting pretty close to that being a possibility soon. That we'll be able to, like, duck into some room and sleep. The thing we have to watch for is if there's any zombies banging on any doors or windows in the whole building, our character will keep waking up. Because it's just a thing that Project Zomboid does, that when a zombie is attacking a door and a window or stuff like that nearby you, your character will hear it and panic. Which is good, because otherwise you die. So I'm curious if we get around that corner if there's any openings on it. Because if there's no openings on that side, or just like one little square opening, we can just slap up whatever we need to like plug that hole. And that means as long as I don't go anywhere over there, then the entire front of the area can't have zombies get into it. Because for those who don't know, the zombies will not attack stuff you're not near enough for them to be like active. So like if you're ever at an area and you're like, oh man, I'm in the military checkpoint, and we got a ton of zombies coming from the north. If you just stay away from like that north gate, like a decent ways away, they won't attack it until you get closer to it. So there is ways to kind of cheese your defenses like that. So there are times where like when you have like the hole in the fence, I'll plug up the hole and I'll just stay away from that area if I have no reason to be over there. That way I don't have to keep patching up the hole again. It's not even a matter of, like, the zombies getting me. I'm not worried about that. I just don't want to keep fixing the same thing over and over again. Eventually you're, like, very tired of it. Alright, so we probably got one more pull in us for this in-game day. Let's see, you're down in Louisiana for Katrina cleanup work. When Hurricane Rita came through. You were sleeping in a car for a time. That was wild. Yeah, no, I knew, I don't remember which hurricane it was. I had a person I had been dating at the time who lived in a trailer, like, it was like a manufactured home, whatever you want to call it. And it was one of those ones that she was just, that was built in with, like, a whole bunch of pine trees around it, which usually have a pretty bad track record of staying upright for a hurricane. And it was a bad one. I remember she had to go and basically room with a whole bunch of other people at a hotel just to make sure it was, you know, it was safe, because she got lucky. She got real lucky. She had practically a box around her house where the trees had fallen around. It's like, if you look at like long rectangle one, it was like literally a tree that way, a tree this way, a tree that way, and a tree this way. It wasn't like a perfect square or anything. They were kind of off. But she like missed trees falling in all directions around her place, and none hit. Like she lost some like fence and a whole bunch of stuff like that, which is not a big deal. But genuinely, that got real close to losing her home. Which, you know, like good on her being smart enough to be like, hey, this place isn't safe. And not staying there for it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so I got oh, this is going to be great for fishing. Would you look at this? This is amazing. Actually, I take that back. This means it's fine. Do you have an opening? You got a 1-tile opening over there. 1 tile. Wait. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here, when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. So yeah, that's the density this place was before we started clearing. That's the density what this area has. How many is that? Ooh, probably 30? What do you think, chat? 30? 30? Maybe 40? Shooting practice? No, I want to keep them. They're mine. 50? Maybe. I unfortunately don't have a good way of telling without going into debug mode, which requires like restarting the game and all that, and I'm not interested in doing that. I also would always make a backup of my save before I touch debug mode. Ooh, trash graham crackers. Interestingly, this one doesn't get any. All those fishing spots out there. Welding torch, love to see it. I'll just drop that in the ground for now. Crash peppermint, love to see it as well. Oh, Gustav, if you link something, unfortunately, the link will be suppressed by Twitch. You clipped it? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You're on stage for panic, so it's definitely a lot, yeah. Okay, so this is good. I love that. All right, so where's our cracker? This is important. 4-month-old graham cracker. That's okay. We'll take the staleness out by eating a 4-month-old trash can peppermint. Hey, Corn Doc. Thanks so much for the raid. Bear with me one moment. I just got to deal with a disruptive hotel guest here. All right, now we got that over with. What we're gonna go ahead and do is I'll go ahead and get you a shout out. Shout out. That is not at all how I spell that. Shout out for Corn Doc. For those who, I should. And Corn Doc also playing Product Zomboid. So how was your stream and all that good stuff? I hope you had yourself a good stream. And hey, Matt Apocalypse, welcome in as well. But so Corn Doc, like, how was your stream? What were you up to? How'd it go? If you got a raid and run, no problem. Just, you know, you're always welcome to stay, but just I understand, so you don't feel obligated. We are wrapping up getting the resort cleared on 16 times pop. And I may have found the most favorite thing I have seen in Product Zomboid in a long time, and it's not going to be as easy to see. And I shouldn't be going over here because I really need to be going back. But I want to share it because this is wonderful. So we've got these little platforms for, you know, people to lounge and do the slide on. You've been having it going for a while? Build 41 CDDA? Excellent. We found out, because we're playing in 16 times pop, which is the most that the game supports. Here, let me get a flashlight so I can really get it. Alright, so a flashlight really didn't help this. But, you know, just really take in the sights. Really take in the sights on the density that this area is before we cleared it. That this little platform is about how dense this area is. And I love that they spawned there because I can leave them forever to use this as an example of what 16 times pop at a point of interest looks like. It's that. All of it is that. Until you get close enough that they then spread out, and then you deal with that drama. But yeah. So, we don't know how many zombies are there, but it does instantly max out our panic, so, you know, it's a couple. But I need to get back to my car because we don't have the resort building clear, but we have cleared all the way around the building. So we should be able to start clearing the resort itself in-game tomorrow, like next in-game day. Because my plan is to make this resort our home base, and our goal for the run is to restore it. We are playing on the absolute maximum zombie population the game supports out of the box, 16 times pop. We are playing where the helicopters come back roughly every 10 days is the quickest it can come back. There's actually a couple windows intact on this side. Alright, I don't like this. You know what, I honestly could probably put the tent down here. I'm not going to. I'd rather play it safe. Where's my car? Should be right around here. There you are. You little trolls. All right. There's no zombies anywhere. And one rally group was like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put ourselves right next to your car. I'm mostly focusing on behind us. That's why. That's fine. I don't actually want to fight the whole group. I just want to draw them away from the car as best we can. And then hop in the car and get out of here. I think the car's here? Okay. So turn off the flashlight we have in our hand. Okay. Does light attract them? No. No, it doesn't. Oh, so the death wasn't specifically the helicopter taking the same area? I mean, yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, so the last character where I died, we were really close to the second highest population town in the game, and they've made changes to migration in Build 42. That it used to be zombies would basically migrate to try and balance out the population in tiles based on the percentage of the expected population that was supposed to be there. They have a migration now that no longer cares about the expected population. So where it used to be, if you lived in the middle of absolutely nowhere woods, stuff like meta events and helicopters could bring the zombies to you, but natural migration would almost never bring them that far. So you could live fairly safely and comfortably. Well, that changed. So it was just next to the town, and just the migration was just over, like just this wave of zombies overtaking the area, and I just had like my little carved hole in it that was safe. And eventually I was like, I gotta get out of here. So I tried to punch through the wave of zombies, because I had just gone away with way too many close calls, and, you know, luck finally ran out. Let's see, you just got here. Bro, I remember you being around 7,700 kills or so, and people were thinking you'd have this pretty clear soon. Now it's at 4,000 kills later, with what you're going after the resort, at least 6 weeks. On 60 times? Oh yeah, 60 times insane. Yeah, it took us 1 month and 29 days, if I remember correctly. Someone else did the math for me. 1 month and 29 days is what it took me from the moment we started down that road with the intent of clearing that place to the point that I hooked up the generator outside. That's just 16 times pop. But yeah, no, light doesn't attract the zombies. What, you always thought light did get their attention? No, so what happens is when you click the light switch to turn on the light, in a room, it plays effectively to the zombies. It's a little sound that goes out that plays nearby. And so the zombies hear the sound. But it isn't actually them seeing the light. That's not a mechanic the zombies have. But there's a thing that flicking on the lights in a place does effectively make a sound that you've turned on the lights to attract nearby zombies. But it's only turning it on. Once it's on, no more sound. Yeah, so they don't actually hear the light switch. It is designed to simulate the zombies noticing the lights coming on, but it's not a thing where they have to have line of sight or anything like that. That may not be true anymore, but that is how it used to work. It probably still does. What are the rule now? Yeah, so I mentioned that. But yeah, so if you just leave your lights on though, they don't notice you any more or less. Now actually, you know what? I take that back. Build 42, darkness does affect the zombies. So it's not that the light makes them notice you, it's that the darkness makes them not notice you. Or not notice you as much. So yeah, so historically until build 42, it made no difference light or dark. But now it's not that they get a bonus to seeing you by you being in the light, it's that they do not get the penalty of not seeing you in the darkness. Alright. Yeah, my understanding is it's like fog now. Yeah. Okay, while we're waiting for it to not be super dark, let's go ahead and repair one of these hammers. Yeah, so effectively, to a certain degree, it is correct that light and dark does matter. So much that is, it didn't used to, but it's the opposite. Instead of they see you better when it's light, they don't see you as badly as when it's dark. I.e., there's not a bonus to being in the light, there's just not a penalty. And while we're waiting for it to be a bit brighter outside, I am just working on knives. It's actually impressive that you managed to sneak past them. Because it is one of those things that right now, with the pinpoint hearing on the random zombies by default, I've been recommending people just not bother with stealth. Let's see if we can't snag some berries real fast. Actually, how's our weight? Yeah, let's snag some berries or some real fast if we can. So we're not eating butter. But yeah, I know we've been doing butter for our stuff as well. Let me also circle back because I saw earlier. Because let's go ahead and get a shout out for Matt Apocalypse. Because I'm assuming you also play Product Zomboid. And what have you been doing on your run so far? Because I'm actually unfamiliar. I look forward to checking out. It's always good to find other creators in the space and all that. But so you're looking for Product Zomboid. Again, you got plenty of people to choose from. But like, what do you got going in your run? It's also okay if you're like, hey, you know, don't worry about it or whatever. But I am giving you the self-promotion like thumbs up. Oh, you did the Ohio Mall spawn start. Oh, interesting. So when you're talking about the Ohio Mall, you're talking about the one over in Louisville area? Are you talking about? I think this is. Ooh. I think it's that one. Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's gotta be rough. Yeah, that's the thing. When you said the Ohio Mall, I'm like, oh, the Ohio Mall. Because I know this is the Crossroads Mall. And then we've got... Wasn't there a new mall they added somewhere over here? I know they haven't labeled the buildings. I thought there was a new mall, like a little one. Oh, it'd have been probably down here. Maybe that's it. I thought there was a new mall that was a smaller one. There's also, for those who don't know, on the south end, I think it might be this building. There's like a smaller mall on the south end of Louisville too. Yeah, that's a spicy one. I've done runs where I spawned in Louisville, where I would have a tent. I would go and like go down to the where is it? The event here. You'd steal a tent real fast and live over here with the intention of clearing into Louisville from this end. That mall's a rough time. Starting a fresh run and doing that mall is a rough go. So yeah, no, it sounds like it's wild. I'm assuming you're just up to your eyeballs in zombies almost all the time. You lived for 1 week so far? Hey, that's not bad. Alright, so we're trying to snag some, like, quick berries, nettles, acorns, anything to eat. Because if you and a few of friends are doing a run at the moment, super fun in Louisville. Top left, fire department, yeah. That's, what you can do is so much more interesting when you got multiplayer going on. Like solo trying to go up there to, like, spawning into, like, where the, where all the storage places are up in the top northwest of Louisville. That's the highest population density area of the map last I looked. I haven't looked at the new heat map to see where it's at, but build 41, that was the worst spot in the whole map, was the northwest corner of Louisville, like those top like 3 cells right there. And like doing that solo, you just can't go up there and solo it yourself. It goes until you get one bad pull and then the whole thing goes sideways. There's just no going back. Or even then, like the first meta event that sends them going across where you're at, and it's just, you're evicted. I imagine with how long the bridge is now, there might be a little bit more you can do with it, but you can't survive in the bridge. Not long term. You gotta have a lot of setup to make that work. Because foraging is not going to get you much food there. Yeah, meta events in Louisville, it's always like, find some closet to hide in, let the zombies shake out for a couple of minutes, and then once it like settles down, be like, alright, what is my situation now? Yeah, the helicopter hasn't come yet? That is one of the few places normally my advice to the helicopter is never stay at wherever you care about. But with as dense a population as Louisville has, it's kind of one of those ones like, what's it gonna do? Draw zombies to you? You're in the thick of it. You very genuinely might be best served just to go not on the first floor of a building. Moment the helicopter arrives, just sit and read books and wait till it's done. Just because there's a lot of things. Because like people will believe that the helicopter, if it doesn't see you, it just burns by or whatever. It still circles the area around you. Whether it's like there isn't the concept of it saw you or not. It just stays in the area. 1 to 4 passes. Like a pass for me is it'll circle a bunch of times and it'll go away, and it'll do it 1 to 4 times. It'll do that. Normally, usually the strategy is just be not where you want. Like, don't be where the don't be any place you care about, because you will be drawing zombies to that area. So a very safe strategy for dealing with the helicopter is just the moment you hear the helicopter, or you know the helicopter's coming, you just make your way onto a road, onto a highway, and you either walk or drive real slowly and just keep on going. Wait till the helicopter's done, turn around, ideally take a different route home, and just go home. Just make sure you get all well rested and deal with the aftermath the next day. For a more advanced skill, you can draw the zombies to a big open area like a field or a parking lot. Draw the zombies in there and basically kite them in circles until you've gotten past the helicopter, and then again you just say nope, not my problem, and you walk away and deal with it later. Oh, did I actually put the bone knife on you? I was so confused what happened there. Where did the bone knife go? Okay. I went to put the broken thing. I just grabbed the wrong item. And I got so confused I went to equip the bone knife. Well, that bone knife lasted like 3 stabs. It's already worn, so that's not encouraging. Hey, buddy. You see you off the side of the road. Hey, friendo, pal, broski. There we go. If you don't know my streaming days ago, you started this run. You kind of want to rewatch it from the start. I believe it would be 9 or 10 days ago now. You'd have to get towards the end of the stream that it starts, like a little over an hour from the end of the stream. You'll see you'll see a run that we're starting near Irvington. And then I end up dying in that run. Then the last hour we start the next run, which is this one. But I believe it's like 9 days ago now. Okay. So I just rolled and passed them all. I'm going to go to the right a little bit. And then we'll start fighting them as we slowly circle the parking lot. Alright, meat cleaver directly in front of the taxi. Well, I said I was going to slowly circle the parking lot. I was not expecting to, like, put them down immediately and smoothly. I was expecting a little bit more resistance than that. Hang on, zombie. I got a thing. Uh, 11 days ago, roughly 7 hours. Okay. Let's see. This run dies because you didn't want to stop playing and decided to keep fighting. As your eyes kept closing because of tired and almost falling asleep at the computer. Oh yeah, no, I learned long ago, the more you start getting sleepy, it's like, well, done. Time to call it kind of thing. Zomboiding while sleepy is just deleting characters. There's the meat cleaver. And no other goodies, which is not super surprising, actually. There's another one back there, I think. No, I guess you just hit both of them. When I saw the tree shake right after she... Nope, there it is. There you are. I was like... There wasn't enough time between the tree shaking. I was like, oh, that's gotta be 2 different zombies. Thank you for the screwdriver. Thank you for the following. Welcome to stream. Is he playing any hardcore game while sleepy is bad news? Oh yeah. Did you start this run after the 42.2 update? That is an excellent question. So it had been 11 days ago. Does anyone remember when the 42.2 update was? Because also keep in mind, I'm one of the people who was internally testing the game. So I did have access to what would become the 42.2 update before other people. Yeah, so I think it was on what would become the 42.2 update, but it was on the internal test branch. Because I am one of the people who's internally testing the game. So it's cool. Like, if you watch in the top right, my name shows up when you're starting the game, which is pretty awesome. I guess we're going inside. I hate this a lot.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Not to say I'm scared, but I really don't feel good about going in there.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Dear God, you're not looking to report the power going out? Yeah. I like this entrance. This is a really nice resort you got here. So, the good and the bad news is, we're not seeing anything else come out. And the good news is that means there's probably not much in there. The bad news is it does mean I kind of got to go in and find out. Alright, so first things first. We know that somewhere on this end of the building is like 6 industrial freezers. And we made the decision that is not gonna fly. That's just not gonna fly with our generator. So I'm gonna turn on the generator for a moment, double check those numbers. We want to spare 1 industrial freezer and get that. Yeah, no, there was like the portable sunlight and all that, which is cool and all. Okay. So let's peek over here real fast, because as you can see, I already drug a generator over here. And we turned it on and went, oh heck no. Because we checked the generator info here. We have 1 industrial fridge that's using 0.13 liters per hour. We have 6 times white industrial fridges, which are using 0.78 liters. Means this thing is burning 0.946 liters every single hour. The entire generator holds 10 liters. You see the problem there. The problem there is I literally have to fill that thing up twice a day to keep it running. So that's not gonna fly. So the thing here is we've got 7 industrial fridges. We could turn that off, and I'm assuming that is gonna be like a banquet hall or a kitchen or something down there. Yeah, that is a premium generator. I have both a red generator up at the gas station, just north of here. Like, so if you look at the mini-map, it's right there, where we slept the night before. That's a red generator I got there. And then I also have a premium generator here. Surprisingly, I found them both in the same building. I found them just in a random barn. One on one side, one on the other. I've had some unethical luck with loot this run, and then some not as luck with loot. Streamer luck? Yeah, no, you just gotta turn on OBS. I don't know why people cry about how hard the game is. Just turn on OBS, you hit stream, and the loot just appears. That's not actually a thing. There is no actual streamer loot in the game before someone genuinely thinks that there is something that happens in the game to give you better loot drops. because of content creation. Oh, well, I didn't know there's a group down there. That's not really what I was looking forward to. That's fine. That has happened in some games before, but this is not one of them. Oh, hey, sorry. I don't know why that zombie's just not climbing out that window. I'm assuming that's like a little sauna or something down there. Oh, that's all those little buildings. Yeah, they're like cabanas, saunas, whatever. Or no, sorry, not saunas. They're like little cabanas where you could like rent yourself like a little area down there. Definitely hear a lot of zombies moving around here somewhere. Okay, here we go. That's what we're looking for. Now, downside is this style of freezer. I do have a welding torch and a mask. I could just straight up take them apart. I believe if I try and pick these up, it will, it will just put the whole thing in my inventory? Yeah, it'll just put the whole thing in my inventory. Alright, so let's clear the area around me, just to be sure. Unless, can one of these cabinets carry 40? Alright, this is gonna be cursed. I haven't tried this before, but we're gonna try this. So let's go ahead and pick up some of these freezers. So let's pick up the first freezer. Because what I want to see is, can I shove it in this cabinet? Will it accept the freezer? Because technically it should fit. Ah, perfect. That's one freezer down. Yep, room in there. Grab the next freezer, because if I can get these freezers to not overwhelm that generator nearly as much, then I get the option that I could go in here, turn on the generator, and drop that in. What I'll ultimately do is either take these out or disassemble them and everything, or something. Drop all these. Now, obviously, this is dangerous just by the fact that I did not check. There's going to be at least one so I could shove this in. There we go. One industrial freezer in there. So I want to get rid of those freezers. I don't know about nowadays. I know in Build 41, like, the freezers to go for were the popsicle freezers. The popsicle freezers were just magic. Oh, thanks. The butter and the capers are good. And I'll take that hot sauce and I'll keep that. We're almost clear. There's now an item called a chest freezer, which is the equivalent of a one-tile ice freezer. Same capacity as half of the ice freezer. Gotcha. Oh, that's... Hear me out. How are you stale? 4 months after we started this. Potatoes last a long time, but unrefrigerated for 4 months? I think not. Like, in-game, we're not talking realism. Okay, so with that, now if we turn on the generator, we should, in theory... Alright. We should, in theory, be able to turn that on. I actually should have eaten that potato. We can go in there and deal with that in a second. Because now I can go room to room, turning on the lights for most of the rooms. The real question is, with the light switch turned on versus off, how that affects the power. I don't mind leaving a bunch of lights on, though. They use very little power. Turn on generator. Alright, so what do we got now? Alright, so now we're using 0.29. Ah, so there's another industrial fridge somewhere. Okay, so I've got one more industrial fridge somewhere around here. Otherwise the rest is all nothing. I don't mind leaving that on like that for right now. It's more than I want it using. Oh no, I brought the generator here. I don't believe there's any generators that are fixed spawn. There could be. Like maybe by the Louisville checkpoint and all that. Let's pop back in here because my guess is it would be back here. What are you considered? Industrial fridge. Okay. Be fast about this. Cool. And just like that, we have fixed the power consumption for now. So let's go back outside, double check on the generator, make sure it's updated. Because remember there was a thing in the past about the stuff not updating immediately with the generator once you already had it. Go ahead and eat those capers. All right. Let's see. You think? Let's see. There's fridges at the spawn in Echo Creek. You fix it. There's a fixed generator spawn in Echo Creek, you believe, at the little festival area with the hot dog. Yeah, there might be a couple. Yeah, gotcha. I've had a couple people repeat that. Yeah. So generator info, cool. So it is updated, it is only using a little bit now. Alright, so now what I can do is systematically go through this building, we'll turn on the lights in a room, we'll clear the zombies we see there. Ideally I want to find a bedroom that we can get into. that, you know, it'll give us a place later to sleep in. So dense with zombies, they literally destroyed every single porta potty door. Or porta potty. You know, bathroom door. There's the women's restroom, which I did notice they had, the women's restroom did have one more stall than the others. Or not one more stall, it had more stalls than the other. Okay, so we don't need to really go through all this. It's clear of zombies. Okay. So that switch is too far away for the generator. Which is interesting, because this is like right at the limit right here. So that's the thing to note. Okay. We got a happy customer. Quick, look alive. Yep. I'm really bad at customer service, though, so you know that's a whole thing. Alright, so that wing is all clear so far. Alright, and that's out of the range of generator on this side. Yeah, we're not worried about actually looting the building right now. Right now, it is clear. Once we clear the building, we start talking about looting it. Design question for y'all. So there's the elevator doors. These don't function. That wall is missing on the other side. Just, you know, do with that information what you will. Ooh. We'll definitely want to check this place out more. Is there any way to track the zombies from upstairs without taking a huge risk? We can make a lot of noise and maybe not the zombies come down. There isn't a way to reliably do it, if that's what you're asking. We have already been making a bunch of noise, so I'm not anticipating it going that smoothly. I'm just going to shove this whole stick of butter in our mouth right now. Immersion ruined, or it just leads to the basement. I'm actually a little sad that I haven't seen a way in the basement. There could be a basement in this place, and I've just missed the way down. I'm kind of hoping there is, that there's like the basement of the resort that's just like the warehouse area for like all the supplies for the resort. definitely got zombies up here somewhere. Oh, it's zombies from a floor above coming down. I'm hearing a lot of zombie movement. It's freaking me out. I feel like my character right now, where we are at the breaking point. Yeah, you know, keep coming, keep coming. This is nice and safe. Bring it on. All right. Got more zombies. As heard a window go. Oh, okay, 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 I understand. Oh, we may have done goofed, chat. We can make this work. Let's not dilly-dally over here. Let's just bolt to the other side. Keep on bolting. Down the stairs we go. And let's just go outside. Let's just go outside. Okay. All right.
Hey.
I think the zombies couldn't hear me on those 3rd and 4th floors, or however many floors up that goes. 3rd and 4th floors? Yeah, 4th. There might be a 5th floor even. Not sure. Depends if they have like an attic. Yeah, when I saw like we got around that corner, there's just a ton there. It's like, oh wait a second, this is way more popping down here than we had planned for. Let's back off. That muscle strain's pretty high. Alright. We're not getting many zombies from the surrounding area. The problem we ran into here was the fact that there was a ton of zombies up on that 2nd floor. Sorry, the 3rd floor and the 4th floor and all that. That's not going to recover nearly fast. Let's back off more. We had a bunch of zombies on the upper floors that apparently the noise we were making on the bottom floor wasn't enough to get up to reach them, because I noticed when we killed the one zombie on the 2nd floor that suddenly the character's panic shot up and I could hear some doors being banged on, and I figured it might just be a couple. But when it continued to escalate after a zombie or two came down, I was like, okay. Now, good news is zombies don't damage generators. They'll hover around it and they'll glare at it angrily, as you can see right there, but they won't attack it or anything. So what I'm gonna do is, before too many of them notice me, I'm gonna run over, we're gonna get in our car, And this should work out relatively okay, because what's going to end up happening is that generator is going to be the only source of noise once I drive away. And so with that, a lot of the zombies should start building up right around that generator. Yeah, so they should bundle up there. So the next in-game day when you go to clear, they're going to be right there. Did you grab the axes on the one upstairs? Oh no, things went sideways too fast. I poked around that corner and saw like 10 zombies there. I was like, oh wait. And then we started having the ones pour down the stairs. Like, alright, it's time to not push our luck. The insides of buildings, especially on the higher floors, can get really dangerous. Now, in the event that I had run to the other side, and that other stairwell was the same thing where there's just too many pouring up and down, my play from there would have been is I would have run into one of those rooms, removed the glass from the window, and jumped out. Realistically, being on the second floor, it would very unlikely to be fatal. That would be taking a risk, though, that I could potentially fracture a leg or whatever. So that's definitely the reasons why you don't go that way first. But it's also those things that you can't wait till you're like, oh, I'm losing the fight to then go run and do that, because you need enough time to remove the glass and to jump out the window. Yeah, no, exactly. That'd be a calculated risk, I think. If we did fracture her like that, that'd put a strain on the run, because I'd have to just basically hang back and just wait for the helicopter and hope we can make the helicopters work. Yes, I also got a red generator here. Let's see, do they jump off balconies to get you, or they path the stairs? Some of them will jump off, some of them will path as well. Man, the zombies can jump off from high places to attack you. And they'll go from, like, floor 10 sometimes, they'll drop down. Not often, because you somehow have to aggro them that high. We can drink that hot sauce. Yeah, no, probably if we did break her leg and I had to deal with the helicopter, I probably would turn to, during the run, like, do they splat from floor 10? I believe from floor 10 they'll quite often not get back up. But a lot of times they'll just get hurt. Zombies do take damage from falling from high floors, but it's very, very reduced. The zombies do have a thing, if they drop from above you and they're standing, they can do a drag down. So if they're like on top of you when they drop, they will do the thing where they drag your character to the ground and you don't get to defend yourself. Because the idea is you're in a vulnerable position. And I think the reason they did that is otherwise people would figure out ways to cheese them by just getting the zombies to pass such that they jump off a roof or whatever. And while we're waiting for it to be nighttime, I'm going to be getting more weapons, because if the density is as high as I'm thinking on those upper floors, it's going to be a lot of a fight. Now, one thing to keep in mind, zombies inside buildings, they do not change the number of zombies you get based on population settings. So if you're at anything over 0 times pop, you will have the exact same number of zombies in your resort's main building as I have on 16 times pop. It's the zombies around the building that are affected by population settings. Or sorry, the zombies just outside. They don't have to necessarily be around a building. That said, that resort building definitely seems like it rolls deep. It is a thing, though, you do have that. So, even a standard pot, the thing, there's a ton of zombies. Yes. It's like, for example, the prison by Rosewood is extremely busy with zombies. If it were to multiply by 16, it would literally spill out of the building levels of zombies. The game would not run property levels of zombies. So inside buildings, they don't multiply. Otherwise, every building you'd go into would have, like, you know, 30, 40 zombies in it. Like, even, like, the little houses. Yeah, so we still have rags, so we can cut the planks. Got the planks into handles. Basically just making a bunch of weapons while I wait. You're like, well, that's terrifying, thanks. Yeah, no, I made the mistake that I used to think it mattered. And, you know, talking with a bunch of people who knew, they're like, oh yeah, no, it doesn't actually apply. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. You still understand how a small enclosed room with a basement, Van Echo Creek had 8 to 10 zombies. They jumped you as you opened the door. You only expecting one. You died instantly. Yeah, sometimes that kind of stuff does happen where you have like the bathroom with 5-10 zombies in it, but that happens on regular Apocalypse as well. But so how I was following the stream on YouTube. Better to follow here. Why did you choose Resort? Just because. I don't really have a specific reason. So we didn't... Aw, man. Okay. So this is one of the few times you can see me exercise. And the reason we're exercising is that's not a zombie having found its way to us. It's because our character is panicking. And we got to that point where we didn't sleep enough for me to not waste half a day on it. But also, we slept too much for my character to go back to sleep without doing something. So we're going to go ahead and rest. Yeah, it's a new location. Look, Jean had a very rough day. Yeah, no, it's fair that we had Nightmare. But it's going to screw with our sleep schedule. There we go. We're gonna have a weird schedule today. Alright, so that's not perfect, but that'll at least be manageable. How many hours do I have in Project Zomboid? Almost 4,000. Not quite 4,000, pretty close. Does the gaming chair help you survive longer? No. No, the gaming chair does not have any relevance to the length of time that you survive. Wait. Oh, there we go. Let's just slam our stick of butter and move on with my life. How are you not bored? Variety of gameplay, and then you also have to take in consideration when you are streaming, that does very much change a lot of the dynamic of what you're dealing with. It's one of those things that someone, if paying you to play a game, that does very much change the whole thing. But would a lazy boy or recliner help you survive longer? No, not really. Like, sitting back away from this stuff, I definitely would feel would not be the right move. Didn't you want to try farming? Yeah, so my intention is to set up some farm at the resort. I've got a ton of seeds at my, like, the first place we were staying. So my plan is once the resort was relatively secure, I would be bringing the stuff from the other locations here. And most likely I would go ahead, and there was that big strip of grass along the one side of the parking lot. I could see putting down a bunch of plants over there. I don't plan on watering them and putting a huge amount of effort into it. I'll probably just wait till it's a rainy day, plant whatever's in season, and then they'll either make it or they won't on their own, because I'm entirely too lazy to put the effort in to do more. Let's see, for what you see, the seed needs to be planted like April, March. Yeah, well, different seeds had different seasons. You have to start them. It takes a very long time to do anything long-term, like farming setup. Yeah. You just set up a farm, planted seeds, and then you just realize you do not have a good way to water them. I will not water them. I'm sorry. That is just way too much labor for what we're going to get out of it. So that's the good news, is by drawing them from the upper floors, they get down to the lower floor, they hear the generator, it's loud, so they'll be drawn to the generator. Which wasn't exactly not part of the plan at the generator, by the way. I actually made the comment that I could potentially draw zombies out of the building with the generator. It's just, we weren't seeing zombies come out for the generator after we switched it on. And like I said, I think it was just one of those things that either, one, the zombies didn't load in until we got up, you know, to the floor below them. Or as well as things that the zombies just couldn't hear the noise of the generator and me fighting down here on the 3rd floor.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Thank you for the follow. Sorry, that's not my brain. I need to grab... Oh, actually, I've got water over here. Let's see, it's true that the gravity and water don't work, but you will have automation to water plants. Yeah. Yeah, they're adding pipes for irrigation and all that, which should be good. I think that'll be a good answer, is that you can just, like, run the pipes to a body of water or to a rain barrel or whatever. And not deal with it. No, hydroponics is a bit of a different animal. We're just talking irrigation. Like, just because something has sprinklers doesn't make it hydroponic. Hydroponics is a very specific technology. Usually has, like, instead of dirt, you have almost like a foam, a membrane that you plant the plants in. And then the nutrients is carried then by the water itself. As opposed to using, like, dirt and fertilizer and that kind of stuff. Alright, give them up for muscle strain to recover. Yeah, now we're talking just plain old pipes, hoses, that kind of thing. Oh, you're very mistaken. Yeah, no, it's yeah, hydroponics is like a very specific thing. You'll know hydroponics because like what you'll usually see is like you'll see like a narrow channel that'll have like your water running through it, and it'll have like, again, usually it's like a foam or a membrane or some type of thing, but then they make the water nutrient rich, and that runs through your plants, giving them their nutrients. And I don't know all the specifics of that, but that's what that goes into. But yeah. So you can see all the zombies fighting to go back and... Ooh, hey. Yeah, so basically my plan is we'll keep pulling the zombies off the generator until we stop having zombies on the generator, and then we'll do basically what we had started doing yesterday, where I go through systematically. The downside is, obviously, the downstairs is not safe anymore, so those areas where, like, okay, we cleared that room, we just assume all of them are dangerous again. Remember when this road was almost clear again? Let's back up. We're getting exerted and we're getting super high muscle strain. I mean, part of it is I am just going at this with a hammer. And while we actually have relatively okay short blunt skills, they're not as high as our short knives. You know, 7,000 sounds about right. Or axes. Yeah, the axes I've got higher level on those too. The problem with the axes is they are just endurance hungry to start with. The short blunt is actually relatively endurance efficient, but it doesn't really help you if your character doesn't have as high a level in it. I found the hat we're wearing. I know what hat we're wearing with our Hawaiian shirt. That captain's hat. Put that in our bag for later. Let's get the endurance up. I'm gonna need to wait a little bit longer because we definitely pushed our muscle strain. Does muscle strain affect weapon skill, like being tired? You mean muscle, like weapon damage? Yes. Muscle strain is actually a pretty nasty penalty to weapon damage, like a pretty bad one. That's the reason why we're sitting here just chilling and fast forwarding while we're waiting for that to go away. Come on. Because I pushed really hard into the muscle strain. There we go. Okay. Do you have a bandana? If you mean for purposes of covering my character's face, no. I mean, I could, I just don't care. A scarf? No, we have not had a scarf yet. Scarves are actually kind of hard to come by. Yeah, as far as like a gas mask, we've seen plenty, but you see how little this is affecting my character, even though it's like an awful. They look like they have something on her neck. I think this is maybe our hair. Yeah, it's just our hair. Our character, it doesn't matter what hair we started with, your character's hair does grow gradually. So we are at like extreme long beard hair situation. Oh yeah, we didn't start with the hair like this. I was just looting a place and I found like pinkish red dye, and I was like, alright, we're doing this. This bright of a color? Yeah, this is happening. Yeah, so now we're actually using the weapons we're good with. So as you saw, we just pulled 30, 40 zombies. And while we have pushed a little ways into exertion, we just knocked them all down. I was expecting at least a couple stragglers in like a wave 2, usually. Yeah, no, Any of the weapons that get them high level will do some work. We did the axes a lot early on, and then once I got to the point I could do the short blades, I switched over. Been really happy with the short blades. Let's see, how do you cook beans dried in build 42? I believe you need a cooking pot of water, and I think you make a stew that you add the beans as an ingredient. I could be wrong. I'll grab the kitchen knife. Let's wait a little bit longer for the muscle strain. There we go. We'll probably go muscle strain pretty quickly right over again, but that's alright. Another pull. What do you have in you, lady? Is that a chop? Okay, lady is down by that the little V-shaped bush tree thing right along the road there. Alright, and we back off again, and we rest, and we do it again. Yeah, it might need to be a cooking pot for it. I don't honestly know. We get back over here. Fast forward again until the muscle strain drops off. We have some of the bodies still disappearing over here, which is good news. And there's our lower torso strain from the sit-ups. Come on, muscle strain. Get on out of here. Come on. I didn't push you that hard. You seriously wish you could focus on that? No, what you wish you could do is you wish you could just like preload all of your exercise, where you could sit down and literally let your character never stop exercising until you max out, like basically until you're nearly dying. And so like literally get like chiseled abs in the course of like 2 or 3 days. And just spend like the next entire week of your life in pure agony because, you know, you just maxed out your agony. We did not do that, but there is a bug where you can actually get it so your character will not stop exercising until you like cancel it. It's cursed and super comical. I should not have pushed this. It's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of zombies on that upper floor. That's all I gotta say. The fact that we're clearing out what is well over 100 zombies that clearly weren't on the bottom floor. We fully explored the bottom floor, and we cleared the surrounding area relatively well. It wouldn't surprise me if we got a couple trickling in here and there. And just straight up have killed over 100 zombies. And the bottom floor is still easily got like at least another 50 plus for us to deal with. Oh, right. The weird weapon by the V-tree. Thank you. I was gonna literally just walk away without grabbing it. So right there. Okay, it's just a table leg. I think we're just gonna leave the table leg in the person. Hey, don't notice me, you two. I got a thing I need to do. Hey, thank you for starting on the first attempt. I appreciate that. How do you have a table leg inside a person? With a lot of force. Grace has got it. You just gotta push real hard. Between the two things, the table leg is definitely the harder of the two materials between your guts and the table leg. So that is just now an application of force. The real complicated thing is when you get into science around stuff like making an egg, you know, be able to do damage to a brick wall, where you now have something that is not as hard as the thing it's hitting and able to do damage, which is also the answer is a whole lot of force, but slightly more complicated. How many slaps it takes to cook a chicken? Oh yeah, where the thing where you hit it and like everyone imparts a little bit of kinetic force, which then, you know, because of just how friction works and all that, makes a tiny bit of thermal energy. So in theory, if you slap your chicken hard enough and fast enough, you could eventually cook the chicken by slaps. The reality is you've just got nothing left of the chicken by the time you get there. But the theory is there. Yeah, someone spent a while trying to do it. So yeah, so unfortunately we would have gotten more kills today, but because we woke up having a nightmare that lost us a good chunk of our killing time for the day, just dealing with sleep management, all that. We got plenty of weapons for another day of clearing. Well, if they vibrate the chicken at high frequency? Well, that's the thing. There's theoretically a lot of that stuff works. One of the things you end up running into some of that is that the thing becomes texture-wise not what it was before. Hey, Bitter Bits, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Another nightmare? Come on, man. And it's almost the exact same amount of sleep we got. But for those who don't know, Bitter Bits is another fantastic content creator on the platform. We assume you're playing, according to this, Dark Souls Remastered. So how was your stream? How did it go and all that? If you already said, I'm going to circle back. But what were you playing and all that? I do really appreciate that. Let me go ahead and drop the bag. And drop this. You're going to knock out another round of exercises. So we can get back to sleep. Didn't do Dark Souls, doing our Dark Souls randomizer. Nice. How's the Zomboid going? It's going good. We've been clearing. Okay, I thought I heard a zombie and had a momentary panic. But it's going really good. We've been doing, we've been clearing out the resort down here, and planning on making it, making our base and whatnot. Yeah, it gets nightmare, starts busting gains. Yeah, the downside's gonna be always ones. It's gonna mean we're gonna be sleeping way past when we should. Because right now we're too tired. That was weird. So I'm getting my character tired so we can get to sleep. Where did that bed go? Alright. We fast forward for a minute. Don't know exactly where the cutoff where we can sleep is. There we go. I turned off the alarm because we're going to be up in bed past that. So it sucks because that's 2 days in a row that we've had that. But it happens. But yeah, now it's been going pretty good. We've been pushing 16 times pop shenanigans and all that, as we do. And pushing the resort down there. Right now I got the problem of we need something that we can eat that isn't butter, because we're getting the other kind of gains, and we're getting a little bit too much gains if you catch my drift. So downside is I'm getting a late start to this in-game day of clearing, which is what it is. Right, I'll just drop the large branch. Are nightmares RNG or sadness? RNG, but there is things that I believe do contribute to them. I do not believe sadness is one of them, though. Alright, so give that a minute. If we see our search radius go down, that means it's poison. I don't think it is, though. I think our search radius would have already started diminishing. Those are some pretty lean berries. We're on the 20th. When was the helicopter last? The 12th. So we got 2 more days until the helicopter can show back up. So that's twigs. We don't care about those. Can't tell what mushrooms are poisonous, so we're not eating those. We can't tell about... I don't need the branch right now. Got more mushrooms that we can't tell about. That's a sapling, which is certainly nice, but not really important right now. Yellow equals good. But yeah, no, we're working on dealing with that. It's one of those things that this isn't a big deal. Usually we'll have like a day or two that we have to end up foraging. That once we get there, we very, very quickly we manage to grab like a stack of berries or whatever, and it's usually plenty to keep us fed. In this particular case, those berries they found for whatever reason were like really, really on the lean side. We are well into winter now, so a lot of things are a bit less abundant than they were. One of the nice things, if I do manage to secure the resort, is just the fact that there's lots of places for me to fish back there. And I do have fishing equipment, and I do have a mountain of bugs to use. So like, dying of hunger is not a concern. I'm just trying to not have our character go overweight, because that massively penalizes our endurance. And if we have to, we go there. But it just sucks because that'd really undermine our ability to kill a lot of zombies. That said, I am getting crap for stuff here. Flat stone doesn't do me any good. I can't eat it. That's a log. Can't eat that either. Like, one thing I'll probably... Oh, wait, never mind. The farm's back almost. Ah, there we go. Lemon or lime? Orange. All right. That should put some, a little bit of hunger, at least. And now I won't get scurvy. Exactly. Man, if we had that, the magazine for identifying the poison mushrooms, we'd be so set on our food. Is that a Nike NASA shirt? Yes. Okay, I didn't realize how much orange we got. Straight up halfway to starving and just being like, man, I got 2 oranges and I am stuffed. Dude, what are these oranges? Alright, I guess we're just good. Those are some chunky oranges. Orange, you glad it was a good one? No. Because it resulted in this pun. Alright, so definitely cut into our clear time. California grown orange? So, in reality, California oranges are the small ones, typically. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Typically, the oranges in California are the bright oranges, the smaller ones that you want to get as an orange. Whereas in Florida, we got like the really big oranges that are yellow and kind of crap looking. It's one of the reasons why when you get Florida oranges, anything you get that's like orange juice, orange flavor, anything like that, is typically a Florida orange. For here in the US, is a Florida orange, where the ones you get an orange as an orange is typically a California orange, or Mexico or whatever. Yeah, well, there's an RNG to it. Man, those, I mean, dang, there's still 11 on that thing. Yeah, those are some solid oranges. But yeah, no, like, the lemons and limes I usually get, like, you know, the two units of lemon or whatever for, like, 11, and then, like, 6 or 11 and 7 or something like that hunger, which is still pretty good. Texas is your favorite, like the Ruby Reds? Oh yeah. Grapefruit can be real good. Alright. New group. Get to work. I think you and the sweater, I can't tell if you have a fillet knife or a hunting knife. Alright, so the sweater lady is right by the entrance to the parking lot so far as like the main middle road, whatever you want to call it. Just gonna do a lap around the parking lot here, killing everything as we walk. Get to your side real fast. Do we have sprinters on? No. The problem with sprinters is the way the RNG works, is you could literally have a group of zombies, 16 zombies, and just the way the game does the rolls, it is a possibility that it could literally roll all 16 zombies to be sprinters. And so on a lower population or whatever, that's fine. But it is just one of those things that RNG-wise, you can just get screwed by it. So the result on that of what you end up doing is you treat every group like it's entirely like sprinters if you want to live, which means pulling 1 or 2 zombies at a time for literally ever. Needless to say, that does not remain fun very long. And I have done like sprinter only servers that I've gone really far in and like survived entire resets and everything before. So it's not, it's a butter knife or bread knife, whatever. Let's see. What do we have here? There were orange trees plants in under Camps LA. They were very sour and no taste. You tried it once and never again. Let's see. They usually referred to as drive aisles. Yeah. How many days until the helicopter is possible? 2 days, I believe. All right. So I've got that generator running in there in the corner. So it looked like the building was clear, and then we got to the second floor, and it made a little bit of noise, and then the game hung for a second, and we heard all hell break loose in the floor above us. So it seemed like none of the zombies on the upper floors got activated at all until we were doing stuff on the second floor. And then, like I said, all hell broke loose from there. So we backed out, and we had the generator running down there. And so it's worked out really well, because all the zombies that came from those upper floors have just come down there just chilling by the generator, which is perfect for pull a group of zombies, kill them, rest, return to the generator, pull a group of zombies, kill them, rest. Ooh, ice axe. I also saw a hockey stick in there somewhere. I wasn't paying attention to where it went down. I'm not super worried about the hockey stick. Has proven to not be an amazing weapon. Plan on going late? Not too late. I do see the time. We'll see. I'm debating. Behind the green car, thank you. And the ice axe is right by the crosswalk by the black car. Put that on our back right now. That overburned us. And now we're not overburned. You know, enjoy yourself a little bit of orange. So behind the green car. So over here. So kill that zombie and we'll check over here. Oh, I see it right there. Okay, let's go to the corner. Let's see. How do you tell it to save more often? Oh, I am not sure there is a way out of the box to just tell it, hey, save more. It is a thing in Product Zomboid that not all of it saves at the same time. Your character saves like literally every couple seconds. Like it's very, very rapid saves on your character. So like the XP you get, that kind of stuff. Whereas the state of your world is much, much slower when it comes to the frequency it saves. Like it's, you know, 5, 10, 15 minutes or something like that. That has to do with like the file size and all that stuff. Alright, next group. I am curious just how many ridiculous number of zombies there were up on those floors. Because we're getting into the hundreds here. Okay. Drop the broken handle. They don't seem to be sure to know what they're doing right now. You'll figure it out one day, man. Don't worry, I have faith. What map is this? There is only one map on Product Zomboid Vanilla. We are playing like with no mods to change the map or anything like that. Generally speaking, if someone is not playing the vanilla map, that's usually in their title. They'll be like Raven Creek or whatever. There wasn't our zombie moved right here, and I lost track of it, so that's concerning. May have gone back to generator, got down here, heard the generator, and popped down. Alright, next wave. And it feels like we're starting to wind down the number of zombies, considering I'm still doing the same kind of pulling, instead of getting like bullied back by like 50, 60 zombies or whatever. It's just like 20, 30. All right. Have a little bit more of our salad while we wait for muscle strain. But a random map generator could be made using buildings from the vanilla map, or even that. They could. I wouldn't play it, but you know, that's fine. Let's see. Yeah, no, I've seen stuff for procedural generation done a couple of times. Usually it's always not great. It's one of those things that procedural generation it takes a lot of work to get procedural generation to not look like garbage. You just end up with all sorts of like weird things where like a building butts up against another one in a weird way. And yeah, you can have it with the grid, but like getting the roads to line up, there's a lot of work that goes into making procedural generation good. They've done a heavy zombie heat map at the edges of the map, as you recall. I don't know if that's still a thing. I know in Build 41, things were really, really nasty when you got to the edge of the map, but my impression was that was primarily to keep the thing. Think about how long it took for Factorio's map to work. They'd be dealing with ores and land type. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like Factorio, when you look at the different types of stuff they do on the map, they don't have nearly as many different things they're juggling to make the procedural generation good. And yet it took forever to get it in a sweet spot. Whereas Product Zomboid is dealing with way, way more it's got to juggle. Like, if they made Product Zomboid procedurally generate, it would have needed to be that way from the start for it to be any good. And even then, it would take so long to get that where it needs to be. I think we just genuinely have a not as good map if we went that route. It might go long tonight. We got a really good turnout tonight. Probably a good night to go long. And also, just as a reminder, since that's kind of coming up, if you are enjoying the content, don't forget to drop the follow. That is how you find your way back. So if you're like, this content is good, I would like to see it more than one time. That's how you make that dream a reality. There you go. I also do anonymous follows, so I won't call out your name. That isn't because I don't want to recognize you. There are some people who just don't want to be the content, and that is fair. And if I call out your name, I'm taking that option away. Start, please. Thank you. But yeah, so a whole lot of people have figured out how this works. Cool. You learned how to Twitch. Thank you. A whole lot of people figured out. Yeah, no, that's, I remember when there was, like, the move to start working to anonymous follow, like, a lot of people were saying that, like, it was kind of spreading around, it's like, hey, this is an idea more people should be considering kind of thing. And I remember there's a lot of people who were, like, pushing back at it, being like, hey, you know, I would much rather get my name recognized, as well as things that you can just be in chat and be like, hey, I just followed, and be like, cool, you know, thank you for following, name a person. You know, you can opt into it, as it were. But again, we started knowing noticing a lot of people would wait till after stream to follow because they just really didn't want their name popping up or whatever. And people have different reasons for it. You know, and again, thank you for all those follows. Whether it's like social anxiety kind of things, or you know, they're watching the stream or whatever, and that's like fine, but you know, they don't want their name called out for all sorts of different reasons. Like, you know, if, for example, if one of the devs of the game wants to follow the channel, they might be lurking and just not want people to be like, oh, that person's watching? And then, like, start asking them questions when they want to kind of just enjoy the content, watch to see what happens. You get the idea. It's also good so that when someone pops in with, they've cleverly disguised a racist name or like a racist sounding thing into a name, you don't go, you know, hey, such and such, thank you for the follow, and then you realize what you're saying, like, oh man. And then you have to make that decision where it's like, okay, obviously it was unintentional and yada yada, but then it's in the VOD and someone will clip it out of context and then it can be a whole thing. Or, you know, otherwise just making you say lewd stuff or whatever. Yeah, and there's a lot of people, like, it's one of those things that when we're having discussions about it, when I was considering it, it was like, for the people who cared, they genuinely cared that they might not follow without the anonymous follows. Whereas the people who didn't care, generally speaking, it wasn't going to make them follow or not follow, regardless one way or the other. So it's kind of like, you could potentially lose potential viewers and followers by not doing it, but it really doesn't change anything. Like, you don't gain much by doing it so far as that goes. Sometimes you just don't follow those channels and you hope you can find them. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see, some channels have their like 40% of their content be acknowledging followers, subscribers. You find that terribly annoying to the point you won't watch a channel otherwise. You would. And think of those follows. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, it can be overwhelming. Like, subs you definitely want to recognize, but like, again, with the followers where we've had like a whole bunch of people following, you know, if I wanted to, like, if we were doing the thing where I read off every single name, yeah, it could be a whole mess. Versus those things, they'd be like, you know, just thank you for the follows is like kind of a blanket thing when there's a lot of follows in a short period of time. Thank you for the follows. Slightly used marshmallow. That is a wonderfully cursed name. That is a wonderfully cursed name. Alright, so let's have a no nightmare sleep tonight, chat. We've had 2 nights in a row that we woke up having nightmares, and we've had enough. You find your chance to be well balanced? Yeah, because you want to have a certain amount of recognition to it. At the same time, you also don't want to get to the point of obnoxious. Because the main thing that bothers you is the air raid sirens and stuff when people follow or sub or raid. You care about recognition and normal sound effects, but those sound effects get to be too much. Yeah, no, that's because we go for like the chill vibe, and I know a lot of people, they literally go to sleep with the channel. It's one of the reasons why when people have asked like, hey, I want, you know, can we get a jump scare redeem or whatever, or whatever, it's like, I've always pushed back on that. It's like, you gotta keep in mind, this is the, like, one of the big values my channel offers. And if I add that redeem, it undermines that value. Your raid sound is easily one of your favorites. And thank you for the follows. Welcome to the stream. So here's a pro tip. There's actually several of them. But there's one main one, and there's a bunch of Easter eggs. So we just need everyone to keep raiding so you can hear the Easter egg ones. Basically, when people raid, it rolls a dice, and there's a very tiny chance that it rolls certain numbers that'll do stuff. Well, there's a cabbage. That takes care of that for right now. You don't like that, everyone? Yeah, one of the few times I actually felt like, most of the time when I raid, I've been very happy with the results. But one of the times I actually really felt bad was we were having a nice, relaxing stream. I had been playing, I don't remember what game, but it was like, you know, chill, like, it's something like, you know, City Skylines or something like that. And everything was relaxing, we were having a good time. I was like, oh, here, let me raid this person. They seem like they're chill. Because I do a thing with that when I'm raiding into someone I don't know. I'll, like, kind of peek in there for a couple of minutes in the background, be like, alright, does this feel like it's a chill vibe? That kind of thing. With the exception when I need to raid out in, like, a hurry. Like, something comes up as like, hey, I gotta go kind of thing, which is very rarely that's happened. But it's not never. And so it's like, cool. This person's nice and chill. Everything seems like it's pretty relaxed pace here. This seems like a good place for me to drop into. And I raided in, they had like the air raid sirens blasting. And the person was just kind of relaxing, like low-key, because they were having like a low viewership day or whatever, and not really doing their normal stuff. And so when a big raid dropped on them, they got, you know, in character. Aha! Which was super high energy. Which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But it was very much whiplash for people. Where we went from like super relaxing, we're doing some chill city building, we've got some music going, and all that, to literal air raid sirens blasting, and this person just going a mile a minute, and I just went to Discord, like, I'm so sorry. It's like, I didn't know. They were so relaxed when I was lurking in there. Nothing worse than getting infected by a scratch. Yep, especially the first scratch. Always the first scratch. They were chilling out and the boss walked in. You're pretty sure you're here for that's quite the experience. It wouldn't surprise me. That's been a long time ago now. I think the other one that got me was I ran into a conqueror, and this one's ones where I had to like raid and run really fast. And so I was like, okay, okay, like I gotta, you know, I gotta raid and run. It's like, here, oh, I don't know anyone who's streaming the game right now. Here's someone streaming the game, you know. I peeked in real fast, like, you know, relaxing, like lo-fi music, whatever. It's like, cool, we're good. Lo-fi music, raiding in there immediately, because English title and everything, and I got in there and they were Korean, which there's nothing wrong with that either, but it's definitely an awkward thing when you pop into it, and, you know, they spoke a little bit of English, but, you know, drop this giant raid of people who speak a different language on them, and that was another one of those ones I'm like, I'm sorry, like, I'm sorry, I had to go real fast. They weren't talking, but that was because they had something going on, and it's like, you know what, I don't have time. I can't remember, I think that was the day that Tomb's car broke down, and so I had to raid out in a hurry, and, you know, go, you know, rescue my wife from her car breaking down. And it was one of those ones that was just very much like, oh, this was not a good raid. Like, the guy we raided seemed good, like, seemed chill, seemed like he is making really good content and all that, but when you accidentally raid into someone who's speaking, like, a totally different language, that's not helping them, that's not helping you, that's just confusing. Yeah, I mean, there's always those days that, like, you know, you were lurking, didn't make it or whatever. But yeah, I've only had 2 or 3, like, so I think I've had one time where, again, I raided into someone who's super high energy on accident. I had one time where it was a language barrier thing. And I had 2 different instances where I went to raid someone I knew, mistyped in their name because, again, just that, I don't have much excuse. I just typed it in, didn't verify, and went. And then, you know, you realize after the fact, you're like, oh, crap. Like, you hit the raid, and it's like, this person isn't live, and you're like, oh, no. I did that once to FG, where I just, like, I missed the G or something like that. And I did that once to Royale with cheese. I think I did Royal with cheese instead of Royale with cheese or something like that. And you just get to that page of this person isn't live, and you're like, well, crap. Because you can't, like, take back and divert the raid. So you're, like, in this other person's channel who is weirdly gonna look and see, like, that they got raided by a whole bunch of people when they weren't live or whatever. I do wish it was a thing if someone wasn't live that... Oh yeah, no, it was the TV. That's right, it was the TV that was on the end. That I do wish it's something that if someone's channel wasn't live, the raid just couldn't happen. It'd just be like, you know, this target is ineligible for raid or whatever. Because that is a message that exists in the game, or like in the on the platform. That, like, I can sit there and say, hey, if you don't have at least a certain number of viewers or your channel's a certain age old, you cannot raid me. Or, like, you have to be someone following my channel. I don't have any of those things turned on, but those are options we have. Or at least warned you. Exactly. So you could be like, hey, I know this person just came live. They should be available by the time the raid message ends or whatever. But yeah. So you do have that where it will warn you saying, like, hey, this person has gone out of their way to say, like, you know, I don't want raids under these conditions. I don't think they'll tell you the conditions, just that they're, like, ineligible to raid. The other thing is you can also do it, like, when you know you're going to be ending stream soon. You can just be like, hey, for the last hour stream, I don't want raids or whatever. Yep, we're at 12,000 kills. And count. So they already have the functionality to be like, hey, you can't raid that person. Oh yeah, we just got a trickle of zombies hanging out with that Jenny now. So we should definitely be able to get back in the building today. We'll probably have some cleanup to do on those lower floors from all the zombies we dumped to the top. We are going to systematically go through it just like we did the first time, because since we've had a bunch of zombies moving around in there, we can't count that the rooms we previously cleared are still cleared, because they didn't have doors that could close to make that thing we could verify. Last save checked, he's on 13k. Oh, I'm not trying to catch Lamprey. It's also a thing that, like, we've said that every Sunday we're gonna be doing the Long Dark till we get through all the episodes. And my plans are for Wednesday, we're going to be revisiting games that, like, either played the demo of, or we played in early access that have gone full release, or games that did get released, but, like, there's been tons of updates since then. Kind of just seeing, it's like, hey, here's a game we checked out, it was good at the time. Where is it? Where is it now? Oh yeah, the interior of the resort's been honestly pretty neat. Like, that entryway, that's a pretty slick design. I like that. Zombies right at the entrance? Nope, we're okay. Alright. Yeah, and those zombies keep flipping back and forth between hearing me fighting and then hearing the generator. They're just really not sure which way they want to commit. If they see me, they should stay on me, because sight prioritizes over sound. Come on. Alright, looks all clear to me. And we're pretty well rested. The lights should all be on here. Room clear. Hey, that's like the only intact door in this whole building. All good. Satisfied, that's fine. All good. Clear here. Alright, so feeling pretty good about this. Now's the real scary part. Okay. So this is where everything went sideways in a terrifying way the last time. There was an axe on you. Because what happened was I fought those couple of zombies, and then all hell broke loose. I'm not gonna check all the rooms right now. I'm gonna go by the strategy of we're making noise here. We're gonna kill the zombies we see. And use their noise to try and draw out the others. And then only once I'm kind of satisfied with the main hallways and all that will I worry about the other places. Alright, so we got a couple over here on the far end. Oh, but there was a zombie in that bedroom. It is a shame that literally every door is missing off this place. Interesting. Okay. Well, I want to go all the way down to this end we were at before. And go up there for the next floor. How's the runs going? Hey, Mr. Lamprey. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. We are doing the resort by the lake. It is real spicy in here. Not prison levels of terrifying, but not super far off. Oh, I gotta show you something really fun for World Gen. For those who don't know, Mr. Lamprey, current world record holder for the highest kill count run ever streamed. For the channel and all that stuff, real good times over there. Plays lots of Project Zomboid. But yeah, so we go right down here. So you see we got this cool little island over here. Cool little island. So I get to now show people what 16 times pop looks like forever. Because that one actually had the zombie spawn on it. So yep, chat, if you ever wonder the density of 16 times pop, there you go. There you go. Right there. That's how thick this place was before we got here. And they live there and they're going to stay there forever. Because I could shoot that and all that, but I'm not gonna, because that's honestly pretty cool. Is that a bug? Nope. It's just, it's viable land, so it spawned the zombies on the viable land in a very high density area. So honestly, you're saying chuck a Molotov? That would actually be one of the few times I would be okay with it. But I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's just cool, like, I've only had one other case where I had, like, a zombie I could keep as a pet. Let alone my own personal horde. Oh, be real careful with multiple floors if you haven't seen Lamprey. We've been making noise and yelling and everything in the bottom floor, and nothing on the upper floor alerted until I got in the second floor. And, there's several hundred zombies per floor in this place. It was a very fast, we need to get out of this building now, kind of situation. Things got bad real fast. Alright, so we're not gonna check all the bedrooms here. Man, not one door survived this place. Oh, hey. Hi, buddy. Do you ever use guns? We've actually been using guns every single time we got them. I just wait for the helicopter. Yeah, so all hell's breaking loose somewhere because we've gone massive levels of panic. Are we talking the same situation again? I'm guessing we are. Alright, so my plan is, just like last time, we're gonna run over here. I'm gonna run downstairs. And outside first. Get our weapons ready. Here's all the glass being broken. You've been told spawning has changed for the upper floors. Allegedly, they won't spawn until you're within 2 floors of them. I would believe it. Yeah, because you see we were down there, and our character went maximum level panic, and you now hear everything on the upper floors being destroyed. Like, I've heard of at least 5 or 6 windows get shattered.
Hey!
Do better, zombie.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Louisville. The big city.
Hey!
And that's the sound of all of the doors being destroyed on the upper floors. Well, they're not really getting out here. So let's just go to the side where I have the generator hooked up. And what I'll do is I'll use the generator, draw them out just like last time. Is this becoming a home? This is going to be our home base. Like, we'll play this character for as long as whatever. Like, I don't have a commitment to getting... Like, I'm not going for the record or whatever. But we've kind of come to the decision that I'm going to make this home. And I'm also going to make it kind of the goal of the run to, quote-unquote, restore it. So we're going to try and use, like, the crowbar to steal, like, the windows and all that off places to replace all smashed-out windows, or the glass making or whatever. The next target I want to hit after this is the military base because of all the sweet new tech they've got. I've seen that we've got, like, the Alice stuff and everything going on. It's like, yes, I want it all. Give me all the really high capacity backpacks and belts and all that. So yeah, so there's the Alice suspenders, I believe. Basically, if you've seen people dressed up in military garb, like properly decked out military, they'll have like the little pouch on the chest and everything with the webbing along the sides of it and everything for storing stuff. It's that. But it is 85% of the encumbrance reduction. But so it's basically like a fanny pack, but it has 75, or sorry, it has, sorry, not 75. It has 7 capacity. It also gives you extra belt slots. Like I think it gets you up to like 7 belt slots or some ridiculous nonsense. I think it takes the same spot as your belt. So it is real strong. Yeah, it has like the L flashlights and all that. But yeah, so I know you can get at the military checkpoint. I've heard you can actually find an event house that has military in it. Like they'll have like a couple of military people and a couple of others. But yeah, so that's definitely things I want. And that's vanilla? Yes. That's why it's impressive. Because we've had mods do that kind of stuff forever. But I don't run those mods. But I've seen multiple people running no mods or minimal mods getting it, so yeah. It replaces your fanny packs, but it's twice as good, so worth it. Yeah, that's fine too. Like, I don't care what slot it takes. If it's not the backpack slot, it's straight and upgrade. Hey, Vitez, how's it going? You've seen a survivor zombie with the suspenders out in the open? When you're saying the suspenders, do you mean Alice suspenders, or do you mean like a whole new thing that I'm unaware of? Can you show your skills tab? Sure. We did start with no skills whatsoever. At this point, we are right about to hit Axis 6, Long Blunt 4 we're just shy of. We have hit Short Blunt 4, Long Blade 4, Short Blade 5, almost a level in Spear. Yeah, the Alice suspenders plus the Alice backpack. He was a very good find, I can only imagine. We're about halfway to 9 for our maintenance, because we got lucky and we got the 4 and, sorry, was it the 4 and 5 or the 3 and 4 books, whichever. We're at Carving 2, Cooking 3, Electrical 3, about to hit Napping 4, Animal Care 5, Fitness 5, pretty close to hitting, well, actually, a little over 2/3 the way to Strength 6. No one cares about light-footed, stealth, or running. We're getting pretty close to Nimble 4, and then Foraging is at level 6 and some change, like level 6 and a third. Let's see, well, luckily you spawned in March Ridge random spawn mod, and likely gonna find one there. I have no idea. I know March Ridge, low-key, was a place you could find lots of guns in the past. Like, that apartment building on the north side was just gun central. But it's also March Ridge, which is just a ridiculously dense area when it comes to zombies. But yeah, so our characters spawned in the police department because we used the random spawn mod. We didn't get much out of it because it was before they buffed a lot of the stuff. But we did manage to walk away with a nightstick or two, I think it was. A bunch of donuts. And a police outfit. And so we've been playing as if we're a police officer, or potentially maybe a stripper who is now cosplaying as a police officer and pretending to be a police officer. But we have decided, once I take this place, we're going into retirement so far as I'm be switching over to like the Hawaiian shirt and the khaki pants and sandals and all that. Rolling around like that. We got a captain's hat to throw in there as well, of course. And our fancy sunglasses. I got exerted. I was not anticipating that. It was a pretty big pull, though. Alright, running low on the weapons that are efficient, but we got a couple other goodies. Pretty soon I will have to make a trip to go... you know, top off our weapons or whatever. We're also, I think the next in-game day we can have a helicopter. Like, that's the earliest we can have it. Alright, let's just sit here for a moment with that muscle strain. Hey, zombie. Hey, stop canceling my fast forward by getting so close, zombie. Really killing the vibe. Alright. Oh, we also got some ridiculous luck that I found the premium generator and a regular generator inside the same barn. The barn had two side rooms to it, and one was in each room. I was like, okay, I'll take that. Thanks, game. All right. I am really enjoying having relatively early high maintenance. That has been very nice. Is this horde for the third floor? I believe so, yes. The question is how thorough we were on getting them off of that third floor. Because it did yell a bunch on the bottom floor. But it also makes interesting implications for, like, the full clears of, like, Louisville and all that. Doing that kind of thing. Like, sure, we've always had to go, like, systematically into the apartment buildings to clear out the zombies and yada yada. But, like, in theory, that does mean you could be clearing out the lower floors of the building the whole time. And think you're doing really good, and then you pop in on the second floor in, like, the middle of downtown, and suddenly literally hundreds of zombies spawn into your world. And you just gotta sort it out. Alright. So we're doing give that extra minute to drop the muscle strain. Go ahead and eat that last berry, since clearly those aren't poisonous. Cool. Drop you off. Get that last stone knife ready. I still got the meat cleaver, the screwdrivers, hockey stick, kitchen knife, like a hatchet, a whole bunch of stuff. I am low-key loving this whole thing with the we aggro the floor, bring it all down. We got the generator right up against the building, so all the zombies swarm the generator. So I just go to the same spot, pull a group away. A bunch of them get aggroed back by the generator because it's loud. Pick them off, clean it up. It's gonna be an interesting building to do stuff with. To date, I don't think I've ever actually made a building that has a lot of floors my base. Like I think the highest floors I've done is the prison, which was a terrible base. A really, really terrible base. It had so many problems because of just the one entrance and a very high pop around the area and just a giant, giant space that covered multiple cells. And then the building was so big, like... AK for the start of the push now? Yeah, it's somewhere around there. So let's go ahead and I'm going to grab the screwdrivers first since those are still endurance efficient. Alright, so one more pull on the building, and then we gotta back out. Let's see, you're based at the gas station north of here on your CDA run. You're gonna use this place as a source for rags. Yeah, that's, Yeah, so I actually, right now, the place I keep attacking this place from is that gas station. I have a generator up there too, but I keep it off since it's mostly just there to run the pump when I need it. Versus I plan on actually setting up shop in here. Like, long-term, make this our base. Doing a whole lot of work. Like, I plan on taking all the rooms that would be, you know, where you do all your admin stuff, like your HR kind of area. Take that, gut that area, make that into our crafting room. Okay. And just a couple more, and then we can go to our car. Get back to the gas station. And honestly, go for an early helicopter this time, because we are getting a little low on our weapon situation. There, that's fine. So I do need to stop and get more flint. Let's see if our car's just clear enough we can just leave, or if we're gonna have to clean for it. Yeah, no, I'm almost 4. It's just surprising the fact that we're getting literally literally over 100 zombies per floor out of this place. This place is thick with zombies. Don't mind me, just doing my thing, zombies. Catch y'all tomorrow. Same time, same schedule. Oh yeah, no, the trees, a lot of them, they'll have, like, if it's a blocking view tree, but during the winter, like, the leaves can fall off some of them. And even then, when you look at them, it will still block it as if it's, like, fully covered with the trees, like, leaves. Even though in, like, real life, you'd have just the trunk in your way. Let's see, is the infinite zombies respawn? We are playing on sandbox mode, so we are playing on maximum population of 16 times, but respawn off. Most of the time when you see someone playing, like, high pop or more, you'll probably see them turn off respawn. But if you just hit apocalypse and go, you still have respawn, yes. To gain weight, you're going to be looking primarily at fish and butter. Supposedly, you can get the butchering up to that point, but it requires the hook and the butchering skill to be leveled up, so it is a lot more work to get it to a viable place. So, that is a thing to consider, worry about, whatever you want to use for your verbiage. Oh, I meant to grab cloth. It's fine. I'm not going out there now. I meant to grab a bunch of clothes off the zombies so I could go to the waterfront and wash them. So I get a whole lot of cloth. Alright. Let's see. We just need to catch another rabbit and hopefully you can breed them. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I've got 3 cows in a barn on the west side that I just check in from time to time. Basically, anytime I take the helicopter, I'm taking it off to the farm fields over there. And then from there, what I'm doing is just using them for butter. But we actually have a ton of rats and rabbits in the area that have gotten into the animal area. All right, no nightmare today. We've had like 3 of those. Thank you. There's nothing I can do here, right? Yeah, no, because it's out of cloth. We don't care about that right now. Alright, so. I need something to eat. 22. Is this in the range that we can have the helicopter? Yes. We are at the... What are you? What are you? Hey there. Are you the one I already read or not? Well, we can now make a fishing rod. I already have 2, but, you know, I'm sure not going to complain about being able to make more when they break. What I really want is the one that's a replacement for the herbalist. We got that on our last run. It was amazing, but all these mushrooms we're seeing that I just am not going to take the chances with. Yes, I know right now you can actually get away with eating the mushrooms and yada yada. I'm still convinced that's not going to stay that way, and I won't do it. Yep, so we're going to chill around here, foraging to get some not fatty foods. To gain a little weight here real quick. While we wait till we can check on the helicopter. Because if we have the helicopter, we cut west and do the usual. If we do have the helicopter... Sorry. If we have the helicopter, we cut west, we do the usual. If we don't have the helicopter, we do what we've been doing. Did I interrupt it? Oh, right. It's in the fan package. Stop moving. I turned that on earlier. I'm not that desperate for batteries. All right. Hey, berries. We can eat those. Really low number of berries. Alright, so you just watch and see if our search radius gets smaller, and if so, we know we got ourselves poisoned right away. It's looking pretty good. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. And you are a lemon. Alright, so we can start heading back to the vehicle. And thank you for all those follows. I really do appreciate it. You go ahead and start heading to the vehicle. I've got so much hemp, I'm going to ignore that one for right now. I've got literally, I can make a trip and probably have a vehicle mostly hemp. Let's see, can you keep your weight up? Yeah, no, easy. We're doing good. I have 14 sticks of butter in my pocket. The reason I'm foraging for stuff is if I keep eating the butter, we're gonna have problems. Because that puts on a lot of weight real fast. Alright, so let's get back over here. So the thing I want to remember is today. Today we want to take the time. I'll take some rose hips. Today we want to take the time when we return to rip up some clothes. Or sorry, to not rip up clothes. We want to take the clothes, we want to wash them in the whatever body of water down there. Okay, no helicopter. Alright, so we're good for another day of fighting. Yes, just realized I do not need you. Go ahead and just go in the glove box. Cool. Yeah, so on the way back, if I grab some clothes, we can turn around, we just wash it in that river, it'll be good to go. And thank you for those files, welcome to stream. Okay. Slow down where we're going to see zombies and all the bodies. Don't mess up our vehicle too much too fast. Yeah, so we're definitely short on the weapons department for what we're doing. Well, I do have a really high axe skill, and I really find the ice pick's damage to be really good. I do find it is not a particularly efficient weapon. It does put you into exertion real fast and muscle strain, even at the amount of strength and all that we're getting. It still muscle strains us pretty quick. But even with some decent muscle strain, it still tends to 1 and 2 tap, which is kind of nice. Because I'm kind of hoping we'll have the helicopter relatively soon. Because like I said, what I'll do during the helicopter is we've got the pickaxe inside this vehicle. Actually, that might be a lie. I'll double check to make sure we have the pickaxe inside this vehicle, and then we will be, you know, good to take the pickaxe, go to one of these places that we've seen flint that I haven't already cleaned out, and go get ourselves a bunch of flint. Alright, there wasn't that many zombies on the corner there today. That's a promising sign. I don't think it's been nearly long enough that I could have run out of gas. Ooh. Oh, never mind. That's just blood on your shirt. I was about to say for like a retirement, a purple Hawaiian shirt would be good, but no, it's just a long shirt that happens to be purple and bloody in a way that kind of looks like it might be sporting a Hawaiian pattern. Alright, so let's get these R2 here. So as you can see, that wasn't a particularly large pull, but we're already pushing muscle strain. We're gonna back up here, just so I can have that on my back so I don't have to worry. I need to go for a little longer till this falls off. Give a couple more seconds. You felt the frame drop personally? Yeah. There was some frame stutters here. And you'll notice we're starting to get up to 90 kills per day. So when people were, like when we first started pushing this place, I think we were sitting around 60 kills per day, and we've been just slowly climbing. But that's not surprising. We've gained a couple levels. I mean, we've gained a bunch of levels in our various weapon skills and strength and fitness and yada yada. And it will just continue to go up. Speaking of which, that's Axis 6 now? Is that right? Alright, let's back off again. And we can rest, recover our endurance, get some of the muscle strain gone. Do I have more to eat? Yeah. Alright, so give it a minute for the muscle strain to drop off. The progress this run is astoundingly fast.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. Well, that's the thing. When your character basically gets up and starts slaying, you get a lot of XP real quickly. It's one of the reasons why people are like, aren't you exercising all the time? It's like, nah, man. It's not really necessary. Every hit is a point in fitness and, like, you know, a little over a point in strength because we're very high protein all the time. It's really not necessary for me to, like, try and go out of my way for even more. I'd certainly get a little bit more strength and all that out of it. But then dealing with the muscle strain every day, it's like, eh. And honestly, a big part of it is I just don't want to take the time to reattach my tent after every single one. So, you know, that's a major motivator. Alright, get over here so we can rest again. Alright, sorry. We locate the music station going, low-key, it's a music station going on. Pushes progress without being overkill. Yeah. Well, Let's see, what do you do for food? My character is eating whole cows and still not getting any weight. Keep in mind, with the cows, if you are not taking the time to put them up on a butcher's hook and level up your butchering skill, you are just not going to get that much good out of your animals. Primarily, we are using our cows for butter. We have also used fish in past runs perfectly fine. But butchering is supposed to be a bit better this run, but you do really need to be using the butchering hook and at high levels of butchering. I think for practicality purposes, don't worry about butchering. Like, just, you know, stick to butter, stick to fish. You can butcher stuff as you got extras and just need to get rid of it and all that, as a way of leveling it to maybe get another option, or at least augment your diet. But right now, for all intents and purposes, you're going to be butchering, and you're going to be fishing. Thank you. Are you coming after me? Yeah. The zombie apocalypse might be incredibly disgusting. Imagine all the smell from all those dead bodies. Yep. Oh, and they'll only be in the week for 9 days. Then they cease to exist. It's just the way it works in the zombie apocalypse. You were so surprised you carried 360 kilograms of dead cow to the butcher hook. You got 1 steak and 1 pound of ground beef out of it. Yeah, it is a thing. I still feel like they really need to buff butchering. They did buff it a little bit in build 42.2, but it's like, nah, man, you need to give it way more than you gave it. Man, that's actually probably one of the most common things you hear about. It's like, imagine the smell. It's like, yep, that is a thing I have heard probably literally hundreds of times now. It's a natural thing that people think about. It's like, oh, that stinks so bad. It's like, yep, there's a reason I have a Moodle on the side there that says overwhelming stench. And our character lives in maximum levels of depression at almost all times. Alright, looks like we're down to those last couple. Does it not cause any kind of disease? There is a thing called corpse sickness. I don't know what's really going on with build 42. I have not seen consistent results with corpse sickness. Like, with this much in build 41, I'd probably be sitting on Queasy pretty often. Maybe on a really busy day push up to nauseous. But for whatever reason on build 42, I've had a couple times they've gone to Queasy, but honestly that's about it. Did you not try an outflank? I saw the strategy. hop over the tiny little fence so you can try and get off the lunge. See if you can't stagger me so your zombie can do the dirty work. Just don't break those. I don't know if I can repair them. Hey, don't stop going over those things. Not feeling great about that. Think I'd much rather just park my butt right there. Alright, and we'll fast forward time a bit more. Said I'll fast forward time a bit more. Okay. Go ahead and slam in our rose hip. Just trying to get rid of that muscle strain before we go on. How are we doing on the durability of this thing? It's doing okay. It's still at about just like a little over a third, a bit under a half. It's just that muscle strain. There we go. Cool. So I'm not going to be nearly as thorough as we were the last time. Hey, friend. There you go. I'm basically just doing a quick walk by. Check over the zombies by the stairwells and all that. Because the zombies in these rooms, we should probably just aggro them as we end up getting around. Because I figure we're going to go up one more floor and there might be a whole extra floor of zombies for me to aggro. Now's the scary part. Okay, same deal as this one. Right, that looks mostly clear. So now scary part 2. Okay. Hey, trying to catch me around that corner, I see. Let's go a little bit wider in the future. Alright, so with that, we're going to go all the way back down over here. It'll take just a minute to sit down to recover our endurance. We don't even need to worry about the muscle strain, but get our endurance back. And then once we do that, I'm going to peek to see if there's yet another floor. And then otherwise, we're going to get pretty close on it. And I'm hoping I can find at least one room that's doors survived. I'm not expecting to be happy with the results on that one. Yeah, no, we're not seeing any panic or fear here. We may have had it earlier. That should be a relatively safe chair. Alright. Yeah, so we haven't double-checked any of these rooms. Like, we were checking them before, but since we keep aggroing entirely new floors of zombies... Yes, this should be the last of the zombies in this place. You're not seeing any stairs going up any higher floors. So that's a good sign. Well, I've already got zombies we're keeping. We've got a nice little island. How do you get rid of the zombie corpses? They just run away? Yeah, after 9 days. After 9 days, zombie corpses disappear by default. You can change that time. Ooh, hey. There you go, friend. Have yourself an ice pick. Oh. Didn't sound like I'd killed it. It'd be real nice to be able to sleep down here tonight. I heard one behind me. We should back up on this group. Try and split up into 2 groups. So I get a little time. I did hear one behind me. I got another one coming out of room. So yeah, the rooms we gotta be real careful. There's definitely zombies that are not hearing us inside those rooms, despite all the violence committed out here. Yeah, now basically, if you're gonna sleep in the room that the zombies were in, then you need to get them out of that room. But if you're not gonna sleep in that room, you usually just don't need to worry about them. Yep, so I think we're pushing for it. We are, like, we've got plenty of fatigue left for the day. Can we repair the windows? Yes. You can use a crowbar to remove windows from other buildings. And then you can bring them over here and swap in. There's a chance you break them, and I think with the glass working, you might be able to make new windows too. Hey, zombie. Get the last little handful. And then it's time for the scary going room to room, making sure the building is actually clear. Be fast. Be fast. I say blind corner, we want you to go fast. So we're gonna need to back off and rest again. But other than the fact that we're wasting energy kind of thing, this isn't the worst that we're making all of this noise up here. One thing we'll end up needing to do is we'll definitely want to wash these walls. I normally don't care about that, but if we're going with the whole thing that our goal is to, like, restore the hotel, I do think once we get... I think you can wash the walls with bleach, if I remember. It's been a very long time. I believe that was a mechanic. You need a sponge or a dish towel. Let's see, 8 p.m. Are you gonna stay? The plan is to stay. I've got quite a bit more to get till we can have to go to sleep. And I also... Oh, you're not really dead, are you? I also have caffeine pills if needed. So we are planning to push through and clean up every room of this place. So far as the zombies, I will not be cleaning them up immediately. Because the intent is that we sleep here tonight. And I'm planning to clear from top to bottom, because at least the top I don't have to worry about zombies getting in the building from here. Alright, room number 1. Is clear. Room number 2 is clear. Room number 3 is clear. Ma'am, use the door. Room number 4 is clear. Okay. Room number 5 is clear. Have we found a basement here? I have not. I don't think there is one. I was kind of hoping there would be, because it'd be interesting to have, like, the basement where it's got, like, all their surplus cleaning supplies and food and towels and whatever. They don't need to be, like, a ridiculous amount or anything, but just an interesting, like, kind of on-placing. Welcome to Dark Wallow Resort. Unruly guests will be dealt with by death. Cool, that light in the corner. Yeah, so these ones actually... I don't need my flashlight now. We're close enough to my generator. Which is good, because it means I don't even have to go nearly that far back. We just pop in the door, check the bathroom, and as long as we can see around down that hall... I don't know what I'm seeing at all these sides here. I do wonder if all these lights I'm turning on count towards the power or not. They probably do. Okay, we're too far in now. They do? Yeah. I don't mind being pretty wasteful on the generator right now. It could be one of those things we worry about later. And I did notice there's no roof access. We kind of figured there wasn't going to be roof access when we saw the style of roof on the building. Any more to something to eat? I don't remember. Yeah, we got you. Alright. Top floor is clear. Do you have any favorite mods when you play with them? I don't really play much with mods. I'd say for mods that affect the game, pillows, random spawn, so I spawn anywhere. It doesn't matter which one. I am noticing a lot of rat droppings. I have not seen a rat, though. Okay. And mouse droppings and a whole bunch of stuff like that. Yeah, we got some zombies scurrying around downstairs. I'm willing to bet if we do have any zombies, they're going to be on that far end. Can some zombies be on balconies? Yeah, we already killed one on the balcony. My guess is when we're looking at this, we're probably only going to see the ones way over there. They'll probably be as far out this way as we can go with the lights. But yeah, by having that, we're in pretty good shape. The good news is lights don't use much power. They do add up. Oh, hey, you. Sir, ma'am? Ma'am, did you get a reservation? Ma'am, you must get a reservation at the front desk. Alright, so let's loop back. I think this is the last one we had checked, is that one, and we were checking this one when, it just thinking she could just barge into someone's hotel room. Unannounced. Not invited. So I clearly just went in this one. But don't need to worry about that. How do you get the loot windows to stay open? These little arrows here. So if I click it, it vanishes. Yeah, this is the side of the building I'm expecting to have the most trouble with. Because it seems far enough away that the zombies over here weren't getting aggro as it's fighting down below or the generator or any of that. Okay, we're fine here. Next floor appears to be clear. One floor left to go. Because the bottom floor, I'm assuming we're just going to get intruded on a bunch of times. So I'm mostly concerned about getting all these bedrooms cleared real fast. Because if we do that, the odds of a zombie being able to pop in and catch us unawares is pretty minuscule. And then we can work on clearing everything down below. You have the power? No, the elevator's not real. It's just a pair of doors that don't work. If you actually look at it, they've got, this is glass with floors all the way up. There are mods that add them, but they usually just teleport you up a floor. So it ends up real buggy. We've got a lot of fixing to do in this place. There's going to be a lot of doors I got to replace. And almost all of them lost like a hinge or so. The good news, I got a lot of farmhouses I can grab hinges and doorknobs. Okay, so we're not close enough yet. Replacing hinges has been personal agony. Yeah, now imagine if every single, like if you had, you know, like 10 rooms of floor and every room had at least two different doors to deal with. Did they change the plumbing system? I understand some people have been having problems with the plumbing system, like it's not been working. I haven't had a chance to test it myself. Yeah, it sounds like we got a bunch of zombies down there by the generator. But that's a reason I'm not going to go down there and mess with it right now. Because we are going to get sleepy anytime now. Oh no. I don't be able to find water in this place with all these bathrooms. Alright, last 2 bedrooms. Yep, there's Drowsy. Okay, so I am satisfied that based on our conditions, that I have successfully claimed the resort. And I'm now going to go to the very tippy top floor. We choose one of these bedrooms over here. Go all the way down there. Let's go for the middle one. That should be hard enough for the zombies to be able to hear or see us. Because our poor character is hungry, they're sleepy, they're just really wanting for their day to end. And we shall grant them that. And with that, we have our resort. We have slept successfully inside of it. I have a lot of work. There's the way the roof. No, so some of the buildings have a style of roof where it's like tiled up there. When you see that, you know you won't have roof access because a lot of those aren't walkable. And this does have that not walkable. Yeah, so this tile here, when you see that, it means 99% chance there is not a roof access. But yeah, so you got. Oh, you know, I just realized we can take apart all these walls. Other than these walls, like I can actually take all these walls apart in between these where it's the wood. So I could literally make this one long room. The plaster I would need a sledgehammer to take apart unless they've changed that. Actually, have they changed that? We can check. Yeah, so as you can see, I could disassemble the walls. So I could actually make this a big open space up here. We'll figure out what we'll do with it. We'll figure out all that kind of stuff. But with that said, thank you so much for tuning in. It is going to be about that time, though. I've already gone like an hour and a half over my normal time. But that's because we had a whole lot of people hanging out and all that good stuff. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching on YouTube, you will not be rating out because I can't do that yet. You need to have more people subscribe. So, you know, if you could subscribe, that'd be great. For those over in Twitch, don't go anywhere. Because what I'm going to go ahead here real fast is I'm going to go ahead and hit my ending stream screen. Because